You are listening to 48 Hours a Day by Little Bleary Zhao. Novels from Novel Fire. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 51. Tokyo Drift XXI. Zhang Hong had to admit that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Even though he had been training in Tokyo for 9 months, his driving skills were still nowhere nearly as excellent as the professional racing driver Takeda Tetsuya, the man who was only one race away from the Drift King title. This became even more apparent during the second half of the journey when Takeda Tetsuya had gotten the hang of the mechanics of the car and began to rediscover the form he was in back in the day. Putting his life on the line for Kobayashi's little sister did not cancel out the guilt he felt over his best friend's death. After that near-death experience, he had, at least, redeemed himself and redressed a good portion of his self-condemnation. Zhang Hong would not be able to triumph over Takeda Tetsuya, who was in this state. On top of that, there was Kobayashi's sister, who had been planning this for 22 years, and whose driving skills were just as competent as her brother's. Not only did she possess that meticulous quality a woman possessed, but she also inherited Kobayashi's intrepidity. However, someone once said, having a good opponent would bring out the best in you. Encouraged by his two competitors, Zhang Hong gave 150% of his ability. The L300 turned into a mustard phantom zipping in the darkness. In the end, however, he was still one step behind. But when they were drawing near the finishing line, the Nissan 180SX and the Viper suddenly slowed down, and as if on cue, giving each other deference. Zhang Hong did not care about any of that, so the minivan zoomed past Takeda Tetsuya and Kobayashi Yu, taking first place. When he reached the finish, a series of notifications rang in his ears. You have won an underground street race. Mission complete. To return after 134 days, successfully defeated a professional race car driver. Plus 15 game points. You may refer to the character panel to view the corresponding information. Successfully defeated the best racing driver in this edition, Yosuke Tsuchiya. Plus 25 game points. You may refer to the character panel to view the corresponding information. Successfully completed one death racing mode. Plus 10 game points. You may refer to the character panel to view the corresponding information. Yosuke Tsuchiya was the best driver in the Tokyo Drift edition. That came as no surprise to Zhang Hong. The fact that Kobayashi Yu was a professional racing driver, on the other hand, bewildered him, as female professional racing drivers were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was no wonder, though, that she dared take on a 1 vs 2 challenge. Her skills may have been slightly weaker than Takeda Tetsuya's. Considering how disheartened the latter was before the near accident, and if Zhang Hong was out of the picture, it would have been hard to say which one would win. In reality, when compared side to side according to their skills, it would be out of the question for Zhang Hong to win. But after everything that had happened along the way, the atmosphere of hostility was extinguished. There was a silver lining amidst all the complications, helping Zhang Hong to complete his primary mission. The rewards that came along with it were so much more generous than he had expected. The race alone earned him 50 game points. Combined with the 6 points he gained throughout the game, a total of 56 game points had now been collected. Kobayashi Yu and Takeda Tetsuya talked to each other through the night. No one knew what they were talking about, but on the second day, the two of them visited Kobayashi Ryo's grave to pay their respects. 2 days after, Kobayashi Yu and her racing friends who had helped her left Tokyo. 2 months later, Amiko's exchange student application was approved. Zhang Hong had driven her to the airport himself. She was about to embark on a 1-year learning trip in China. There was still some time before departure, so Amiko requested for coffee. Zhang Hong bought 2 cups of coffee from the Starbucks nearby. As he was handing it over to the girl, something soft nudged his lips. Amiko was clearly very nervous. This was her first time doing something like this, so she was a little clumsy and timid, their lips only touching for a brief second. Come find me when you get back to China, Amiko whispered softly. That kiss had spent all of her courage, so instead of waiting for Zhang Hong to reply, she picked up her luggage and quickly made her way to the check-in counter. Zhang Hong watched the girl disappear into the crowd, suddenly feeling that having the extra hours might not be a good thing. The initially subtle feelings, with the passing of time, had slowly blossomed. This was destined to be a promise that could never be fulfilled. Zhang Hong sat on one of the seats in the airport alone, deep in thought, and finished the 2 cups of coffee quietly. In whatever country, Airports and train stations were always places brimming with a sea of emotions. The wobbling elderly grandmother, sending off her grandchild who was studying abroad, fussing over his backpack, the 4-year-old holding onto his mother's hand, waving goodbye to his father going overseas for work, not knowing that the next time they would meet again would be the following year. The girl who had just stepped down the plane running to her boyfriend's embrace in her heels. Then, at the same time, there were people rushing home, while the others leaving somewhere far away. After swallowing last drops of the warm coffee, Zhang Heng got up, pulled up the zip on his jacket, and stepped outside into the snow. After that race, Zhang Heng had basically stepped into leisure mode. He was getting pretty good at Japanese and even scored full marks for his first monthly exam, which earned him 3 game points. Beast's most significant achievement, though, was that wood carving, the second game item he found a month before. The one thing that had been bothering him was other than the racer workshop, it was common for societies to recruit new members every 2 months, especially the 2 related to cars. The 4WD Club and the Auto Show Model Photography Club, which, like their names suggested, were a gathering of a group of Chinibyo 1 and gentries. Zhang Heng had joined, patiently remaining in the clubs for 2 months only to learn how to scream, shooting star and cannonball at his own 4WD, and to determine by the model of a car from a picture, deduce bra sizes, and many other random strange skills. But Zhang Heng was still reluctant to give up because, according to his first game, whenever a cycle took place, he should have more than one valid option. After that, he decided to alter his thinking pattern, to stop focusing on organizations related to cars, but to broaden his search instead. So, he began paying attention to some of the more unusual groups. He thought about the altar that he had come across on the island and opted to join a club that studied mysterious happenings and another that researched popular paranormal activity. Eventually, he discovered that his membership in the latter really did pleasantly surprise him. The wood carving was a collection that belonged to the vice president of the club, who had claimed to have found it in Rakuten for only 500 Japanese yen. There was nothing special about the carving. It did not even have a face. But just like the rabbit's foot, when Zhang Heng picked it up, he heard the same announcement in his head. Found a game item. He decided to buy it from the vice president, who was so happy that she presented it to Zhang Heng immediately, mainly because there were only 3 members in the club and the vice president valuing new members a lot. The wood carving was not worth much anyway, so she was more than happy to give it away. So, that was how Zhang Heng got his hands on another game item, without having put in much effort. Although it was not difficult to get the game item, it was buried deep within the game. For other gamers who did have as much leisure time in the game like him, it would be tough for them to find hidden items like this. Chapter 52, Tokyo Drift, End. With Amiko's departure, Zhang Heng's life as an exchange student also came to an end. He moved out of the dormitory of the International Exchange Hall and rented a small apartment outside the university. Takeda Tetsuya also taught him nearly everything he knew. Now, to improve his skills and technique, there was only continuous practice and relying on his talent. Improving his driving skills from level 2 to level 3 in a short period was quite impossible, so Zhang Heng did not invest too much effort into it. He participated in a couple of underground drifting competitions with his L300, earning him quite a bit of money. He even won an 80% new Mazda. Unfortunately, no game points were credited for that. The money he made was enough to sustain him for the rest of his time in Tokyo, and since he would not be able to take it away with him, it was kind of pointless making more, so Zhang Heng did not continue racing. That mysterious mustard color van that appeared and vanished so suddenly eventually became a legend in the Tokyo underground racing world. But that was a story for another day. Now that he no longer had to work or attend classes, Zhang Heng found himself with plenty of time. One day, while he was out traveling, he came across a gym, and he suddenly remembered that karate originated from Japan, derived from the combination of Japan's indigenous martial arts and Tangsho Dao. Last time, when he fought the men who worked for Kobayashi, he was able to confirm the effectiveness of his training in the gym. But the person he had fought was only a commoner. While Zhang Heng had the advantage of speed and strength, he was simply throwing punches without any proper technique. It dawned on him that he could use this opportunity to learn a little bit of karate. So, Zhang Heng spent the final 2 months achieving level 0 in karate skills. On the 420th day, he stood on the sky tower overlooking Tokyo, enjoying the night view for one last time. Then that familiar voice rung. Return deadline arrived. Mission completed. Tokyo Drift Edition cleared. The second round has ended. Returning to reality. When Zhang Heng opened his eyes, he found himself back in the lounge booth. This time, the Tokyo Drift mission did not send him into some challenging situation isolated and far away from civilization. Still, after spending 14 months as an exchange student in another country, Zhang Heng found himself feeling an indescribable comfort and warmth hearing the language he was accustomed to. A glass of lemon water. No. Give me something more flavorful. Zhang Heng walked up to the bar and had a brief flashback of the Tokyo girl with the snaggletooth smile. Congratulations on making it through the second round. The bartender lady masterfully mixed a glass of cocktail and pushed it in front of Zhang Heng. It looks like you've just completed a very unusual journey. Hey, I'd like you to help me identify something. Zhang Heng took out the wood carving. After his first experience with the rabbit's foot, he made sure to come prepared with a pair of gloves to handle the wood carving, be it inside or outside the game. The bartender's eyebrows rose at the sight of the game item. Another one? Aren't you a little too lucky? She picked up the wood carving carefully and placed it inside a tollwood box, not forgetting to take 5 points from Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng sat at the bar as he finished his drink. When he was about to leave, the bartender called out to him. Do you still remember the year-end auction I told you about? As usual, it will be held on the last day of the year. If you plan to participate in the auction, you better prepare in advance. Remember not to set the third game on that day, she reminded him. Zhang Heng thanked her and then left the lounge. The next day, Zhang Heng skipped English class in the morning. The second game had ended a little too late that by the time he left Sex in the City, already 4:30 a.m. by then. He needed to make up for all the sleep he had lost. Then in the afternoon, as he was having lunch, Ma Wei and Chun Huadong gave him the same sympathetic look. You're screwed. Today, old Zhang gave a random test in class. When he found out that 5 papers were missing from the stack, he threw a fit. The college English test, CET, one is only 2 weeks away. He said that those who don't know what hard work is cannot be saved. The people who didn't take the test won't get any marks for their continuous assessment. In most universities, exams were usually separated into 2 parts, continuous assessment and a final exam. The latter made up 70% of the final score, while the former made up the other 30%. These two combined made up the final grade. This 30% shouldn't be underestimated. It regularly determined if someone passed or failed a subject, either saving the person from failing or dooming a supposed pass to failure. Of course, the latter scenario was relatively rare. After all, there were no ongoing grudges between lecturers and students, so crackdowns on the students during the continuous assessments were uncommon. But if a person did not have any continuous assessment marks at all, it would be a severe problem. A student would have to score 86 out of 100 to get a credit, and English was a slightly more special subject, whereby the final results were graded based on the CET 4 and CET 6. 710 is the full marks, which means that to get a credit, you will need to score 609 points in the final exam. Ma Wei frowned. The passing mark for the CET 6 is 425 marks. For a non-English major, 600 points and above was usually considered a high score. Even a nerd like him did not have the full confidence to be able to achieve that, especially not English, which was a subject that Ma Wei was slightly struggling with. Zhang Heng was speechless. If he had known about it, he would have fought his sleepiness and gone to class. But it was too late for him now. He simply had to find a way to get a score of 609 and above. In fact, if he was previously presented with this problem, he would have thought that it was impossible. But having learned English from Bellback on the island, Zhang Heng felt that the situation was salvageable. It was about 20 days away from the college English test. To him, that amounted to 40 days. When it came to his listening skills, there was nothing to worry about. The essay and grammar portions, though, still required some reinforcement. Zhang Heng did not expect to have to tackle English right after having to grapple with Japanese in Tokyo. Perhaps, taking up a job as a simultaneous translator after graduation was a good idea. Later that afternoon, Zhang Heng ran to the library to borrow some books to get cracking on English when he suddenly ran into Shinsisi. Without Cheng Chung harassing her all the time, peace had been restored to her life. Although they had exchanged numbers after the camping incident, neither of them made the first move to contact each other. They would often meet on campus. and Shin Sisi would greet him liberally, but they were only friends. On the contrary, Chun Huadong and Su Jing quickly became close friends after that day. Even though there was still no confirmation that they romantically involved, but they had been hanging out together a lot lately, and it looked like success was on the horizon. Nowadays, Chen Huadong had foregone his games and no longer attended his anime club. Instead, he would spend his days shopping and walking around the streets with Su Jing, betraying his club, Tiger Shark. Some loyal members even thought of burning him at stake. Since they were both there by chance, Zhang Heng figured that he might as well go up to her and say hi. Chapter 53. Moresby Shinsisi was sitting on her own by the window, reading intently. The warm sun rays lit up a side of her face, making her glow to the point that some guys sitting nearby were unable to focus on what they were doing. Zhang Heng forcefully quickened his pace, hoping Shinsisi would look up to see him waving at her. Seeing him, Shinsisi put down the book in her hand and smiled. Since they were in the library, they had to be quiet. As they were not allowed to talk, they did not say anything else to each other. Zhang Heng found the book that he wanted, so he waved at her to say goodbye. But before he walked out of the library, his eyes fell on the half-opened book in Shinsisi's hand, catching a glimpse of the title, The Criminal Personality. Of course, as someone who had read bill of quantities for water drainage, heating, and gas engineering, he was not qualified to question others' personal reading preferences. But Zhang Heng had to admit that this girl's hobby was somewhat unique, especially with her incredible observational skills and reasoning skills. Did she plan to work in the criminal investigation field? But then again, she was studying public relations. He had simply acquainted with Shinsisi and was not about to interfere with others' life choices. So Zhang Heng went to another floor to study. He was simply surprised to discover Shinsisi's interest in topics of criminal investigation. In between, he dropped by the canteen to have dinner, then in the library until its closing. Since he was going to return in an hour, he did not take the grammar book with him but left it on the shelf. Done with the washing up and brushing teeth, Zhang Heng checked his inbox and found an email from the Photography Society informing him that his work was shortlisted for the Urban Impression theme competition, which would be entered into the judge selection section. He would know the results in about a week. He had been so busy recently that he had nearly forgotten all about this, joining the competition to see how much he had discovered. Making it through the intermediary contest was already meeting his expectations. As for getting the prize money and rewards, it would be great if he got them. But even if he did not, he would have no problem with it. Zhang Heng browsed forums and posts on his phone to pass the time. Midnight came quickly, and silence filled the whole town. He got dressed and was about to continue his revision in the library when he noticed that someone had sent him a text. It was an arbitrary message from an unfamiliar number. "I need your help. Meet me at the place we first met." This was the first text message he had ever received in still time. For countless nights, he had been the only one who could roam around the sleeping city while everyone froze in time. Right away, a figure in a tang suit and fedora popped into Zhang Heng's mind. Everything supernatural that had happened to him so far had to do with the strange old man. If there was someone who could enter this world, it would be that guy. From the looks of the message, it seemed that he was in some sort of trouble as well. Zhang Heng changed into his sports attire and went to retrieve his SF recurve bow from the archery range, then bought a small knife from the outdoor sporting goods store next door and strapped it to his waist. After he was done, he jumped on a yellow public bike and cycled to the Maid's Cafe. The door into the mall was uncharacteristically unlocked and half open, a light coming from within. Zhang Heng unstrapped his bow and armed it with an arrow, treading as carefully and quietly as he could. "I really like that milk tea shop on the second floor, but there's always a long line. It's seldom empty like it is now, but then again, at least there's one to make a cup of milk tea for me. Perhaps this is life. It's difficult to find the best of both worlds." The old man in the tang suit sighed. Sitting on the handle of the stationary escalator, he was dressed in the same way as they first met 2 months ago. This time, however, he wore a baseball cap instead of that formal hat. Other than that, everything else was nondescript. The old man was holding a bag of M&Ms, which he tore open before emptying half of its content into his mouth. Zhang Heng put down his bow and said, "Forgive me for being indiscreet, but you don't look like you need any help. Trust me, I care more for your privacy compared to all the employers you'll find out there. I wouldn't come to you unless something dire happened," said the old man as he chewed on the M&Ms. "Serious?" We'll talk about it on the way. We don't have much time. The old man poured the rest of the chocolate-coated candies into his mouth and then got up. Let me ask you a question. You've probably played 2 rounds of the game now. What kind of skills have you acquired? Wilderness survival skills, archery skills, and driving skills. Zhang Heng listed all of his level 2 skills. That's a pretty good start. You'll be able to use them soon. Right now, find us a mount first. Oh, sorry, old habits die hard. Go get the car. The old man tossed a set of car keys to Zhang Heng. Black Audi A6. Car park B34, 1 level down. I promise I'll tell you everything in the car. Zhang Heng took the elevator down to the parking lot and was able to locate the car pretty quickly. When he opened the glove compartment, however, he spotted a driver's license belonging to a heavily set guy called Wang Jingwo. It was obviously not the old man's. The guy in the picture looked at least 20 years younger. The old man was waiting for Zhang Heng at the mall's front entrance, carrying a piece of broken luggage looking like he had just escaped from a nursing home. Zhang Heng drove to the front, where the old man climbed into the back seat. Don't mind these small little details. You have probably done some things in the game that you would never have in the real world, right? Considering the enemy we're going to face, you wouldn't make me sit in the front on our way to battle. What enemy? Zhang Heng asked. There's a tribe called Alkais in Papua New Guinea. Their ancestors traveled to that place early in the days and fought a few battles with the island's overlord Huli tribe. Both sides won and lost. Even though the Alkais soldiers were very mighty and brave, each of them as powerful as 10 men combined, an underpopulation problem developed as the war continued. For every Alkais, there was 20 Huli. If they continued to deplete in numbers, they would soon be wiped out. In desperation, the Alkais offered prayers to a monster called Moresby. They offered the old, weak and lame, as sacrifices to Moresby. In return, the monster aged the Alkais babies into able-bodied young men in the span of a few months so that they could have one batch of soldiers after another. Thankfully, in the end, the tribe was snuffed out by the Huli tribe. Everything related to the Moresby, its totems, the altars, all destroyed. In most circumstances, this meant that the monster was also exterminated. But, by the way, I really hate this phrase, but Moresby is a monster with time attributes, making it very difficult to completely eradicate it. In the last moment, it somehow found a way to seal itself into a small stretch of time, escaping death. Of course, in a way, you can say that it's dead, trapped inside for over 20,000 years, dragging out its feeble existence until the equilibrium was broken. The old man suddenly became really quiet as his gaze fell on Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. You're kidding, right? The old man sighed again. Unfortunately, when I gave you the gift, I accidentally broke the time balance and released the creature. Chapter 54. Go after it. What you're saying is that in the real world, the city I'm living in, there's a monster. Even though Zhang Heng had experienced supernatural phenomena these past months, he still found the old man's story inconceivable. Not exactly. The specifics are not completely accurate, but the essence about it is about right. The old man pulled out a packet of Wangzi QQ soft candy. It would seem his mouth would just not stop. But don't worry, after losing the Alkais worship, it's in the weakest it has ever been. In my heyday, dealing with this kind of low-life pest is just a matter of snapping my fingers. What about now? Now? I just found someone to help me, didn't I? Zhang Heng turned to a street per the old man's instruction. That sounds very reassuring. Relax. Even though my strength has depleted quite a bit, there are 2 of us and 1 of them. In terms of numbers, we are at an advantage. The old man said encouragingly, as he wolfed down the candies in his hand. At the rate he ate, it would be a miracle if he survived diabetes. I still don't understand why a Papua New Guinean monster come all the way here. Its original believers, the Alkais, are all dead. If we compare it to an economy, while it has escaped from the prison of time, the Papua New Guinean market has now split up. Unable to mingle inside, but desperate to recover its strength, it needed to find new believers. And so it was forced to leave and eventually followed a couple to China. I was in Shanghai's Hangzhou International Airport when I came across the monster. That dumbass had been locked up for too long and was completely out of touch with society, thinking that since there were so many people there, he would try his luck. But 99% of the people who went to the airport never stayed long, And while it may have been able to fool the indigenous 20,000 years ago, it wouldn't work now. The monster spent half a month there, managing to convince two cleaners, they were elderly women, where one of them offered the remainder of her time to the monster as a sacrifice. The other one remained undecided. Then, when it saw me, it ran away. The old man shifted in his seat, settling in a more comfortable position. Ever since we last met, I have been busy taking care of this matter. I've been going after it for nearly 2 months now. Tonight, with your help, we can probably solve this problem. Otherwise, I'm afraid sooner or later, this guy will find you. Why? Because the time anomaly you have on you poses a fatal attraction to it, and because you are my representative. We had friendly relations for these past 2 months. I'm 100% sure that thing wants to get even with me. The old man answered. Turn left at the intersection in front, take the side road, but don't take the overpass. Zhang Heng was quiet as he tried to process the old man's words. After a while, he said, Did this world go crazy after you found me? Or has it always been this insane? The old man gave his driver a meaningful smile. You are a smart guy. You already know what the answer is. You just need to continue to play the game to find the answer. There are some things in this world that unless you see them with your own eyes, it would be very hard to believe. Stop the car over there. I can feel it nearby. Zhang Heng stepped on the brake, and the Audi A6 slowed down until it came to a halt in a damp-looking tunnel. About 2.8 kilometers long, it was located in the center of the city. The construction site had been sealed off to reduce noise to its surrounding areas. There were few cars in the tunnel at this hour, and Zhang Heng had not spotted anything suspicious so far. He was just about to speak when he saw the old man placing a finger on his lips. Zhang Heng turned off the engine, and the whole world was once again immersed in complete stillness. After about half a minute, loud clattering footsteps came from the roof of the tunnel. It was getting closer and closer, then stopped abruptly. Just like that, 5 minutes had passed. The two people in the car were composed and silent. Just when Zhang Heng thought that the thing had disappeared, something hefty suddenly landed on the roof of the car. There were dents in the steel the shape of 2 footprints above Zhang Heng's head. And then, the next minute, a strange face peeped down from the windshield. It was a creature that looked very much like a monkey, but with unusually large eyes that took up nearly a third of its face. Like the primate, its face was hairless, covered only in wrinkles like an old man. Zhang Heng could see the greed in its yellow pupils. But when the creature noticed someone else sitting at the back of the car, it quickly turned around and scrambled towards the other end of the tunnel. Go after it. The old man in the Tang suit finally broke the silence. Since there was no time for questions, Zhang Heng got the car running and floored the gas pedal. The metal beast roared as it barreled forward. Zhang Heng turned on the high beam, and under the luminosity, he could see that Moresby creature running on the wall of the tunnel. Its movement was swift, as if completely unaffected by gravity. If he had not seen it with his own 2 eyes, he really would not have believed that such a being existed on Earth. And at least now he knew why the old man had been chasing this creature for 2 months and had yet to succeed. With his level 2 driving skills, he was barely able to tread on the creature's heels, and that too was thanks to his car's light that flooded the tunnel. Once they were outside of the area sealed in both directions, it would be able to burrow its way into a building nearby with this creature's agility. If that were to happen, even if Zhang Heng's driving skills were 10 times better, he would never be able to catch up to it. Fortunately, the old man in the back seat finally made a move. He opened the broken luggage he had been hugging to his chest and took out a metal piece speckled with rust and assembled them into a rusty spear. From its appearance, it did not look like a weapon but a cultural relic that had just been unearthed. I borrowed this thing from a friend of mine, the old man explained as he opened the window and stood up on the seat with the spear in hand. He was not very tall, but at that very moment, he appeared like an imposing god, as if becoming one with heaven and earth. Zhang Heng did his best to keep the Audi stable, keeping the car from swaying side to side as the old man threw the spear without even aiming. When the spear left his hand, it exploded into a burst of light, flitting across the sky like a bolt of lightning. As it sensed the incoming danger, the Moresby creature gathered even more speed and began to jump frantically. But no matter how hard it tried to avoid it, the spear remained firmly locked onto it, as if it was equipped with a tracking device. Finally, the creature pushed itself to its limits, and just when it was about to escape the tunnel, The spear punctured it from the back into its heart and out through its chest. Moresby dropped as if he had been drained of all strength and fell motionless onto the asphalt road. Chapter 55. Reward. Everything happened so quickly from the moment the creature started fleeing to the moment it was hit. Zhang Heng did not expect the battle to end so soon. As the small ish was falling midair, he decelerated and stopped right at the tunnel opening. The old man in the Tang suit stepped out of the vehicle, bent down, and checked the creature's breathing. Is it over? Zhang Heng pulled the handbrake and exited the vehicle. I wish I could say yes, that it's over and that the both of us could go wherever we want, do whatever we want, but something seems off about this. The hole was just too easy. The old frowned. I've been going after the creature for 2 months. If it were this easy to kill, it wouldn't have lasted until today. From your understanding of this creature, think it still has some tricks up its sleeve? Zhang Heng stepped closer. The thing had appeared on the windshield, but he did not get a good look at the creature. Now, he could finally see it up front and personal. The creature was slightly bigger than a monkey, about the size of a 6 or 7-year-old child with small, short limbs. Other than its hairless face, its body was covered in gold hair, which was why Zhang Heng's first impression of it was that it resembled a monkey. But the one thing that caught his eye most was the reproductive organ in between the creature's legs. It was 3 times the size of a grown man's. Zhang Heng was sure that this thing did not belong to any known species on Earth. Reproduction worship. Many of the indigenous people have similar preferences. Also, you seem to have misunderstood something. I may look old, but I'm not as old as you think I am. Moresby is a 20,000-year-old monster. Like you, I don't know anything about it. So, thanks to Google and Wikipedia, I was able to find some information about it on the internet. The old man pushed himself off the ground and pulled out the spear from the corpse. He was about to say something when he suddenly froze. There was a transparent, sticky substance dripping from the spear. This is great, the old man exclaimed. But then, a silhouette jumped down from above. Who would have thought that there was another Moresby? It was fast, pouncing on the old man so hard he fell to the ground. Then, it opened its mouth to bite the old man's neck, only to be stopped by something. The old man was in terrible condition. His baseball cap had fallen off his head, and his hair and clothes were disheveled, desperately holding onto the spear to defend himself. The old man was not as strong as the Moresby creature. The horizontal spear was getting closer to his chest by the moment Zhang Heng thought that the old man would use that trick he used back in the maid's cafe, but he did not realize that the old man's strength had weakened to this extent, or maybe he just could not rewind time when in still time. Whatever it was, he looked like he was in deep trouble. Zhang Heng knew what he had to do. So, he ran back to the car as fast as he could and grabbed his SF recurve bow and arrows, tightly aiming at the creature. There was no way he could miss at such a short distance. Thwack! The arrow pierced the skin of the creature as expected, but did not penetrate any further. Zhang Heng was taken aback. He had just witnessed that rusted spear puncture the Moresby's chest effortlessly. He thought that the creature was not that strong, but now, it looked like the creature's muscles were so robust, it was akin to a small tree. The Moresby turned around to glare at its attacker, but it did not do anything else. It could obviously tell who was a bigger threat to it, and decided to get rid of the old man first, then taking care of Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng shot it twice again, and when he realized that it was useless, he tossed his bow and arrow aside and ran to the back. The old man thought Zhang Heng was going to take the car and leave. That would be extremely stupid because if the old man died, he would not be able to outrun the Moresby alone. But 7 seconds later, the old man could see that the black Audi had not left, but was coming towards him at full speed. The glaring high beam blinded his eyes and also affected the creature's vision. Wham! The creature was knocked over, and the Audi's hood caved in. In the last second, Zhang Heng slammed on the brakes, its impact violently throwing his head forward into the inflated airbag. The tire of the car was less than 1 centimeter away from the old man's left arm. This was the deadliest attack Zhang Heng could think of. With the hardness of the monster's body, only a 2-ton block of metal could do any damage to it. But that made the Moresby really angry. After it was knocked by the car, it stumbled once, then sprang back onto its feet again. Its eyes were fixed on Zhang Heng in the driver's seat the whole time. It then squatted its tiny legs, getting ready to leap. The next moment, a bolt of lightning flashed from under the Audi and pierced its bald forehead and out through the back. pinning the Moresby onto the wall of the tunnel. The creature twitched twice before going into a limp like a piece of cured meat. The old man in the Tang suit crawled out from under the Audi, face covered in dust and dirt, and stumbled towards the wall, cursing. After making real sure that the thing was dead as a doornail, he turned around and gave Zhang Heng a big thumbs up. Beautifully done. Zhang Heng unbuckled his seat belt and leaned back onto the seat. After that almost too close to call brush with death, he was mentally exhausted. Slightly anyway. Didn't you say that it's 2 against 1 tonight? What was that just now? It is supposed to be 2 against 1 tonight. I did not know that it would have 2 bodies. The old man shrugged innocently. Previously, when I was hunting it down, it did not show this side. I think it was planning to use it against me. Thank goodness I have had help tonight. All right, stop being so upset. I was not going to make you help me for free. The old man pulled out the spear from the wall, disassembled it before returning it into the luggage. Rolling up his sleeves, he plunged his hand into the Moresby's pierced head. He dug around for a bit, and finally pulled out a piece of bone covered in grayish-white brain matter and tossed it to Zhang Heng. Your reward. Zhang Heng let the thing fall to the ground, not intending to pick it up. Don't be fooled by its appearance. This is the game's equivalent of a C-grade item. You can use it yourself or sell it at the year-end auction. But as you already have the gift I gave you, this ain't going to be that useful. Chapter 56. The dispute on Food Street. Zhang Heng helped the old man load the carcasses into the trunk. After slamming the door shut, the latter clapped. Typically, I should be bringing you somewhere and buy you a drink to thank you. But unfortunately, we won't be able to find any bar that is still open at this time. So let's part here. You can just leave the rest to me. The old man offered his hand, and Zhang Heng shook it. Something's up in the north. I better go return the weapon and see a few of my old friends. I will be out of the country, so we won't be seeing each other for a while. We were not supposed to meet so soon anyway. Thank goodness this is during still time, so it's not that big of a problem. Finally, I wish you success in the upcoming CET 6 exam. The old man climbed into the driver's seat and cut away the deflated airbag with a small knife. Just as he was about to start the car, Zhang Heng called out and asked the question that concerned him the most. Wait, are there many types of these monsters here on Earth? The old man chuckled. A very long time ago, there were actually quite a few of them. But now, he pointed at the lucky rabbit's foot hanging from Zhang Heng's keys, and then the bloody bone wrapped in tissue. I'm very sure that most of them are very safe. You mean that all of those game items that we found are their remains? The old man clammed up. I've already said too many things I shouldn't have. This meeting never happened. You should get back to school and continue to the next game. You're already one step closer to the truth. Zhang Heng watched the black Audi disappear from the tunnel's exit, discounting the hole in the wall, the road of the tunnel, and also the small missing parts on the car. It was as if nothing had happened. That night left a deep impression on Zhang Heng. After that incident, he looked up Moresby and Alkai's, and he found several records. Clicking onto one of the research articles on Alkai's culture, he was immediately drawn to a picture of a recently exhumed stone relic with a carving of a creature. It looked exactly like the Moresby creature from the tunnel. Other than that, there was also a picture of the spear the old man in the Tang suit had used. The more Zhang Heng thought about the fight that night, the more he realized that the spear was very similar to one he heard in a story when he was still a child. Zhang Heng suddenly discovered that he was not as unfamiliar with this world as he thought he was. Alas, no matter how much he searched, he could not find any other evidence to support his theory and had to leave that night on the back burner as time passed. After a week, his work, late-night fried pancake stall and night bus had won second place in the urban impression-themed photography competition. The comment the judges gave was, although its technical skills were a little crude, the details were outstanding. The picture is full of emotion. Owing to this, Zhang Heng went to the society to collect his 3,000 yuan prize money. A tripod and a camera bag were also included. After taking a picture of him with the other winners and their prizes, it was posted in an article on the school website that afternoon. That's not real. You've only just started learning, Wei Jianyang said when he saw the names on the list of winners, popping a hard-boiled egg hole into his gaping mouth. On the other side of the room, Chun Huadong had grown rather numb to all these surprises. Last time, his friend had only started practicing archery and could already accidentally scare the trespasser away. This time, he had only just bought the camera for 2 months, and was already winning prizes. On the other hand, Chun Huadong had been working double shifts trying to promote the development of his anime, comic, and games ACG career, looking up resources for everyone for free. Despite that, he had yet to receive a single consolation prize. Sigh, life is getting more stressful thanks to those Europeans who are everywhere. Let me treat all of you to dinner. Zhang Heng volunteered as he placed the tripod and the camera bag on his table. He had missed his 3 dorm mates ever so often during the 1 year he spent in Japan. This was the perfect opportunity for a gathering. Sure. The expression on Chun Huadong's face changed instantly as he broke into a smile. Europeans may be hateful, but they are not all that bad. Wei Jianyang informed Ma Wei, who was still studying in the library, and when it was time to eat, the 4 of them gathered in front of the campus gate and headed straight for the food street nearby that they usually frequented. Lined with popular stalls and restaurants, it was always packed with students from universities and schools nearby enjoying their meals or having supper. Not only because the food there was particularly good or affordable, but it was a great spot to gaze at pretty girls from other schools as you ate. Zhang Heng ordered 50 skewers of lamb, 1 grilled fish, 8 oysters, some goat liver, vegetables, and baked bread slices. When the food was served, Chun Huadong picked up the beer bottle from the table and said, "May Africans never be servants one." His friends all dissolved into laughter as they clinked their bottles together. After a few skewers of meat, even the usually quiet Ma Wei was yakking away. When boys chatted, they either talked about sports or girls. After hovering over several subjects, the topic finally came to relationships. Wei Jianyang asked Chun Huadong, "How are you and Su Jing? Have you decided on your relationship yet?" The latter shook his head. "We've gone out a few times, but each time, she would ask for us to go AA1. I don't really understand what it means. Was it the same when you were wooing your girlfriend?" Wei Jianyang was quiet for a moment, then answered cheekily, "I'm sorry. Xiao Xiao was the one who pursued me. TSK. Tisk." Everyone gave him the middle finger. Ma Wei, the honest guy, commented, "Old Wei, you lying to? Whenever you're next to Han Xiao Xiao, you become more docile than an Angora rabbit. I don't know how, but it just happened. It's true, she was the one who saw me playing ball and asked for my WeChat." Wei Jianyang grinned. As they were talking, there was a sudden commotion not far away from where they were. 2 black men were tugging aggressively at a petite girl. The latter looked alarmed, the rims of her eyes red, and she was repeating something over and over again. The men looked on with amused smiles on their faces. This had caught quite a few people's attention, and eyes were drawn to the spectacle. One of the black men addressed the onlookers and said in broken Mandarin, "My friend and his girlfriend have a disagreement. I'm really sorry for the disruption." The crowd looked uncertain. The 2 men looked like exchange students from one of the universities nearby. When someone asked the girl if she needed help, she said nothing and kept shaking her head. That seemed to confirm the black man's statement. Was this just a false alarm? When they realized that it was simply a misunderstanding, the crowd gradually dispersed. Despite that, the girl's face grew redder. She looked extremely troubled. A few times, she made attempts to grab the black man's shirt, but the guy evaded her effortlessly. Just when she was about to give up, a voice spoke from behind her. Dashatanda Sukha 1. Chapter 57. Welcome to China. Zhang Heng noticed his housemates craning their necks at something, so he too turned around to look. His eyes fell on the Manekiniko 1 bracelet around the girl's wrist and were immediately taken aback. Back when he was in Tokyo, he had visited the Sensoji temple with Amiko, who gave him a Teru Bozu 1. In return, Zhang Heng bought her a bracelet that was exactly like the one this girl was wearing. So, Zhang Heng approached the girl and said something in Japanese. The girl's eyes lit up at that as if he had just thrown her the lifesaver, quickly explaining to him in fleeting Japanese that she was in trouble. Her name was Heize Asuka, an exchange student at a university nearby who had only just arrived in China and was curious about everything here. So, before she could even learn enough Mandarin, she snuck out and wandered around on her own. She did not know who the 2 other black men were. While she was out that night, taking pictures, they grabbed her phone. No matter how much she begged them, they refused to return it to her, and she panicked. Her Mandarin was terrible, and she could not understand what the people around were saying. If she went to the police for help, she was afraid that by then, the men would have been long gone with her phone. Worse still, she had a profound sense of direction. Without her phone, She did not even know how to get back to school. Zhang Heng felt that this girl must have been too humble when she said her Mandarin was awful. She had been here for almost 3 months already, yet she still did not know how to ask for help. She clearly paid no attention in class at all. But as he had come to know about the situation, he felt that he could still be managed. Zhang Heng turned to the 2 black men and said, "Give her phone back to her." Both of the men played dumb, shaking their heads like rattle drums, repeating, "I don't know," over and over again. Hayes Asuka was so mad. She wanted to lunge at them only to be held back by Zhang Heng. Yet, he patiently repeated what he said earlier in English. More and more eyes were drawn to the commotion, and the black men were starting to get ticked off while hissing at Zhang Heng. "Mind your own business, chink. There will always be idiots who won't remember until they've been taught a lesson, right?" Zhang Heng muttered to himself. He had heard that derogative word the black man uttered, but instead of arguing with them, he threw a punch right at the man's face. He held nothing back, letting his fist break the man's nose, which also sent a slight, sharp pain up his knuckles. When the other guy saw his friend getting attacked, he was furious. His angry eyes and muscular physique looked menacing in the dark of the night. Hayes Asuka took 2 steps backward, but Zhang Heng remained where he was. The black guy raised a curled first, but before he could even swing it, all the customers sitting at the tables nearby got up. The food street was mostly populated with university students, generally hot-blooded and unafraid, unlike the old and the middle-aged, who were more concerned about international relations. Most of the guys were already agitated when they saw Hayes Asuka's eyes redden, and after hearing the conversation between Zhang Heng and the black men, especially that vilifying term the black men had used, they were even more outraged. Ma Wei and the others got up from their seats to support Zhang Heng. They did think that their actions would lead to a chain reaction. When the other students saw that someone had taken the lead, they followed suit and stood up as well. The outburst was so big that it drew even more people's attention. It had everyone jabbering, trying to find out what was happening. More and more people joined in until the entire half of the alley was standing up. Having never seen such a show of force before, the black exchange students were beside themselves. The pressure of standing in the middle, surrounded by a mass of people, was unimaginable. Tonight, even if it were Tyson who was in this situation, he would have been terror-stricken too. The black man finally realized what a big mistake he and his friend had made. Many of these exchange students were not exactly model citizens in their own countries. Only when they were no longer welcome there did they escape to this ancient, Eastern country, choosing whichever school they wanted, free accommodation, and could even apply for subsidies. With their pride and glory being part of the face-saving culture, whenever they had any sort of conflict with other students, the school would always stand by them for the sake of the bigger picture. So, eventually, after a while in this foreign country, they began to lose their bearings and became conceited. Tonight, the both of them were out looking for fun, and when they spotted the Japanese girl, they thought of a heinous idea. Grabbing the girl's phone was not their real motive. What they really wanted to do was to use the phone to trick her into getting a room with them. They never expected there to be any impending problems, at least not running into Zhang Heng, who spoke fluent Japanese. In their anger, they used an expression they often used back in their country. Outraged by their slur, Zhang Heng had taken the first move and knocked one of them down. He could easily take down the other one even if they had to fight mano a mano. He did not expect his roommates to get up from their seats, and also the rest of the people who were eating along the streets to join in as well. Coming completely as a surprise, it was the first time he had seen something like this. He could only presume that because these assholes had been kept unchecked for too long, many people were wary of them. In the end, Zhang Heng said to the other black man who was now petrified, "Welcome to China." The culprit then quickly returned the phone to Hayes Asuka, then ran away from the scene with his bloody-nosed friend. Someone started to cheer, and the rest of the street followed. Wei Jiangyang ran to his roommate, exhilarated. "That was incredible. We will be bragging about tonight 10 years down the road. Did you see how, when everyone stood up together, that black man nearly wet his pants?" Ma Wei stuck out a thumb and said, "Virtuous macho men." The ecstatic one was Chen Huadong. He fumbled excitedly. "Since when did you learn how to speak Japanese? When did you learn Japanese? My God, is that even natural? Is that even natural? Is there anything you don't know? Damn, that punch to his face was really cool. You have to teach me how to do it." Hayes Asuka did not understand a word of it, but she caught on to the atmosphere and was grinning ear to ear. Zhang Heng said to her, "You better go back while it's still early, and don't come out alone late at night. But if you have to, at least learn some Mandarin." Hayes Asuka's face flushed red as she answered in a small voice, "I have a few classmates from Japan. Their Mandarin is pretty good, and we usually hang out together. Are you an exchange student from Japan as well? Your Mandarin is so good, and you even know how to speak English as well." When Zhang Heng realized that she was mistaken, she shook his head. "I'm Chinese, but I've spent some time in Tokyo before." Chapter 58. Shadow Moment. Hayes Asuka was intrigued by Zhang Heng. For the most part, having been in China for so long, this was the first time she had come across a Chinese who was so fluent in Japanese, one who even spoke with an authentic Tokyo accent, which she had found very comforting. Perhaps this poor child had been ignored for too long, not leaving the moment she got her phone back, but stayed by Zhang Heng instead, bombarding him with questions. Chen Huadong nudged Wei Jianyang on the shoulder and gave him a look. The latter understood immediately and quickly said, "Xiao Xiao needs my help with something urgent. I have to go first." Chen Huadong chimed in, "I'll come with you. I should be chatting on QQ1 with Xujing too." Ma Wei was the only one a little clueless, still caught up in that moment of furor. Based on his understanding, this was the moment to order 2 more large bottles of beer. Why did everyone have to leave suddenly? Wei Jianyang coughed twice and said, "Hey, old Ma, you haven't memorized the TOEFL words yet, right?" Only then did Ma Wei suddenly get the message. They were all so focused on the 2 black exchange students that they did not pay much attention to Hayes Asuka. Now that they did, he realized that this girl was quite a looker with an exotic appeal so dissimilar to the likes of Chinese girls with a small face, delicate features, and short chestnut hair. Brothers needed to create opportunities for each other. Ma Wei nodded. Yes. I have to go back and memorize all the words. CET 6 is coming soon." After that, the 3 boys vanished without so much as a goodbye, leaving in such a hurry that the owner of the food stall thought they were trying to avoid paying for the meal. Zhang Heng paid for the food, then sent Hayes Asuka back to her school. Coincidentally, the foreign university she was studying in was right next to Zhang Heng's campus. Hayes Asuka looked rather happy as they stood outside of the student dorm. "Can I come hang out with you for fun next time?" Zhang Heng found this request hard to refuse, and so, the both of them exchanged phone numbers before saying goodbye. When he returned to his dorm, the atmosphere in the room seemed a little strange. All 3 of his housemates were there. Chen Huadong even borrowed a mahjong table from next door and set it in the center of the room with a 30,000 yuan banknote on the table. "The court is in session. Someone, bring me the suspect. Come, child Zhang. You either take the initiative to confess first, or we can do it for you." Chen Huadong wore this jealous look on his face. "Oh, how wicked of you. I've always asked why you never date, and it turns out you've been learning Japanese secretly so that you could woo Japanese girls, huh? So, has she given herself to you? Where do the both of you plan to stay in the future? China or Japan? Do you want to have a son or a daughter?" Wei Jianyang was also very keen. "Are all Japanese girls very gentle? You guys are overthinking. We were just making friends," Zhang Heng said. "Ask your conscience. You think what you did is worthy of Shun Sisi waiting for you for years?" asked Chen Huadong. When Shun Sisi's name was mentioned, Wei Jianyang suddenly had this strange expression on his face. He thought about it before deciding to ask Zhang Heng. "Have you been in contact with Shun Sisi recently?" Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow at that question. "Why? There's been a not-so-good rumor about her recently," Wei Jianyang answered hesitantly. "Apparently, some time ago, someone saw her get into a black Mercedes after curfew." "No way. She doesn't look like that kind of person. She comes from a pretty good family and probably shouldn't be short on money to spend." Gossip really was the most irresistible. Chen Huadong's attention quickly turned away from Zhang Heng and his new Japanese friend. "Wasn't she very cool towards Qin Sheng?" Ma Wei turned around from his books to say, "I heard about that too. Some people say she was just pretending, playing hard to get." Although he always focused on his studies, he was not a lone wolf like Zhang Heng. Shin Sisi was the prettiest girl in the public relations department, the dream lover of many boys, so naturally, rumors about her would spread really quickly. It's probably a relative or friend. Zhang Heng did not know Shin Sisi that well and was not in the position to comment. But ever since that camping trip, she left quite an impression on him. She was a brilliant girl. He did not quite believe this rumor. Who knows? When Chun Huadong saw that he was not going to squeeze any valuable information out of Zhang Hong, he returned the mahjong table to their neighbor and returned to playing games on his computer, sulking. The others also returned to their respective areas in the room. Zhang Hong decided to take shower. When he opened his closet, a wooden carving sitting in the corner caught his eye. This thing was returned to him 4 days ago, also sent by post. Name, Shadow Moment. Grade, D. Usage, could place the user in shadow form, lasting for 3 minutes. Can only be used under conditions where shadows can be manifested. Number of uses, 3. This was the second supernatural item that Zhang Hong had found. In reality, it could only be used 2 more times. He had no choice, at least needing to try it out once. Unlike the lucky rabbit's foot, the shadow moment was the kind of item that needed to be first activated. He had to carve his name at the bottom of the statue and focus his mind on visualizing a crow for the thing to take effect. According to Zhang Heng's experiment, this transition into shadow form actually made the person's physical body disappear, leaving only a shadow. As for the conditions stated at the end, it merely meant that it could only be used when he had a shadow. The way to get out of shadow form was also very simple. He just needed to turn off the lights, and he would reappear again. Or he could also install spotlights on all 4 corners of the room to stop the effect. Even though there were a lot of restrictions, its effects were also pretty pronounced. In shadow form, it would be difficult for anyone to inflict damage on him. Characteristically, shadows could reach places that were not usually easily accessible and could be used to avoid notice. So, Zhang Hong decided to keep it for himself. Other than that, he also had a piece of Moresby bone. Unable to reveal its source, he could not ask the bartender lady to identify it for the time being. Mid-December came quickly. Zhang Heng thought that he had done pretty well in his CET-6. The listening test at this level was pretty easy for him, also completing the reading, understanding, and translation part pretty quickly. The only part he needed to spend a little more time and effort was filling in the blanks in composition. These were also the areas in which he focused on these 2 weeks. After he pinned down the last word, he looked at the time. There was still an hour left. Not wanting to make such a dramatic exit or adding too much pressure to his fellow comrades in the battlefield of exams, he remained in his seat for another half an hour and checked his paper twice. Even so, when he got up from his seat, the frustrated Xujing, who was sitting behind him, inhaled nervously. She had only just shaded in the answer sheets, not even writing a single word for the essay. Chapter 59, The Mannerheim Line Welcomes UI. Chapter 59, The Mannerheim Line Welcomes UI. The college entrance exam was over, and Zhang Hong received an unexpected mail. It was from the game committee reminding the players that the annual auction was about to begin and that those interested in attending the event could register at any game checkpoint before the deadline on the 25th. Zhang Hong did not want to wait and was quite interested in the auction. Buying and selling game items were secondary. The auction's main appeal was that he had been playing the game on his own and had only superficial knowledge about the rules. Since he did not know what old players felt about newbies, Zhang Hong did not approach others in the lounge before and after the first 2 games. Now that a rare opportunity had presented itself, he did not want to miss it. So, upon receiving the main mission, Zhang Hong went to register with the bartender lady at once. Filing in the necessary personal information, he had to pay an entrance fee of 1 game point. While there were still 2 weeks until the end of the month, Zhang Hong decided he did not want to make another trip to the bar, immediately settling down in a booth the moment he was done with the registration. Deftly, he set the alarm at 23.55 with the intention of completing the 3rd round of game ahead of time. He was slowly becoming accustomed to the game's format and would move his sleeping hours forward to the day. Furthermore, he would make sure to warm up before getting to the bar in order to keep his body and mind in tip-top condition. With the many skills and game items he had banked in the last 2 rounds of games, Zhang Hong was confident in the face of upcoming challenges. Having said that, he would seem to have once again underestimated the challenges he was about to encounter. 23:55. Once again, that familiar vertigo engulfed him. But because he was prepared this time, it was not as awful as it was the first 2. Verifying player's identity. Identity confirmed. Random extraction of the 3rd edition for player number 07958. Extraction complete. Current quest is The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You. Please explore the game's background on your own. Mission objective: survive within the Finland territory for 20 days. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 120. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 5 days in this game. After 20 days, the player will be extracted and returned to the real world. A friendly reminder: the game will begin in 5 seconds. Players, please get ready. The moment the countdown ended, the first thing that Zhang Heng felt was frigid cold. He opened his eyes and saw that he was standing in a snow-covered forest. Whenever exhaling, his breath would quickly condense into ice crystals. This was the first time he had ever experienced a situation like this. The game did not provide any backstory at the beginning of the game, instructing him to explore it himself instead. From the mission objective, he could confirm that he was in Finland. The Nordic pine trees all around him verified that fact as well. Zhang Heng's knowledge of Finland was that it was a country with little human interference. Lush green forests took up 75% of the land area, and a third of its territory lay within the Arctic Circle. But this country, Zhang Heng, had never really heard of any perils within it. Why was this mission's objective to survive like the first game? Despite the fact that he was once again faced with a communication problem, Finland's primary languages are Finnish and Swedish, which would make it impossible for Zhang Heng to be employed. He could simply roam around the forest and quickly make it through 20 days with his level 2 wilderness survival skills. Even so, Zhang Heng was not careless. The timing of the game this time was very anomalous. The exchange ratio between the real world and the game world was very low, and the overall gaming period was also the shortest out of the 3 so far, an indication of the degree of danger in this game. Other than that, the title of this edition, Mannerheim Line Welcomes You, sounded very familiar. But he could not, for the life of him, remember where he had heard it. Routinely, Zhang Heng checked his current status. Name: Zhang Heng. Gender: male. Age: 19. Player ID: 07958. Rounds of game played: 2 current game points, 77. Item in possession: Lucky Rabbit's Foot. E. Shadow Moment. D. Skills: Piano. Level 1 Language Proficiency: Level 1, 3 languages at General Communications level. Car tuning and repairing skills: Level 1 Archery skills. Level 2 Wilderness Survival skills. Level 2 Driving skills. Level 2. Assessment: the player has slightly better luck than the average person. Shielded by shadow, he has some wilderness survival skills and archery skills. If lucky, he will be able to survive 6 rounds of the game. After 2 rounds, Zhang Heng had managed to accumulate 77 game points. However, other than identifying game items, he had no idea what other uses they had, yet to receive the detailed service statement that the bartender lady had promised to send. However, it no longer mattered anymore, as he could just ask the other players during the auction. In terms of skills, the report was not too far from his projections. The one thing that he did not foresee was that his language skills level did not increase, even though he had mastered Japanese. But considering that there were over 5,000 languages in the world, it was an acceptably fair verdict. The other one was the addition of the Shadow Moments protection in the assessment section, which raised his survival expectancy to 6 rounds. After inspecting his character profile, he checked the belongings he carried. Perhaps due to an absence of background introduction, he was actually wearing his own clothes this time, which consisted of his Asics Autumn-Winter runners, a black lee-down jacket, and jeans. Even though he was also wearing a set of thermal underwear underneath, one should know that winters in Finland could reach a toe-biting -20°C, which meant he was still feeling really, really cold. His first priority would be to locate a store and procure warmer clothing. Zhang Heng rubbed his hands together to keep them from freezing. He had his wallet and phone with him, but there was not much of a signal out here. The electronic compass could still be used, but without GPS, he had no idea where he was. The only thing he could do was trust his instincts and pick a direction. After walking for around half an hour, Zhang Heng spotted something in the snowy pasture. He picked it up and found that it was a metal helmet. The style was a little strange, with a big hat, an outward protective ear covering, and a raised metal ridge sitting on top, evident by the bullet hole and the bloodstains on the inside. It now seemed that this object failed to protect its owner's life. Looking down at the object in his hand, Zhang Heng was filled with uneasiness. But before he could even examine this premonition, he heard a series of gunshots. He instinctively ducked to the ground, but after a while, he could ascertain that shots were not fired in his direction. They were a distance away, probably two people firing at each other, where one was in pursuit of another. As they were not heading toward his hiding place, Zhang Heng waited patiently for the gunshots to move further away before standing up and emerging from behind the tree. Although he could still be in danger, Zhang Heng decided to explore the location where the shots were fired, needing to verify some things before deciding his next move. Chapter 60. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you too. Chapter 60. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you too. Zhang Heng knew that he was in deep trouble the moment he saw the two bodies on the ground. The Soviet military uniform was too easily identifiable. Its field uniform with red edges, the boat-shaped gray and green beret, the red five-pointed star on the cuffs. Combined with the Mannerheim Line welcomes you title, Zhang Heng's premonition radar hit its peak. He was in Finland for sure, not modern-day Finland, but Finland during the Winter War. His cumulative reading proved to be very useful this round, being able to retrieve information from his memory about the Winter War. On the fringes of World War II, the Soviet Union and Germany signed the infamous German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact in Moscow, delimiting both parties' sphere of influence in Europe. In August, Germany invaded Poland. Unwilling to be outdone, the Soviets occupied 3 Baltic states, then proceeded to set its sights on Finland, who had just proclaimed independence. In order to safeguard its capital Leningrad, only 32 kilometers from the Finnish border from potential German attack, the Soviet Union proposed a very harsh treaty that involved the Finnish ceding their land, leasing their ports, and removing their lines of defense. After Finland's rejection of the proposal, the doctored November 30th artillery bombardment of Mainila ignited a war. Considering the military strengths of both parties, the general global opinion at the time was that the war would end in 2 weeks. But in reality, this battle lasted until February of the following year when the Soviets finally broke through the Mannerheim defense line. In March, due to the artillery and massive ammunition shortages, Finland signed the Moscow Peace Treaty with the Soviet Union, in which they were forced to surrender 10% of their national territory, including Karelia, Finland's second-largest city Viborg, 1/5 of their industrial output, and 30% of their pre-war economic assets. Some 220,000 occupants were repatriated, where only a handful chose to stay and join the Soviet Union. As it turned out, this war also laid the groundwork to Finland joining the Axis. Zhang Heng did not care much about who was standing on the side of justice in this war. After all, World War II had already ended more than 70 years ago, and this was merely a game. He only needed to figure out how to survive and live through this ruthless war. Because of his additional 24 hours, the game was extended to 140 days, which made it extremely disadvantageous for him. There was nothing he could do about it, being unable to predict what the next game was, nor did he know how long the duration of each would be. Since he had enjoyed the additional benefit of an extended period, it was only reasonable that he would have to bear an equal amount of risk involved. Fortunately, the Winter War only lasted for 105 days. From the looks of it, they were probably at war for some time now. So, strictly speaking, not all of his 140 days here would involve battle. Now, logically, whenever there were 2 opposing camps in a game, the player would have to choose one side. Based on the denouement of the actual war, the winners were decidedly the Soviets. Whether in terms of equipment superiority, number of troops, tanks, and fighters, Finland was at an absolute disadvantage. From the moment the war was waged, the brutal epilogue had already been decided. Regrettably, though, this reaping the fruits of the winner's labor gameplay was not suitable for this peculiar Finnish Winter War. Zhang Heng knew precisely how brilliant the Soviet commander's performance was during this war. The Soviets invested nearly 1 million troops and dispatched more than 6,000 tanks to fight the Finns, who only had 32,000 standing armies and 32 tanks. The Soviets, who had dominance over the airspace, fought the Finnish guerrillas. The results were a shocking 30-1 in terms of losses, the latter having only lost 900 soldiers against the Soviets, who lost over 27,000 men. On the battlefield, the Soviets did not gain any advantage over their enemy. The Soviet body count was piling up in the Mainila defense line, exhausting Finland's ammunition with their own flesh and blood. The total Finnish casualties from the war were 70,000 people, while the Soviet Union's total death count went up to a tragic 600,000. Even though the Soviets won the war in the end, they actually gained nothing from their victory. On the contrary, it exposed their weaknesses to the West, and this Pyrrhic victory procured at such a great cost encouraged Little Mustache I to attack them later on. From this perspective, Zhang Heng might as well join the vanquished Finns. Still in all, reality was harsh. Zhang Heng could neither speak Russian nor understand Finnish, his yellow skin and modern clothes making him stand out like a sore thumb in this war. He would not be able to explain why he was there, and even if he was willing to surrender himself to either side, no one would be willing to take the risk of accepting him. The best idea Zhang Heng could come up with so far was to allow himself to be captured as a prisoner of war, but he was more likely to end up being shot by some mentally traumatized soldier that way. Zhang Heng smiled bitterly. While able very quickly to make sense of the environment he was in, he had already forgotten the many details about the Winter War. Even if he did remember them, it was still useless. He was neither familiar with Finland, nor was he the commander of a troop. All that information would have been useless anyway. Right now, he would just have to take it one step at a time. Not knowing when the Soviets would come to collect the remains of their fallen comrades, Zhang Heng peeled a coat off a corpse and put it on himself as quickly as he could. That khaki uniform clearly had not been washed for a long time. It was stained with stale blood and sweat that gave it a putrid stench. For the sake of keeping warm, though, Zhang Heng could not afford to be picky. There was also a pistol and what looked like a machine gun on the ground. The latter looked strange to him, with a giant mosquito coil at the top. Zhang Heng could not tell which model that thing was since he had little knowledge much about guns, especially not World War II firearms. But whatever it was, it looked like it had much better firepower than the pistol lying next to it. In the end, however, after much deliberation, Zhang Heng chose to go with the pistol, largely because the machine gun was too heavy. He tried carrying it, and felt it was at least 10 kilograms. The gunfire he heard earlier had already stopped. It was evident that both sides had stopped engaging, and chances were the Soviets would come back. Upon discovering that their comrade's body had been moved, it was very likely they would begin searching the area. Zhang Heng was worried that he might not be able to get away fast enough if he carried that hefty thing. Other than the pistol, he also lugged around a canteen and a backpack. He did not have time to look at the contents of the bag, for he could hear footsteps approaching. In his haste, Zhang Heng had not taken into account that those guys might have split up. The place where the firing had only just stopped was still a distance away, and already, someone was returning. It was impossible for him to set an ambush. Although the Soviets' performance in the Winter War had been lambasted by various military forums every once in a while, they were still trained professionals and were a collective. Zhang Heng was on his own, and this was his first time handling a firearm. In times like this, a head-on confrontation would be a real bovine move. There was no need for him to dilly-dally, so he carried his loot and ran for his life. Chapter 61. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You. Chapter 61. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You 3. Many a time, one's plans could never catch to the constant changes life would throw at them. Zhang Heng had to wait for the gunshots to stop before returning to where the first gunshot was fired. Doing that lowered his risk of getting killed significantly. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened. The first batch of Soviet conscripts had returned, a lot earlier than he initially expected. It was pointless to complain and wallow in regret right now, and all he could do was to crouch as low as possible and run for his life. There was no time to wait. He bolted. At the sign of the slightest movement, the soldiers quickly spotted him. It was in times like these that one had to appreciate the perks of the Soviet army, considering they had all been given bright khaki uniforms, hence standing out like golden scarecrows on the snow-covered land. Having large targets painted on their bodies by default, it was hard for enemies not to notice them. Hence, the fatality rate of the Soviets was alarmingly high. With his back turned, Zhang Heng somehow knew that the troops had their guns loaded. Luckily, the rigorous marathon training finally paid off, where he managed to keep a good distance between him and the soldiers while he ran. There were also tall trees all around him. Though he could hear guns being fired at him, the shots missed him, mostly going astray and landing far away. Still, Zhang Heng would not dare to let his guard down. He kept running until his stamina was almost depleted. Having to lean on a tree to catch some breath, he knew that by now, he should be safe. The soldiers wouldn't have any stamina left after the long fights they had been through before this. If they wanted to see another day before dying of fatigue, they would be smart not to pursue him for this period. Immediately, Zhang Heng took the opportunity to check out the canvas backpack that he just acquired. There were personal hygiene items, a spare foot wrap, utensils, and a few packs of MRE. Foot wraps were unique to the Soviet army, regularly used to keep the soldier warm and reduce friction on the feet. As for the MRE, it seemed like their staple was black bread. Thankfully for him, dehydrated sausage and a packet of red tea came inserted as well. He then came across 2 cans of beef and a lighter, a delightful discovery, as these items were a rarity in the USSR. Their industry infamously prowess lagged far behind other more developed nations. When Zhang Heng thought of the 2 dead bodies that he saw earlier, he remembered that they both wore different attire. One of the dead Soviets lacked the distinct 5 red stars on his sleeve, which could mean this canvas backpack should have belonged to an officer. Unfortunately, bullets discriminated against no soul on the battlefield. Even more so, the high-ranking officers, usually becoming the primary target of enemies. There were at least 3 to 4 bullet holes riddling the officer's face. It seemed that someone wanted to make damn sure that he was truly dead. As Zhang Heng frisked him, he tried his best not to stare directly at the officer's bloody face. Despite his close brush with death, he was rather pleased with his yield today. At least, he could now protect himself from the brutal cold of the Siberian tundra and keep his stomach filled. His attention soon turned to the pistol in his hand. China's notoriously draconian gun control laws had enabled only a few from elite professions to set their hands on a real firearm. Most of the regular public only got their ideas of guns from the movies. Zhang Heng was no exception, having no idea what model of gun he was holding. All he knew was this gun was a revolver, and there were 7 chambers in a revolving barrel. It had been shot 2 times, still containing 5 bullets. It was at that time that Zhang Heng realized that he left too quickly earlier. He had taken the gun, but had wholly forgotten the extra ammo. However, having 5 bullets was definitely better than none. The movies clearly showed the actors pulling triggers and coolly reloading their rounds, but never once their inner workings. Of course, the real deal here was way more complicated than a prop pea shooter. After fumbling with it for a while, he still could not figure out how to remove the 2 spent shells from the chamber. He had to put it away for now. After taking in a few sips of water, his stamina recovered, and he was refreshed. Having regained some strength, he quickly left the place, worried that the spirits of the dead soldiers would come back to haunt him. He continued walking into the deeper parts of the forest, only stopping after the sky had turned dark. At the very least, he knew that he was no longer in danger. Vision at night was a challenge. It was almost impossible to make anything out clearly. Since the forest was unfamiliar to the Soviets, it was almost certain now that they wouldn't continue their pursuit of him. Besides, they risked getting ambushed by Finnish guerrillas who had overrun the surrounding borders. With his mind put at ease, Zhang Heng finally stopped moving forward and decided that it was time to fix his hunger. He opened up his backpack, and out came the black bread. Having its origins in Germany, the recipe was then spread on to Eastern Europe and subsequently to Russia. For namesake only, the bread itself was actually not black, its color caused by the overbaking process unique to it. Never underestimate the prowess of such basic food. During the height of the Second World War, German and Soviet troops primarily relied on it for survival. According to war records, this humble meal saved at least 4 million people from starvation in the USSR and had kept the war going for at least 10 million German troops. As for its taste, it had a unique touch to it. Zhang Heng used his knife to cut a slice, trying it out. Immediately, a light saltiness with a tinge of sour hit his tongue. It came with a rough texture, much like burnt toast, making it really hard for Zhang Heng to swallow. Thankfully, Zhang Heng had experienced extreme hunger before while he was venturing on the lone island. With war taken out of the equation, his current circumstance was actually a lot better than last time. Only one thing troubled him, though. He was unable to build a campfire to warm himself up. Not that he did not know how to do it, for even without the lighter in his backpack, he had the capability of building a campfire with only the things around him. His concern mainly focused on attracting any enemies, knowing that the fire would burn far and bright into the dark of night. Unfamiliar with his surroundings, he knew nothing of where the Soviet and Finnish troops were placed and wanted to take no chances. Zhang Heng had no idea where his enemies might come from. He also didn't know where the skirmishes constantly broke out between those troops. only hanging on the hope that he wouldn't end up in the crossfire. It was at that moment that he realized how cruel reality could be. Struggling to stay alive, all alone in the forest and in a time of war, was no easy feat. Luckily, he still had his trump card, and that was his shadow moment. Turning into shadow form for 3 minutes could save his life during a life-threatening moment. Unfortunately, he could only use it 2 times, which was why he was sparing in its usage. Unable to bear the cold, he attempted to look for a spot that could shield him from the freezing winds. Covered by the military jacket, he tried to sleep. Throughout the entire night, he was rudely awakened by the chill at least 3 times. The winter of 1939 in Finland was brutal, ranked among the top 10 harshest winters the entire human history had seen. Without fire, saying that it would be a challenge to stay alive was an understatement. If it were not for the Soviet goatskin military jacket, Zhang Heng knew that the extreme blizzard would eventually freeze him to death. After a long, frigid night, Zhang Heng finally saw the sun rising. With his frostbitten hands trembling, he picked a few twigs and used the lighter, fumbling around a few times before he got a flame. His hands were stiff and unresponsive. He had left half a kettle of water in front of him before he slept. Now, the water was completely frozen. Zhang Heng had no choice but to place the kettle as close as possible, the fire to melt the ice. In the meantime, he took the sausage from his backpack and roasted it over the flames. 10 minutes later, everything that he set out to do had been done. He then stood up and used the ice around him to extinguish the flames, making sure to stub out all the cinders. Putting a fire out in these places was surely more straightforward than starting it up. At the same time, he ate the sausage that was just ready. It didn't taste as bad as he initially expected, probably because he paired it with the black bread. Who knew what it was made of? One thing for sure, it was meat but wasn't pork, beef, or lamb. Still, it was edible. As he ate, Zhang Heng wasted no time and planned his next move though. After long and hard deliberation, he was still unable to come up with anything to make his current circumstance better. Chapter 62. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You. Chapter 62. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You for breakfast. That was it. Putting on the backpack, Zhang Heng randomly chose a direction and headed towards it. From where he lived, numerous war enthusiasts were extremely knowledgeable about World War II. They had an in-depth understanding of various war and deployment tactics and regularly debated the multiple strategies of famed generals. As for Zhang Heng, he had zero knowledge about warfare. Unless the spirit of Carl Gustav Emil Mannerheim or Kliment Voroshilov himself possessed him, there wasn't much he could do to improve his current predicament. There are eventually no heroes in war, said an inconvenient truth. Whether it was a person who achieved great feats or a soldier with masterful shooting skills, a stray could take away their lives within a matter of seconds. To increase his chances of survival, Zhang Heng set a principle for himself, and that was to stay as far away as possible from any crossfire. Places like Viborg, Suma Village, and Kale were a no-no, and he had to refrain from going there. As for the replica Alvrij Skunenberg, Mannerheim, that would be the last place on earth that Zhang Heng would go. His biggest problem was that he didn't know where the hell he was right now. Though he wanted to make sure to stay far away from the heat of battle, he had no idea where the safe zone was either. After traveling on foot for about half a day, Zhang Heng came across a platoon of Soviet soldiers. Thankfully, he spotted them first and quickly went into hiding. It seemed like the soldiers were in a rush, huffing their way while dragging a couple of cannons behind them. Amid the confusion, none of them realized Zhang Heng's presence, although he was right under their noses. It was so close a call, a deep chill ran up his spine. The trees in the forest were the perfect spot to conceal himself from the enemy. Protection, on the one hand, the trees also blocked him from seeing what was in front of him. Being in a situation out of his control made him extremely uncomfortable. After all, no one in this world was always lucky. It would be impossible that Zhang Heng would spot his enemies first before they spotted him every single time. In all honesty, he was on the disadvantageous side during this quest. There were few skills he possessed that could help him to survive in the wild. Playing the piano, modifying cars, and racing was basically useless in these circumstances. As for his level 2 archery skills, it turned out to be more practical than the gun that he was holding right now. Sadly though, he had still not found the right bark to carve out his bowstring. Besides, using cold, passive weapons against hot firearms was definitely a bad idea. After experiencing the frosty winter in Finland, Zhang Heng started to doubt if he might even wake from his sleep the next time. It had only been 3 days since his arrival, with a grueling 137 days to go. Zhang Heng felt despair sinking in, and it hit him hard. He knew that he wouldn't survive much longer if he kept this up. He could choose to side with Finland's troops or the Soviet Union's troops, but he had no idea what they would do to him. In the end, Zhang Heng still could not make up his mind. Until the morning of the 4th day, Zhang Heng heard gunshots once again. And this time, the thunderous sound of cannons resounded in the forest as well. Sensing imminent danger, Zhang Heng decided that he would head in a different direction. It seemed as if he had used up the last bits of his luck this time. After paying so much attention to the sound of gunfire, he completely forgot to notice what was in front of him. This time, he encountered a scout team. There were only 11 well-equipped soldiers in the group and should be returning to the base since they heard the gunfire. The encounter with Zhang Heng was totally a coincidence to them. Clearly, nobody expected this to happen. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng did not have his shadow moment at hand, as he wanted to avoid triggering it while he traveled. He also did not expect to encounter enemies from such a close distance. He initially thought he would have a little time to search for the statue that was located in the pocket of his coat. The scout team stood by with their guns loaded. If they wanted to, they could open fire at Zhang Heng any time now. In the end, Zhang Heng owed his life to the military coat. Obviously, they would never shoot somebody wearing their own colors. However, they soon realized that Zhang Heng's attire was way different as compared to what they were wearing. They also noticed that he was of Asian descent. The soldier that stood in front was swinging his machine gun as he shouted at the same time. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng was not familiar with Russian, thus, unable to understand what they were talking about. For now, he had to give up the idea of getting Shadow Moment out of his pocket. Left with no other options, Zhang Heng was forced to put both hands up. Seemingly, his continued silence had annoyed the soldier. The Soviet soldiers looked more and more ferocious by the second as he repeated the same words to Zhang Heng, with his finger placed on the trigger, each time with greater intensity. This was probably the most perilous moment Zhang Heng had ever encountered. In a situation like this, he didn't know what he could do anymore. This was war. Killing and being killed were extremely common in an era like this. With every passing second, multitudes of civilians, enemies, and even allies died on the battlefield. The war had put everyone on edge most of the time, and no one would have qualms killing an unknown foreigner. Even Zhang Heng himself expected that the soldier would surely pull the trigger on him. Suddenly, the soldier that was pointing his gun fell to the ground with a loud thud. A bullet that came from nowhere penetrated his cranium. Blood splattered everywhere. His ferocious looks now plastered on his face forever. Sniper. Immediately, the scout team realized they were being ambushed by the Finnish guerrillas. In a panic, they ignored Zhang Heng, pointed their machine guns at the direction the bullet came from, and shouted frantically to take cover. This one soldier put his life on the line to pick up a machine gun on the road. Unfortunately, the shell traveled faster than him. The moment his hands landed on the machine gun, he too was shot dead. He collapsed and joined his dead ally. The second shot allowed the others to have a more unobstructed view of where the bullet came from. Without thinking twice, they started opening fire with full force at the sniper. Zhang Heng wasted no time and took the opportunity to run to a fallen tree that had been struck by lightning. The sniper who had hidden in the dark managed to kill another 2 soldiers that failed to look for a safe spot to hide. After that, the gunshots abruptly stopped. Was the sniper hit? The Soviets were extraordinarily jumpy and nervous, pulling the trigger and firing another barrage of bullets into the dark. Half a minute later, someone cautiously lifted his head to check his surroundings. There were no more gunshots. The remaining soldiers arched backward, bearing the weight of their machine guns while slowly approaching the sniper's location. At the same time, 2 soldiers walked towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was already holding his shadow moment in his hand. Chapter 63. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You. Chapter 63. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You v. Zhang Heng readied himself to enter his shadow moment form. Then, as luck would have it, something unexpected happened again. The deafening bang of the sniper rifle firing could be heard loud and clear. The first soldier that walked towards sniper was hit, subsequently dropping to the ground, dead. Seconds later, the second soldier was also greeted with the same fate. Immediately, The remaining 5 soldiers lay on the ground and started blindly shooting in all directions. The 2 soldiers who had walked towards Zhang Heng quickly turned around and joined their allies in support. Unfortunately, their retaliation did not stop death from harvesting their lives. The sniper hiding in the dark had already switched his nest. In other words, the Soviets were shooting at a ghost. Subsequently, another 3 soldiers were hit. The remaining 2 soldiers could not handle the pressure of suspense any longer, throwing their weapons to the ground, and ran into the forest for their lives while the sniper was reloading his gun. One of them ran for a bit when a deafening gunshot rang through the air. Apparently, 150 meters was not nearly enough to save his life from a long-range rifle. The soldier slipped on his tracks and fell down, very dead indeed. Blood gushed from the back of his head, painting the white snow around him in an ominous pool of red. In about 4 minutes, a total of 11 Soviet soldiers were killed mercilessly in this cold, alien land. The sniper that hid in the dark did not even waste a single bullet. For the shooter, it was all about the one-shot, one-skill thing. Immediately, Zhang Fan poured out everything from his backpack and picked up a tree branch beside him. He attempted to raise the twig with the bag to signal the sniper that he was willing to surrender. Just as he was about to wave the white flag, the backpack was hit by the bullet. This was a clear sign that the sniper had no intention to let anyone leave the forest alive. Zhang Heng presumed the coat he had put on caused the sniper to mistake him for a Soviet soldier. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng did not speak their language, making it impossible to explain himself. It became evident that the sniper didn't shoot the Soviets to save him. As the soldiers were focused on Zhang Heng, it made them easy targets for the sniper. This particular sniper was brazenly confident and scary at the same time. From the way he eliminated his enemies, he had made sure to first kill the soldier that posed the biggest threat. After that, he shot the one attempting to pick up the machine gun on the ground. His success in the killings had managed to instill great fear in the remaining soldiers, confusing them and lowering morale. After that, all he needed to do was to change his shooting spot and kill the rest of the Soviets. Though the remaining 2 soldiers had lost their will to fight, the sniper was no less determined that he was going to kill each and every enemy that appeared through his scope. Instead of choosing the nearest target, he chose to kill the target furthest away from him. Then, it was all textbook, as the shooter just needed to tackle the poor sod that was running at the back. As for Zhang Heng, the sniper decided that he posed no threat. Hence, he had decided to kill him last. While he was shooting down his enemies, he had presented with deadly accuracy his accomplished shooting skills and how he stayed calm while being meticulous all at once. It was at that moment that Zhang Heng realized his situation was no better than before. He was still being pushed to the edge of a cliff. The only thing that had changed was the enemy. It changed not for the better, but from the Soviet soldiers to Finnish guerrilla fighters. The 11 dead bodies on the ground had proven that Finland was way better at their craft than good old Soviet Union. The longer he waited, the more dangerous the situation would become. It became apparent that the sniper was extremely familiar with this forest. That would mean he could walk up and shoot Zhang Heng right behind him before he realized it. Hence, Zhang Heng made a quick resolve to do something about it. He held the wooden statue in one hand and held the revolver in the other. In his mind's eye, he was thinking about the crow. Seconds later, the crow in the dark slowly opened its eyes, and Zhang Heng stared right into them. He could feel his soul gradually being absorbed into an endless dark vortex, free-falling in a black void that was formless. The magical part about it was his body getting lighter, almost like a feather floating in the wind. When he landed, he opened his eyes, and he saw the white birch and snow above him. Though he had experienced all of this before, he would never get used to this strange, out-of-body experience. He became disorientated and unhinged as he entered shadow moment form. Zhang Heng's body was now completely disappeared. All that was left was his shadow on the ground. In this form, he would not be able to use his senses, neither would he be able to talk or listen to sounds around him. His vision was limited to a patch of sky above him. He had, however, discovered a solution to overcome this problem. All he needed to do was attach his shadow to a tree, and he would be able to scan his surroundings. His speed was greatly reduced when he entered shadow form, but he felt more energetic than ever. Fatigue was a thing of the past. The good thing here was that he did not need to worry about the barrier that blocked his way. With all things considered, his movement speed was not bad at all. He took 50 seconds to travel to the location where the last gunshot came from and used another 20 seconds to look for the shooting point. The ground had a slight elevation to it and had 2 giant rocks to protect the sniper. Clear marks on the ground signified that someone lay there only a moment ago. Clearly, the sniper had abandoned the hideout and shifted to another location. This time, a series of footprints marked the ground. Zhang Heng was now the hunter instead of the hunted. Half a minute went by, and Zhang Heng saw a being shuffling slowly on the snow-covered ground. It was near impossible to spot it if one did not pay attention. The sniper was wearing a white ghillie suit with a mask on him. His entire body was fully covered except for his eyes, a perfect blend with the whited-out forest. One of his hands clutched the sniper, and another held a snowboard. It was just as Zhang Heng had guessed. The sniper was planning to sneak him up and kill him from behind. He would never have guessed that his target was the one actually standing right behind him. All these guerrilla techniques had given the Soviets an endless nightmare, continually messing around with the worn-out Slavs. They relied heavily on their effective camouflage and the knowledge of the area to choose a perfect spot to take out their enemies. This time, their expertise was about to be challenged by Zhang Heng. In shadow form, Zhang Heng could tail the sniper without making any noise. Long, overbearing shadows of the huge trees around him also added an extra layer of cover. Zhang Heng lifted up the revolver and aimed at the sniper's head. There were only 10 seconds left before the shadow form expired. Once the time was up, he would be able to pull the trigger and kill the sniper. As this was his first time killing a person, he naturally hesitated for a bit. Unfortunately, there was no other way around it if he wanted to live to see another day. The sniper's shooting prowess and innate knowledge of the terrain would make it impossible for Zhang Heng to get away, even if he had a 3-minute head start. Chapter 64. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You. Chapter 64. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You 6. Zhang Heng and the sniper were patient, both adamant at waiting for the other to first make his move. Of course, the sniper which lay on the ground waiting for his victim to pop his head was definitely a cut above Zhang Heng. He had read before that most of the guerrillas in Finland were once hunter-gatherers. They knew these grounds they stepped on with their very souls, spending their entire childhood in a forest like this to hunt down small animals. Even though their targets had since changed from animals to humans, it was no doubt that the same methods still applied. This made them very, very good at what they did. Unfortunately, this was no fair game. When the crow appeared in the dark again, everything would come to an end. Zhang Heng had his finger placed steadily on the trigger as he prepared himself mentally to vanquish the target in front of him. Suddenly, the sniper rolled to his side. Zhang Heng was taken aback in a jump scare, knowing there was no noise from his surroundings. Finish. His worst fears had come to pass. Alas, his shadow form had been found out by the sniper. It was then that he saw the bullet landing on the snow-caked ground. With his lightning-fast reflexes, the sniper managed to dodge the first round of attack. Immediately, he pointed his weapon in a different direction and pulled the trigger. Zhang Heng then realized another weakness of the shadow form. The sunlight shining from a particular side would mean Zhang Heng's shadow was also fixed in a certain direction. Though he could attach his shadow on a tree to observe his surroundings, he could only look to the right, left, and front. There was, however, no way that he could look at his back. Even if he turned around, he would only see the tree bark. The only thing he knew right now was that the deafening gunshot would have undoubtedly drawn the attention of Soviet soldiers nearby. However, he had no idea what their strength was and how far they were. The thing that troubled him the most was that his shadow form was about to expire. He had around 10 seconds left before he would be ultimately revealed. Right now, Zhang Heng wasn't bothered to kill the sniper anymore. The only thing on his mind was making sure that he wouldn't be caught between the impending exchange of fire. Without wasting any time, he swiftly left the trees and bolted away from the sniper as fast as possible. Then, he attached his shadow to another tree. Zhang Heng wished that he could run further away from the snipe, but his time was running out. He knew for a fact that if the Soviets won the fight, he would still be spared the chance to get away safely. However, if the sniper won the fight, this would be the last day he breathed on this earth. Rather than be killed like helpless prey, Zhang Heng resolved that he would fight for his life. The place that he chose to hide was only a meter away from the sniper. At such close proximity, it would be hard for the sharpshooter to kill effectively. Besides, There was a high chance that Zhang Heng would not miss his target when shooting at point blank, even though he was still new to guns. In about 4 seconds, he would reappear again. Nevertheless, the battle on the other side heated up pretty fast. A hailstorm of bullets landed on the tree that Zhang Heng was attached to, and he clearly saw shards of wood flying all over. Clearly, the soldiers that had just arrived were more ferocious than the scout team, which seemed docile at this point. Having seen what the sniper was capable of doing, Zhang Heng believed that he wouldn't allow the soldiers shooting so wildly at him to live too long. Judging by the sound of continuous gunfire from the machine gun, the number of soldiers that came to kill the sniper was hell a lot more than he expected. Once the soldiers on the front line were killed by the sniper, they would simply send another batch of conscripts to attack him. However, it seemed like the sniper had found a perfect nest to return fire. He waited for a short while before firing. The miraculous part about all of it was that he was about to kill an enemy each time he fired his gun. In the meantime, Zhang Heng had to control his breathing, not making a single move to avoid being detected. After a round of violent shooting, the Soviet side seemed weakened, the constant staccato of guns firing reduced to intermittent bursts. In contrast, the sniper still had the upper hand. From the start to the end, he was like a killing machine, mauling every living being in front of him without any mercy. Suddenly, the killing machine fell silent. Zhang Heng knew that he was running out of bullets. This sniper had just been through 2 fierce battles and had probably been assigned a different target before he got here. Logically, he should be running out of ammunition by now. This had complicated the whole situation. Of course, he had never hoped for such a terrifying sniper to roam the forests, looking for someone to kill. Initially, he thought that there were only 2 outcomes from this standoff. If the sniper was killed by the Soviets, he would run as fast as possible to get away from them. If the sniper managed to kill all those soldiers, then he would sneak behind the sniper and pull the trigger on him. The only outcome that he did not think of was the depletion of ammunition. Since the sniper had run out of bullets, the soldiers would know this and attempt to approach the sniper. The place that Zhang Heng was hiding at was really close to the sniper. When they shot at each other, they would definitely not notice his presence. However, once the fight was over, either the soldiers or the sniper would definitely see something escaping. The sniper leaned on a large rock. He must have realized how improbable it would be to get out of this alive. He took out the dagger strapped to his waist and prepared to fight for his life. Suddenly, a stone rolled by his feet. In an instant, he spotted a Soviet soldier creeping up from behind the tree, prompting the sniper to pick up his weapon unconsciously. To his surprise, the soldier signaled him to stay quiet. Half a minute ago, Zhang Heng assumed that this could be a golden opportunity for him to save himself. After spending 4 days all alone in the forest, he quickly realized it would be impossible for him to live here for hundreds of days. Be it the Finnish or the Soviets, Zhang Heng had no quarrel with them, really. Based on experience, these people would never give him the chance to explain himself. They would usually point their guns at him before he could say anything. And the worst part was, Zhang Heng did not know how to speak their language. Now that the sniper had run out of ammunition, Zhang Heng felt that this was the perfect moment to make a move. He first pointed at the red stars on his coat, then at himself, then waved his hands. He was trying to tell the sniper that he had nothing to do with the Soviets. Unfortunately, the gestures did not prompt a response from the sniper. Zhang Heng then took off the coat to show him his black turtleneck and jeans. In the end, the sniper's attention was caught by the revolver that Zhang Heng had with him. Zhang Heng knew that there was no time for this kind of back and forth with the shooter. He could hear that the boots of the Soviets approaching them. Clearly, there was more than one of them. He couldn't possibly deal with them alone. In a critical moment such as this, a leap of faith was a necessity. Once again, Zhang Heng clutched the wooden statue in his hand to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. He then drew the revolver and tossed it to the sniper. This time, the shooter actually responded by picking the weapon. He pointed at Zhang Heng aggressively, threatening to let out a shot. After a second, he lowered the pistol. Zhang Heng let out a massive sigh of relief. It seemed that his leap of faith had finally borne fruit. He removed his phone from his pocket. For the past few days, he had tried his best to conserve battery, only using it sparingly to get his bearings. Otherwise, he would turn it off. Right now, it was the best time for him to use it to distract his enemies. He set a quick alarm and tossed it far away from him. Like a grenade, 3 seconds later, the cell phone blared on the snowy ground, instantly drawing the soldier's attention. The sniper then popped half of his head out, aiming for the Soviets. The first shot was a blank. Zhang Heng had to prioritize his own safety. He had to consider the possibility of the sniper killing him when he gave him his gun. That was why he swapped the first bullet with a blank. Not about to take any more chances, he would instantly change into shadow form if the sniper did pull the trigger on him. Shocked by the blank shot, he immediately fired the second shot, bursting a soldier's head open with a splatter of bright blood. Chapter 65. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You. Chapter 65. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You 7. Zhang Heng had done everything that could be done, knowing he won't be much help in the battle. So, he squatted behind a tree and waited for it to be all over. The skirmish ended faster than expected. Once the skilled sniper had a gun in his hand, he killed 3 Soviet soldiers within a swift 40 seconds. Once the barrage of gunshots were over, Zhang Heng stealthily emerged from his hiding spot. The sniper still clutched the revolver in his hand tightly, albeit seemingly a little more relaxed now as he did not aim the gun at Zhang Heng. When Zhang Heng walked towards the sniper, he noticed that there was blood on his shirt. It was apparent now that in the heat of the shootout, he didn't manage to dodge all the bullets. Zhang Heng came to realize that indeed, it was not easy for him to meet someone without hostile intentions. He had to figure out a way to bring him back to his base, no matter what. All his effort would have gone to waste if he let him die here. Zhang Heng picked up his cell phone and turned off the alarm, noticing a sea of empty shells strewn all over the ground. Remarkably, and thankfully so, his cell phone was perfectly fine. He then proceeded to collect the backpacks of the dead soldiers. As his current supplies were almost depleted, he had to stock up well to stay alive in this inhospitable land. He had his eyes fixed on the sniper, who nodded his head at him. He was staring at the bullet case that was strapped to the dead soldier's waist. Immediately, Zhang Heng grabbed 2 magazines and passed it to him. Without a second thought, he reloaded his machine gun. Putting pressure on his wound with one hand, he mustered all his strength to stand up with the other. 2 fierce battles had just taken place here, and the sound of continuous gunshots had probably attracted more enemies. They had to leave this place as soon as possible, or this time, they would surely die. Zhang Heng picked a backpack and brought it with him. He, too, didn't let up on the chance to pick up a machine gun. Seeing that the sniper was having a hard time walking, Zhang Heng instinctively walked over in an attempt to assist him. However, it seemed like he wanted no help, shaking his head and pushing away Zhang Heng's hand. Zhang Heng was displeased by the response, knowing well enough it wasn't the best time to play Rambo. Zhang Heng needed him to point him in the right direction if they wanted to survive this forest. Also, without Zhang Heng's help, it would be tough for the severely wounded sniper to walk out of the woods alive. Both of them were in a tight spot now and had no choice but to rely on each other to get through this. After a while, the sniper started to understand Zhang Heng's intention. This time, he allowed Zhang Heng to prop him up. With an arm supporting his body, they both took the slow walk towards the direction that the sniper pointed to. On the way, Zhang Heng saw countless bodies of Soviet troops. An armored personnel carrier lay in pieces beside the road, still burning with fury. There were also bodies of a few Finnish guerrillas with their winter camouflage thrown all over on the ground as well. One could only see how much hatred the Soviets must have harbored toward the Finnish guerrillas. Zhang Heng needed a change of coat, but sadly, most of the ones on the bodies were riddled with bullet holes. Some even had powder burns on them, leaving huge, smoldering holes. Anybody passing them now would have found it extremely peculiar to see a duo made up of an Asian and a Finnish. To make matters worse, they looked completely out of place, like they didn't belong to his forest. For the forthcoming days, they would constantly see dead bodies on the ground and incessant gunfire from afar. This time the gunfire did not last long. Again, it didn't look too safe anymore. The gunfire could have been a signal for the Soviets to help their allies. Then, in turn, the Finnish guerrilla snipers would use the opportunity to clear all their enemies. Their snowboards had allowed them to move effectively in the forest, and they were not about to stop unless absolutely necessary. As they cruised through the snow-caked forest, they saw large numbers of Soviet soldiers killed in many different ways. However realistic an award-winning film would shamefully fade in comparison to the unimaginable horrors that lay before them. Zhang Heng had mentally prepared himself to witness all the dead. Despite that, he felt awfully unwell after witnessing so much death in one go. The horrifying scene was a violent assault on one's senses, where war represented the worst of humanity. It also represented what would become of the frail-minded human after civilization had been so carelessly tossed away. Soldiers had regressed to their carnal instincts, to kill and protect in its most basic of forms. Looking at the sniper beside him, Zhang Hing instantly knew that the purgatory around them had almost no effect on him. He was simply used to it. As they traveled on, they came across 2 Soviet troops. They managed to evade them, only lucky that they were not spotted first. They even encountered a Soviet soldier that moved alone. His allies were most likely killed in action, and he was lucky to flee the battlefield alive. His spirit seemed broken, his face emotionless, lifeless even from all he had gone through. Having no weapons and trudging barefooted, there was a high chance he would end up dead in this forest if his allies failed to find him. Zhang Heng saw that he was getting further and further away from him, hence deciding to just let him be. Seconds later, he heard a gunshot. The sniper's hand was on the trigger of the machine gun and was no longer covering the wound. He had shot the soldier in cold blood. When the sound of gunfire reverberating in the air, the Soviet soldier slowly stopped moving and collapsed beside a pine tree. Zhang Heng then looked the sniper in the eyes, searching for answers. He did the same as well, not batting an eyelid. His eyes were dead, with not an ounce of emotion left in them. Zhang Heng was left speechless. If he was a soldier during the invasion of Japan, he would have shot any Japanese soldier if he ever encountered one. All these Finnish guerrillas only had one goal in mind, and that was to protect their people and country. For these reasons, Zhang Heng felt he had no right to criticize him. The gunshot, however, would have again attracted more enemies to them, the last thing Zhang Heng wanted. It wasn't time to play the blame game here. Besides, the sniper wouldn't understand a word even if he scolded him. It would be more beneficial for them to figure out a way to get out of this sticky situation. Zhang Heng landed his eyes on the snowboard behind the sniper's back. Voila! 5 minutes later, they tied all their goods on the snowboard, and Zhang Heng tied a rope at the end of it for the sniper to pull on it later. He then squatted down in front of him. Strangely, it seemed as if the sniper understood what he was trying to do. Immediately, he jumped on Zhang Heng's back and let him carry him. When Zhang Heng stood up, he was surprised that the sniper was a lot lighter than he'd expected, probably weighing a tiny 100 pounds. They could finally move faster now. The only downside about this idea was that Zhang Heng's stamina and strength depleted a lot more quickly than he hoped it would. He could only do this for around 20 minutes. Thank goodness they were out of the danger zone. Chapter 66. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You. Chapter 66. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You 8. Zhang Heng still couldn't figure out where he was, only knowing that he was heading towards a northeasterly direction. He was well-rested, having caught quite a few naps throughout the entire journey. The good news was he did not encounter any Soviets while they traveled. It seemed he had finally escaped the war zone. After some time, the sniper tapped his shoulder, signifying him to stop. So, he stopped walking, looked for a clean stone, and carefully set the wounded man down. Though he could not see his face, Zhang Heng knew that he was in great pain just by looking at his saddened eyes. The patch of blood on his stomach was getting bigger by the minute. Although he had no problems moving around when Zhang Heng carried him earlier, the bumpy ride had aggravated his condition. And here he was, again, choosing to say nothing about it. Suddenly, Zhang Heng had a bad feeling. Immediately, he took a look at his surroundings and realized that they were still in the middle of nowhere. Initially, he thought the sniper would lead them back to his base. They should have at least came across one of his allies, but judging by his current condition, he could die bleeding out any second now if he did not get any medical help. If he died here right now, it would be useless for Zhang Heng to locate the guerrilla base. They would definitely shoot him on sight if they saw him alone. This wasn't the time to worry about what might happen next. Right now, he needed to make sure the sniper was kept alive. Realizing the gravity of the situation the sniper was in, he wasted no time and looked for fallen branches hoping to start a campfire. It would help ensure the cold wouldn't get to the wounded man. Luckily, twigs were aplenty, and the fire was started, much to the relief of the freezing men. Zhang Heng melted some snow in a canteen, quenching their badly scorched throats. They soon settled down under the warmth of the flames. The sniper groaned in pain, but looked slightly more comfortable. Phew! After a short moment of doubt, the sniper had finally decided that it was safe to take off his white face mask which he had worn all the while. What Zhang Heng saw left him startled and shocked. The sniper was actually a girl with a golden lock of hair. Judging by her appearance, it seemed she had only just reached adulthood. It was mind-boggling for Zhang Heng to imagine such a young-looking girl was capable of so efficiently harvesting the lives of battle-hardened soldiers, reaping away every soul she wished dead. Suddenly, he remembered that during the Winter War, Finland had conscripted 3 million of their people to fight off the Soviet Union. The number of soldiers that were willing to fight and protect their country was more than that of Japan and Germany combined, ready to do whatever it took to chase out the invaders from their country. Of the many definitions of bravery one could find in a book, this, in my opinion, was its highest form. Zhang Heng stared at the sniper as she slowly sipped the warm water in her hands. Without saying a word, he then took out 2 sausages from his bag and placed it over the fire. However, the sniper simply shook her head, indicating that she did. It was an awkward moment for them. Right now, Zhang Heng was left in a dilemma. It was now virtually impossible for the sniper to continue the journey. This was no action movie, but rather cruel reality. In the movies, soldiers would usually extract the bullet from their wounds after they were shot. On a real battlefield, on the other hand, no one would attempt such a dangerous feat. Festering wounds and infections were a major concern. The biggest problem that one could encounter while attempting a bullet extraction from an open wound was the bleeding problem. Seeing that she had lost a huge amount of blood on the way here, it was definitely not the brightest idea to extract the bullet out of her right now. Zhang Heng had to reassess the current situation. Should he stay here to take care of her, or leave her alone? Right now, both of them were like different species, unable to communicate with each other. All they could do was use simple sign language to tell each other their intentions. Right now, he had no idea how far still the guerrilla base camp was, not even knowing whether they were heading in the right direction. Despite her grave wounds, the female sniper looked really calm. Zhang Heng guessed that she must have come up with a solution to overcome this problem, or she was prepared to die here. Of course, he secretly hoped that she had an idea to get them out of this sticky situation. However, judging by the way things were turning out, it was more likely that she was ready to die here. The night was arriving, as the sun shone its last light. Zhang Heng chose not to leave her side in the end. After dinner, he went picking more tree branches to keep the campfire burning through the night. He then poured out half of his backpack out and placed it under the female sniper's head to act as a pillow. After all that was done, Zhang Heng took out his machine gun, attempting to study it. He tried to reload it and aim for a couple of inanimate objects lying around. To be honest, Zhang Heng was never a fan of killing. Unfortunately, he needed to learn how to protect himself in such an environment. Although he knew he would probably be unable to pull the trigger even if he encountered the Soviets, this wasn't enough of an excuse to simply just give up. At the same time, the female sniper eyed him intently. At times, Zhang Heng felt that this could not have been a person but a log. This was because only a log could forever keep its calm. She had been through a whole lot, but had never once unveiled a single ounce of emotion. Under the twinkling night sky, the flames of the campfire danced with the wind. After playing with his machine gun for a bit, he suddenly noticed something amiss about the sniper. Her skin had grown much paler, and all her lips were white, devoid of color. Her forehead was wet with beads of cold sweat, and her body was shaking nonstop. Zhang Heng instantly felt her feet and hands, discovering that they were like pieces of frozen meat. Her body was losing temperature, descending into hypothermia. Blood loss had caused most of the heat in her body to slip away, especially her red blood cells. Hemoglobin's main function was the vehicle transferring oxygen to the entire body. Once their count had dropped drastically, one's body would fail to function normally. If such a situation were to occur, no amount of warm clothes could keep her alive. Surely, she could be saved if she was admitted to a hospital right now, getting a crucial blood transfusion. Unfortunately, they were now in the depths of a forest. There was nothing Zhang Heng could do to save her. Left with no other options, Zhang Heng removed his clothes and hugged her, hoping to share body heat and revitalize the dying girl. The female sniper simply looked at him, not knowing what to think or how to react. She didn't push him away, though. Perhaps she knew her time was near and was the verge of dying. As for Zhang Heng, he did not harbor any sexual desires towards her. After all, the both of them had not showered for several days. The body odor and the stench of blood were enough to put off the strongest of libidinous innuendo. Besides, a piece of cloth wrapped around her chest. Their skin rubbed on each other, sharing no distance and seemingly more intimate than certain rambunctious lovers. Despite all that, they did now know each other's names. Due to the language barrier, the two of them could still not communicate with each other using words. All they could do was to remain silent. Zhang Heng had managed to maintain her body temperature, but could not give her back the lost blood. As time passed, the female sniper's condition worsened. Her shallow breathing became rapid, and her pulse was erratic. Zhang Heng knew deep down that she might not be able to survive the night. Then, all of a sudden, he heard a crunch. Bell had taught Zhang Heng to scatter some dried tree branches around him as an alarm when it was night time. It seemed like someone had stepped on the loose twigs. He instantly jumped up and wanted to grab his machine gun. To his surprise, the person was already squatting down beside the campfire, pointing a machine gun at him. Chapter 67. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You. Chapter 67. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You 9. Found a Finnish guerrilla base. Game points, +5. For more information, check out the character panel. Zhang Heng had only heard the sound of the notification when he spotted the little wooden cottages in the forest. Before he could take a good look at it, someone had already pointed a gun at his back. Zhang Heng was pretty sure that whoever it was, the trigger would be inevitably pulled this time. Just before he could, however, the sniper shouted at him. Startled, the shooter flinched, preventing the killing from happening. However, he did not take his sights off Zhang Heng. The cavalry had finally arrived. It was the Finnish allies of the sniper. Soon after that, a few more came over to help her. One of them stayed back to look after her, while the rest proceeded to chop some wood to make a simple stretcher to carry her back to the base. The man with the machine gun picked up the Soviet clothes on the floor and tossed them to Zhang Heng. However, the soldier had taken away the inner coat, only leaving him the outer jacket made out of goat skin. Zhang Heng said nothing and simply put it on. He could see that the members of the guerrilla resistance did not trust him at all. If it were not for the female sniper, they would have killed him without even thinking twice. Fortunately for Zhang Heng, they took care of their own first, realizing the sniper needed immediate medical attention. Knowing that there was no time to waste, they carried her back to their camp right away, even with Zhang Heng, the stranger, following behind. After walking through thick snow and ice for an hour and a half, they finally arrived at base camp. Two fighters carried the stretcher and entered the small wooden house on the left. As for Zhang Heng, he was being locked inside another cottage. As Zhang Heng's eyes adjusted to the dark confinement space, he saw the entire place filled with lumber. He realized he must be in a wood storage house. His captors locked the room right away after they made him go inside. They even frisked him and confiscated everything they deemed a threat. His inner coat, machine gun, backpack, cell phone, and wallet were all taken from him. Through the cracks of the wooden walls, Zhang Heng saw that few of the fighters were checking out his Huawei cell phone. In this era, cell phones had not been invented yet. After curiously playing with it for a long time, none of them could figure out how to turn the curious device on. One of them even hid it on a tree. Compared to the somewhat unpopular cell phone, everyone wanted to own the wallet. Even the most ordinary of wallets from the modern era would be considered a masterpiece in 1944. Besides, Zhang Heng's wallet cost a few hundred yuan. And for the inner coat, the soldier that pointed the machine gun at Zhang Heng was already wearing it. His burly and muscular body turned the tiny garment into a skin-tight shirt. The weirdest part was, no one laid their hands on the analog watch. Logically, watches like that should worth quite a bit in this era. As if invisible, it seemed like none of them noticed it. Zhang Heng soon learned that this was a rather large base camp. Originally a lumber mill, the guerrillas had converted it into their base of operations. Hidden deep within the secluded forest, they became almost undetectable by their enemies. Through the tiny gap, Zhang Heng saw that there were 7 of them. It was late at night, and most of them were asleep in the other cottages. The guerrillas were infamously most active at night. They would launch surprise attacks at their Soviet counterparts while they were fast asleep. Zhang Heng once watched a documentary where an ex-guerrilla shared his experiences. They claimed that the Soviets would lose their will to fight once the guerrillas hit them in the dark. The few Soviet soldiers sitting around the campfire watched their allies being killed right before their eyes and did nothing about it. Judging by the size of this camp, there were at least 40 to 50 souls living here. In order to prevent another gross misunderstanding, Zhang Heng decided that he should stop peeking at them. He then looked for a corner, lay on the ground, and closed his eyes. Around 20 minutes later, two gorillas opened the door and entered the storage. This time, they weren't pointing their guns at Zhang Heng. After what seemed like an instruction to him in Finnish, they moved him to another unit. Of course, Zhang Heng would not be so dumb as to incriminate himself, so he simply did what they asked him to do. The wooden house that he entered this time was different than the storage unit. This cottage looked more like a real living space, equipped with a wooden bed, chairs, tables, and a cozy-looking fireplace. A man with thick mustache sat behind the table. He put away the map on the table as he saw Zhang Heng entering the room. He then used his hand as a signal for him to sit down. Zhang Heng guessed that this man probably was the commander of the guerrilla armies. There was also another person standing at the window and smoking. Zhang Heng could not clearly see who this person was since the back was turned. All he knew was that the person was a woman in her 30s or 40s. Once Zhang Heng sat down, the mustached man demanded him to talk. "I must apologize. I don't know how to speak in your language." For good measure, Zhang Heng repeated the sentence in Mandarin, English, and Japanese. Still, the man could not understand what he was trying to say. After some time, he grew impatient. Suddenly, the woman that was smoking broke her silence. "Are you a spy from the Soviet Union?" asked the woman in English. She was the first person that could communicate with him ever since he took this quest. He finally could let out a sigh of relief. The thing that worried him the most was the communication barrier he had suffered since operating here. Without efficient communication, he would be unable to take control of his current situation. At least, he could now defend himself. Climate Voroshilov might be stupid, but I don't think he is dumb enough to send us a Chinese spy that doesn't speak Finnish. I'm not too sure about that. After all, some people can't even differentiate between a loaf of bread and a bomb, said the woman as she stubbed out the cigarette. This time, she turned around and looked at Zhang Feng. This woman must have been incredibly gorgeous when she was younger. Or, should I say, still rather dazzling for her age. Some simply had the power to defy the physics of the chronometer. After that, she looked at the man with the mustache. The man only smiled and left the house after. Aji is not a bad person. This is a very critical period. He's responsible for all those under him. I can understand that, said Zhang Heng. No, you can't, and I can't either. His country is being invaded by enemies right now. To protect his motherland, he is willing to do whatever it takes, even if it means going to hell itself. What you see is what you get, Gov. I'm a volunteer from England. I should inform you that I am different from these people. I don't wish to see bloodshed. For me to help you, I will need you to tell me the truth, said the woman while drawing another stick of cravenet. As she bent down, Zhang Heng took a glimpse at her cleavage. He had to say, this woman was really something. If he was indeed a spy of the Soviet Union, he would have definitely spilled all the beans. Unfortunately, the truth was concealed within the most ridiculous of answers. In this war, Zhang Heng was indeed an outsider who had nothing to do with it. Chapter 68, The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You. Chapter 68, The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You X. The woman sitting across him asked him a few other questions. Questions like why he was here, was there someone else with him, was he a communist? Zhang Heng answered all her questions honestly. For the past few days, he did not just loiter in the forest. While traveling, he had been carefully planning how he could handle a situation like this if he ever got into one. Hence, the woman could not fault him. Throughout the conversation, Zhang Heng managed to acquire some information about her as well. Her name was Maji, a surgeon. After the feminist movement, women's status in society greatly improved. Despite all that, it was a rarity for a woman to become a surgeon in this era. After graduation, Maji had to leave her motherland for Switzerland, spending some time there before moving back to Finland to work in a hospital. When the war broke out, she did not leave Finland, instead, choosing to stay behind as a volunteer. She was the only doctor for the entire base camp, and the man with the mustache, Aji, was the second lieutenant in this camp. His job was to command the guerrilla troops. As she was finished with her questioning, Maji squinted and stared hard at Zhang Heng. I know what you want now. However, I can't make the decision right now. Go back to where you come from. I will relay everything that you told me to Aji. How is she doing? Asked Zhang Heng before leaving the cottage. About her, real lucky she was. Brought back in the nick of time. The surgery was a huge success. I have given her a good few pints of blood. 2 days ago, we received a batch of anti-inflammatories from Switzerland. She should be fine. I think she should regain consciousness by tomorrow morning, Maji replied while staring blankly. Zhang Heng could sense that her mind was elsewhere when she answered his question. She might have been thinking about personal business or about the gorillas. Whatever it was, he knew that this was not the right time to ask. Simply nodding his head, he headed back to the storeroom. This time, he waited for a long time before someone knocked at his door. When dawn had broken, a guerrilla fighter came into the storeroom and delivered the first meal of the day. His breakfast included a bowl of venison soup, half a loaf of bread, and blueberry jam. The food they served here was way better than the Soviet rations he was forced to live on. This was the advantage of fighting as Finland's warriors. Though the guerrillas had to continually hide deep in the mountains, they would constantly receive supplies from the villages nearby them. These villagers were unyielding, often informing them of the Soviets' positions in the forest. For the past few days, Zhang Heng had been hiding here and there. It had been a long time since he had a proper meal. As he had done everything he was capable of, it was useless to worry about things he couldn't control. He might as well sit down and enjoy the great food in front of him. It wasn't until the afternoon before Maji visited again. I'm really sorry we can't send you to the back of the battle line. This is a pivotal moment for the war right now. We don't have enough people to escort you to the back of the line. Just point me in the right direction and give me some supplies. I think I can travel there by myself. Maji simply smiled. It then dawned on Zhang Heng, as he finally knew the reason behind it. Your identity is suspicious, and we don't even know where you come from. Though we can't fault anything that you've told us, it is basically impossible for us to verify your information as well. Besides, now you know where the guerrilla base camp is. There's no way that we will let you go just like that, said the doctor. Zhang Heng was speechless. Aji is the kind of person that dislikes trouble, and it might not be fair to you. Since we have no way to rule out that you are not a Soviet spy, killing you would be the easiest solution for us. There are dead bodies everywhere around here. All we need to do is kill you and toss your body at an obscure spot on the battlefield. No one would ever know that we were the ones who killed you. Maji then paused her speech, seeming as if she was hoping to see fear ooze out from Zhang Heng's face. Unfortunately, the way he acted left her in disappointment. He knew that if they wanted to kill him, they would not have sent the doctor all the way here and spend all this time talking to him. It was totally pointless for a bunch of mercenaries to put on such an elaborate show. Good news is, the sniper that you rescued is returning the favor. From the first day I've known her until now, I have never seen her talk so much in one day. Since she can vouch for you, Aji is willing to give you an opportunity to prove if you are a friend or an enemy of Finland. Well, what do you mean by that? Congratulations. You've passed the test and are one of us now. That female sniper is lacking a partner. Both of you will go on a mission together once she has fully recovered. Zhang Heng realized that this was the best offer he could get for now. Though a lot different from what he expected, he knew that he had no right to reject the offer. Rejecting the proposal would mean certain death for him. This could be either a good or bad change to Zhang Heng's current situation. The good was that he could take his mind off the supply problem since the logistics from the guerrilla base camp would have that covered. He also had a powerful partner with him right now, where Zhang Heng had witnessed firsthand the exceptional marksmanship of the sniper. He would never need to worry that she would miss her target. Then there was the bad part. Zhang Heng was now forced into a war he never intended to fight. He had been switched from an observer to a solider. Everything he would face from now on was going to be a risk to his life. He had never received any military training before and was very sure that the man with mustache knew all about it. Despite knowing the boy couldn't fight, he had put forward such a proposal. I have not shot out of a firearm before. Can you at least allow me to get some training first? Of course. That is a perfectly reasonable request. Before that kid recovers, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't leave this place. Maji was shocked to see Zhang Heng acting so calmly, despite being thrown around and coerced into a war. She suddenly realized that she could not read this young man. His level of maturity did not match his current age at all. It was rare for such a young man to maintain his composure in the situation he was forced into. Zhang Heng had managed to pique her interest. What kind of weapon do you wish to use? M28 machine gun. Suomi KP submachine gun. That one might be hard for you to get your hands on. We also have the Degtyaryov machine gun that we confiscated from the Soviets in our armory. If possible, I want to train on a machine gun and a handgun first. Zhang Heng would prioritize protecting himself over anything else. Though machine guns and submachine guns were really powerful, they were also very, very loud. That meant the enemy would instantly pinpoint the shooter's position. It was best for him not to attract the attention of the enemies. Kill counts were pointless to him. He already knew how this war would end. Shooting aside, I think you should train your snowboarding skills as well. The snow is thick here. It would be more effective for you to slide around with a snowboard rather than walking your way through the ice. It might even come in handy one day, saving your life and all that, said Maji while lighting up a fag. For once, a practical suggestion. The snowboard was the signature item of the Finnish guerrilla forces, allowing them to move around freely at a ridiculous speed. They were the infamous ghosts of the war, whizzing their invisible way through the darkness. They were legends, never to be surrounded by their enemies. Chapter 69. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You. Chapter 69. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You 11. Maji brought Zhang Heng to meet the logistics guy responsible for the firearms. He was an old hunter with a pronounced limp. At the same time, he doubled as the resident chef for the base camp as well. The breakfast that Zhang Heng had earlier? Yeah, that was him too. Maji gave the old man a quick hug and spoke in Finnish, telling him about the newcomer. As they talked, Maji passed him half a pack of cigarettes. The older man then stared at Zhang Heng and nodded his head, albeit somewhat unwillingly. He flipped his remuneration into his pocket, turned around, and entered the house behind him. O'Hare will show you later how to use the machine gun. He's one of the most accomplished hunters over here. His tens of years of experience are more than good enough to teach you everything you need to know about a machine gun. Don't worry about the language barrier. I'll be your translator. If you have any questions, feel free to voice it out, said Maji. Zhang Heng was surprised at how Maji was so helpful all of a sudden. She did not seem like the kind of person to stick her nose in the business of others. The girl requested me to help you. My hands are tied. She's the reason why I can still continue to smoke. So, it's hard for me to say no to her. I consider this favor as repaying her back. It was apparent that Maji was in no intention to hide the truth. She then paused and stared at Zhang Heng in a suspiciously. Sebayer told me that you and the female sniper were... Zhang Heng blushed, not knowing what to answer. During that perilous time, Zhang Heng was left with no other option if he was to keep her alive. Considering the nature of how it happened, though, it would be hard for anybody to believe him even if he was telling the truth. Luckily, good old O'Hare saved the day, coming out from the house in the nick of time right after Maji asked the question. He then handed a machine gun to Zhang Heng. This machine gun that you are holding is an M28. It is an improved version of the M1891 Mosin-Nagant and is way more accurate when it fires. Weapons are scarce here. You better not lose it. Maji translated everything to Zhang Heng, and he was thankful he could finally find common ground with these people. Besides the gun, O'Hare has given you 70 rounds as well. You need to know that these bullets are not just for shooting practice. You will need them when you go on your first mission. I would advise you to use them wisely. Maji paused for a while before continuing. Now, you can claim 40 rounds here before you go on a mission. If you run out of ammo, you can get it from the dead Soviets that you killed. Alternatively, you can exchange something valuable for bullets. I'll give you an example. Guns and medicines are precious at the base camp. Bring home some if you can. And if you manage to get your hands on a T-26 tank and drive it back to the base camp, you will have my heartiest congratulations. That is because it will grant you full access to your arsenal. While Maji was talking, a few guerrillas brought over a Maxim heavy machine gun, looking like they had just got back to the base camp not too long ago. And they had won the battle. Some of them were even bold enough to whistle at Maji when they saw her. Seeing the colossal cannon-like weapon rolling by, Zhang Heng jumped aside and let them move the lumbering gun into the armory. Then, O'Hare jotted something down on his notebook. Only after did the excited guerrillas leave the armory did O'Hare finally started explaining how a machine gun was used. Zhang Heng made sure as well to pay proper attention to every single word he said. After all, Maji would not be there every single time to translate for him. Not like she would be in such an elegant mood every single day anyway. The next day, Maji brought Zhang Heng to visit a guerrilla that was really good at snowboarding. The small favor she asked had cost her half a pack of cigarettes, buying Zhang Heng one snowboarding lesson for half a day. Zhang Heng had gone snowboarding a couple of times back home. With the added guidance, he managed to perform a lot better than yesterday. After 2 days, Maji finally grew impatient and left Zhang Heng to do whatever he wanted to do. Luckily, Zhang Heng had learned everything that he needed to learn to keep himself alive while he was out on a mission. So, he searched for a secluded place and started practicing everything he learned for the past 2 days. Snowboarding shouldn't be too tall of an order for Zhang Heng, since he had done it before. Shooting, on the other hand, was a totally different story. When it came to the theory, he knew almost everything about weapons. All he needed to do right now was to familiarize himself with it. He needed to make sure that his fingers would become accustomed to pulling the trigger at living enemies. Right now, he had only 70 bullets with him, and though he tried to spare as many as possible, he still spent 40 bullets in 2 days. If he was shooting in real life, going through 40 bullets would take him a mere 2 minutes. After the shooting practice, Zhang Heng was flabbergasted, realizing that his shooting skills barely scraped the level of 0. And Zhang Heng did not know what to do anymore. He now had to conserve the bullets for his next mission. To survive in his upcoming mission, he expected that he would need to have 30 rounds with him. At most, he could only afford to spend another 10 bullets. Any more than that, and he would turn into a corpse on the battlefield. Quite frankly, 10 bullets wouldn't make much of a difference. There was nothing Zhang Heng could do about it, and since he could not leave base camp to look for more ammo, he could only exchange for them with O'Hare. Unfortunately, his valuables had been confiscated by the other guerrillas. On top of that, Zhang Heng had no intention to get it back from them because he knew that it was pointless. Those weren't the types to return something they came into possession of. Finders keepers. With that being said, his shooting practice had come to an end. On the 3rd day, Zhang Heng went back to where he first practiced shooting. To his pleasant surprise, he found 3 boxes of bullets under the white birch, a total of 45 rounds. Now, who could it be? Zhang Heng was the one who picked the location for the shooting practice, and no one else knew about it. This was located some distance away from the base camp. Until now, he still had no idea why the gunner that he met in the forest was still acted hostile towards him, suspecting that the others might have felt uncomfortable as well. He realized he was now stuck here for some time. In the interest of avoiding prying eyes and to stay out of trouble, he thought it best to look for a more covert spot. He was delighted, never expecting to find so many bullets here. Admittedly, that solved the huge problem of the lack of ammunition. He wondered who had the generosity to leave him such handsome bounty. In truth, it was not that difficult to figure out who left it here. There was only one person in the base camp fond of Zhang Heng. As it had been left there, finders keepers, he thought, and used all of it for the shooting practice. The next day, 3 boxes of rounds were being left under the trees again. This time, his cell phone, wallet, wooden sculpture, and rabbit's foot were laid beside as well. Except for his inner coat, all of his personal belongings had returned to him. Instead of carrying on with his shooting practice, he knocked on the Maji's door. "What's going on?" groaned Maji with a yawn. Her sleepy voice proof that she had just woken up. "Good morning, Ms. Maji. I'm here to look for someone." Zhang Heng knew that the female sniper stayed together with Maji in the same wooden cottage. "Oi, your bloke's here to look for you. Should I tell him that you are here?" Chilly winds were starting to close in, causing a shivering Maji to tighten the neckline of her nightgown. Half a minute later, Maji stood aside and allowed Zhang Heng to enter. The sniper was lying on the bed and had her back facing the entrance with a blanket wrapped like a burrito around her. Zhang Heng could only make out half her head. It seemed like she was still sleeping. Maji then walked over to her bed and pulled the blanket away. The neatly dressed blonde-haired sniper was presented before Zhang Heng. "Simone, you can't avoid your partner forever, right?" Chapter 70. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. Chapter 70. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you 12. Knowing that she had been busted, she couldn't pretend to sleep anymore. So, she reluctantly got up and sat on her bed. After getting a good couple of days' rest, she definitely looked a lot better than before. However, Zhang Heng realized that she did not dare look him in the eye. "Can you please translate for us again?" Zhang Heng politely asked Maji. "Just say what you want to say." Maji took out another cigarette in anticipation as she smiled at Zhang Heng. "Thank you for much for vouching for me. I came here once to visit you before, but Dr. Maji said that you needed more rest. So, I did not get to see you." Simone looked at him and blinked. Despite attempting to put on her best poker face, Zhang Heng could see a pang of deep-seated guilt hidden behind those dreamy blue eyes. Not knowing if it was the wrong thing to say, Zhang Heng omitted the part about getting back his personal belongings and the extra bullets under the tree. My home is in a land far away. Due to some reason, I'm stranded here. Once the war is over, I will return to the place I came from, said Zhang Heng. Simone seemed disappointed after hearing what Zhang Heng had to say. Zhang Heng knew that she had grown fond of him after what happened to them in the woods. From what he saw, it seemed like Simone was a high-ranking guerrilla in this base camp. He could have easily taken advantage of her fondness toward him and have a better life right here. If he did that, however, he would definitely bring great sorrow to Simone when the day to leave finally arrived. Sometimes, Zhang Heng had doubts if this was really just a game. His entire experience so far had proven too realistic for him to handle. Everything was so real it became hard to consider those around him like a bunch of programmed NPC. Zhang Heng also wondered what would happen to this virtual world once he left. What would happen to the people around here? Would the tale soldier on without him? Despite it all, he knew that it was hard to lie to the only girl fond of him in the entire camp. Eventually, Zhang Heng decided that he would tell her the plain old truth. It might seem unwise in the current climate, but he was willing to risk it and stick on to his principles. Simone looked lost after the conversation. She was just sat mum on the bed, unable to utter a single word. Noticing tension in the atmosphere, Maji closed the door behind her and talked to Zhang Heng. I thought you looked smart for a man. You really should never say such cruel words to a girl. However, I think I kinda like you right now. Simone might be a masterful marksman, but she is extremely innocent. She has never been in a relationship in her entire life. Before the war, she lived with her great-grandfather deep in the forest, and all she did growing up was hunting. Aji and I initially thought that you harbored ill intentions towards her. It seems that I have misunderstood you. Maji then paused, lighting up another cigarette. I have come across many men in this life. Most of the ones I know have a dick in place of their brains. Although they would instantly fall for women who showed fondness towards them, the ending is usually the same. Waking up in the morning, feeling an empty space beside you, finding out that you have been left all alone in the bedroom. Such is the nature of men, right? So, you guys have finally agreed to send me to the back of the battlefield? Asked Zhang Heng as he ignored her rambling. About that, I must apologize. It's simply not possible. I didn't exactly lie about everything the last time we talked. Compared to the Soviet military, we severely lack skilled fighters. Since you are all dandy and healthy, you turn up as a perfect add-on to the force. Don't worry, Maji assured him. I will help you solve your gun problem. Later on, I will see who has remained at the base camp. Weller and his team just came back yesterday, so I don't think they are heading out today. They should have plenty of time to give you a few shooting lessons later. However, I feel they don't like you too much. How about Mike? I wonder if he's here right now. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Simone was barged in and whispered something in Finnish to Maji, leaving her startled. She then turned around, relaying to Zhang Heng what Simone just told her. Simone told me that she wants to be the one that teaches you how to shoot better. Maji whispered while smiling slyly. This amazed him. Considering how he had just let his tongue slip, her heart would have been broken, much less willing to teach him anything. Is she even okay? Are you doubting my medical skills? This is the 5th day. She'll be fine as long as she does not overexert herself, grumbled Maji with one of her eyebrows twitched. Of course, Zhang Heng would not reject the offer. He knew that it was challenging to find someone good to teach him. Earlier, all O'Hare did was summarize the entire course of shooting better. When he was practicing, he encountered a new problem. He did not approach O'Hare to ask about it, though. And this was not the 21st century. He couldn't just simply get on Baidu or watch a bunch of online tutorials to help to shoot better. It was undeniably that Simone shot as good as she looked. Zhang Heng personally witnessed her exterminating 2 Soviet scout teams on her own, never once needing a second bullet to kill her target. It was all a one-shot, one-kill business. It was hard to believe that she acquired such great skills, even at such a young age. Zhang Heng grew more and more curious about the girl's origins, of how she got so bloody good at what she did. Simone was the kind of girl that took her own sweet time. Since she happened to be dressed, and he had a rifle with him, they all proceeded to his secret shooting range. Both of you, spare my life, please. I haven't even had my breakfast yet, lamented Maji. Zhang Heng was shocked to see O'Hare giving Simone bullets every single time she asked for it. She must have contributed a great deal to the war effort. Simone was known to continually empty the already limited armory of ammo. Poor O'Hare had to hide someplace whenever she came asking for more. Unfortunately, the base camp was more like small confinement. O'Hare had to cook for everyone every day, so it wasn't hard for Simone to find him. In the end, due to the shortage, he had to increase its price. Right now, ammunition had turned into the most valuable loot for all the guerrilla members. This week alone, Zhang Heng had lost count of how many bullets he had fired. This was the first time he experienced the joy of unlimited rounds. Right now, he was lying low on the snow-covered ground as he controlled his breathing. He had his rifle loaded and aimed for the target 30 meters away from him. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Seconds later, there was a loud thunk as the metal cup on the wooden block was sent flying. Zhang Heng then heard a notification. Acquired new skill, shooting, LV0. This was the very first time he managed to learn an entirely new skill set in such a short period of time. All in all, it had only taken him the better half of a week. However, it seemed like Simone was displeased with his progress. She took out her rifle, cocked it, and pulled the trigger. The bullet landed on the tiny matchbox located 120 meters away from them. The best part, it took her only 2 seconds to hit her target. Zhang Heng was left tongue-tied. There was still a gaping gap between them. Without a scope, it was hard for Zhang Heng to land a shot on his target. He had no idea how Simone managed to land an accurate shot that was so far away from them. Her dexterity and speed were simply too impressive. When a sniper went against another sniper, speed was the factor that decided who lived or died. If Simone was his enemy, Zhang Heng knew that she would have killed him before he even picked up his gun. Chapter 71. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. Chapter 71. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you 13. Though Zhang Heng spent most of his time brushing up his shooting, he made sure that he would not neglect snowboarding as well. Unfortunately, training on the snowboard didn't go as smoothly as the shooting practice. Simone's snowboarding skill was decent, but it didn't come close to her shooting skills. Besides, as she was still recovering from her injuries, it was a terrible idea for her to do such vigorous exercise. Hence, she sat it out most of the time and watched Zhang Heng practice instead. Maji stayed with them for only 2 days. After that, she grew impatient and bored with the translator job. Before they even realized it, Maji had already made a quick escape, running to deal with other more pressing matters. Luckily, Zhang Heng and Simone only needed to communicate with each other during training. Though they did not share a common language, hand signals were sufficient for Zhang Heng to understand most of her instructions. Most of the time, there was an awkward silence between them. Simone would watch Zhang Heng from the side when he practiced shooting. It was almost always freezing, up here in the north. As a snowflake landed on her nose tip, she could not help but sneeze. Along with that, Zhang Heng found out that Simone had started to learn English from Maji. Ironically, the first sentence that she learned was, "Can you kiss me?" So, the next morning, as Zhang Heng was brushing his teeth, he suddenly heard Simone's first English words. Shocked and taken aback, he almost swallowed the toothpaste in his mouth when he heard Simone asking him to kiss her. Later on, he discovered that Simone actually intended to say good morning to him. Undoubtedly, only Maji could fool around with her in such a silly way. Zhang Heng himself wanted to learn Finnish as well. After all, it was never a bad idea to learn a new language. Besides, he could communicate with the people around him. However, there were very few consonants in Finnish. Instead, it had long words, rich vowels, and very complicated grammar. Little wonder why it was considered as one of the hardest languages to master. With all things considered, this seemed to be the wrong time to learn a new language, a very hard one at that. In order to survive the war, he first had to improve his shooting and snowboarding prowess. Of course, it wasn't impossible for him to learn if he put his heart into it. He soon realized that there were some crucial words that had to be acquired instantly. Words like open fire, ceasefire, retreat, and cover were critical on the battlefield. So here he was, trying to learn some words that were frequently used daily. Although such a short time would prove impossible for him to come up with full sentences, a single word would surely help a lot to express what he was trying to say. Maji naturally became the busiest person in the base camp, having to teach Simone English and Zhang Heng Finnish at the same time, while being the doctor as well. The good thing here was that Zhang Heng was very productive by nature. He transformed from a man who had never held a gun in his life to a lethal mercenary that could shoot accurately. At the same time, he snowboarded well now, swiftly sliding through the icy lands like a white phantom. He had undoubtedly improved by leaps and bounds during this period. Though he still couldn't be compared to a full-blown Finnish gorilla, most members, including Maji, were secretly impressed by his rapid improvement. Simone's good teaching contributed most to his improvement. As Zhang Heng had previously spent a great deal of time honing his archery skills, he had a good grasp of the basics of aiming. Regretfully, his goal of getting his shooting and snowboarding to level 1 seemed impossible to achieve. On his 13th day here, something that was bound to happen finally took place. Simone had almost fully recovered from her wounds. If it was not for Zhang Heng, she would have left the base camp 3 days ago. In order to make sure he received the best training, she elected to stay behind for a few more days. Today was the day that the guerrilla troops received a message from the villagers nearby, informing them that a platoon of Soviet soldiers rushing somewhere had been spotted. Immediately, Aji summoned all the available guerrillas to discuss taking out the troops. Predictably, every single one of them concurred. Simone, too, had asked for approval to join this mission. Zhang Heng did not attend the meeting but sensed that the guerrilla members were filled with excitement. All of them were cleaning their weapons, checking their backpacks, and discussing strategies. Clearly, the atmosphere at the base camp had changed. Even lunch was a lot better than the usual. Simone then told Zhang Heng in English that they were about to go on a mission. In turn, Zhang Heng replied to her in Finnish. Both of them looked for O'Hare, managing to claim 4 days' worth of ammunition and supplies. As a bonus, Zhang Heng was presented with a set of camouflaged attire as well. He no longer needed to wear that rather unsightly khaki-colored Soviet uniform. It would be a lie to say that Zhang Heng was not nervous. After all, he was about to enter an active war zone. He was different from all those guerrillas, having nothing against the Soviets. Whether he wanted it or not, though, he would soon be dipping his hands into a lake filled with Soviet blood. Wars were merciless. Everyone involved in such brutal acts against each other would eventually be forced to do something they never intended to. Zhang Heng stuffed the toiletries and a roll of bandage into his backpack. These items were separated from the dried meat and vegetables. Simone was worried about his mental state. While packing, she kept peeping at him, worried that the rookie would somehow break down and desert the four. However, it seemed that Zhang Heng was strangely serene, his mood no different from going for a training session. Her worries slowly subsided. This place was no cozy study room. This place was not a quiet library that was flooded with sunlight. Zhang Heng wished he could comfortably sprawl on a sofa in some quiet place to prepare his mind for the rigors of war. Unless he shared the same fate with Desmond Doss, most people would only get one of two endings on a battlefield: to kill or be killed. This had nothing to do with moral codes. Survival was the priority here. Zhang Heng slung his snowboard and the M28 at his back. Simone was waiting at the entrance when he opened the door. As she saw him, she hesitated before mustering enough courage to give him a 1-second hug. "Don't worry. I will protect you," said Simone. A strange sensation overwhelmed Zhang Heng, this being the first time a girl had said such a thing to him. And the weirdest part was, he found it really hard to refuse her. In the end, he nodded his head and replied, "Me too." Both of them did not leave for the mission when the other guerrillas did. This was only because Simone was used to acting alone. In her younger days, she was trained to hunt by herself. Even after joining the guerrillas, she never wanted to partner with others as well. To ensure Zhang Heng would survive till the end of this war, she broke her lone shooter chastity for the first time and requested him as her partner. Still, she was not used to being with someone else. While they were on the road, Simone walked briskly and was ahead of Zhang Heng. Soon, a 1-meter distance drew between the two of them. Night had fallen, and the temperature had fallen by tens of degrees. Before long, Zhang Heng notified Simone that it was time for dinner. After living desolated on an island for a year and a half, Zhang Heng's cooking had improved a lot. When it came to the simple ingredients that they had, he could transform them into something delicious. Hence, he volunteered to start the fire to cook for the two of them. As she stared at the hypnotizing flames, Simone zoned out. Suddenly, she thought of something and her face turned red. Initially, she had just sat there quietly, but right now, she found it really hard to sit still. Fumbling, she showed Zhang Heng a hand signal, indicating that she should check out their surroundings first. Clearly, it didn't seem like a valid excuse as they had just left the base camp not too long ago. There was still some distance between them and the Soviets. Other than trees and deer around them, there were no other living beings along a 10-mile radius. Perhaps this strange silence was the reason Simone felt so uneasy. Chapter 72. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You. Chapter 72. The Mannerheim Line Welcomes You 15. The night went by peacefully. On the afternoon of the second day, Simone found the footprints of Soviet soldiers. It seemed like they just passed here yesterday. According to the prints, there should be around 100 to 200 people. There were also tracks all over the ground left behind by wheels of some kind. It was a high possibility that they dragged along heavy machine guns with them. After snowboarding for the entire afternoon, they finally got close to their targets just before sundown. It seemed that the Soviets moved at a snail's pace. Considering that the snow on the ground was half a meter thick, it was extremely hard for soldiers and horses to move around as they pleased. When the terrain got too tough, the soldiers would be forced to free the stuck carts, heaving and pushing with whatever little strength they had left. The combination of poor weather and bad news from the front lines took a big hit on the soldiers' morale. They were supposed to carry out the attack in 16 days, but had failed miserably in doing so. If Zhang Heng remembered correctly, most of the Soviet troops would be eventually eliminated by the Finnish guerrillas. Every single frontline soldier sent to Finland by the Soviets had been overwhelmed by fear. Typically, soldiers that left their homeland to fight a war abroad would be left with very low morale. Despite the Soviets' best attempts to boost their spirits, the results turned out a lot worse than expected. After the purge, some experienced mid- and high-ranking officers were either executed on the spot or sent to Siberian gulags. Most of the young officers that were promoted had just graduated from military college. Their loyalty toward their homeland was unquestionable. Like brainwashed zombies, they had only one purpose, and that was to follow orders. These were perfect for battles that required cannon fodder, or ones that required little thinking, but rather a mass horde of killing machines. Right now, they were facing problems from all directions, with their young officers not knowing how to handle their dejected subordinates. After checking the soldiers out with a pair of binoculars, Simone passed it to Zhang Heng. What she saw was a classic Soviet military formation. There were around 150 people in total, where the front line was made up of 3 rows of foot soldiers equipped with 12 light machine guns, 2 heavy machine guns, and then some grenade dischargers that looked like spades. Most were using the M1891 Mosin-Nagant. For a long time, this rifle was a signature weapon of the Soviets. In terms of firepower, it was rather potent, especially the Maxim heavy machine gun. In theory, it could shoot up to 600 rounds per minute, powerful enough to shoot down flying airplanes. Zhang Heng was worried that the reflection of the binoculars might give away their location, only taking short glances in between. Both him and the sniper decided it was best to retreat for now, only returning later that night. Simone had already started to bury herself with the snow around her. She then signaled him with her hand, asking him to retreat first. For the past week, they had been training together, and he thought that he knew how excellent her shooting skills were. He could not help but take a deep breath when he found out about her intentions. 700 meters lay between them and the targets. If one used the sight bead to aim at a target 300 meters away, the red dot in the scope would be larger than the target. 500 meters was considered the maximum distance a shooter could accurately discern it. It was practically impossible to take out a person that was 700 meters away. Zhang Heng had no idea what kind of sniper could achieve such a great feat. The one thing he knew was that he had to trust his partner with everything he had, come what may. As he mulled over those thoughts in amazement, Zhang Heng carried both of their snowboards 1 mile from where Simone hid. He heard a gunshot the moment he lay down. Right after that, loud chaos broke out among the Soviets. Although he could not see what had happened from his distance, he could imagine how terrifying a situation they must be in. The first thing they would do was to lie flat on the ground and attempt to locate the sniper. Unfortunately, no one would have expected that shot actually came from 700 meters away. After a short back and forth of crossfire, the Soviets had enough. They loaded their Maxim heavy machine guns and grenade launchers at the same time. As the powerful cannon started its assault, the sound of the M28 was utterly drowned out. They would never be able to locate where Simone was. This kind of battle had a significant impact on a soldier's morale. Simone could only kill one person each time she fired, and the overpowered Soviets were enough to destroy the entire Milky Way. Despite having the big guns, despair eventually subjugated them. Their firepower was deemed useless when they faced an invisible sniper that was a good 700 meters away from them. Like a rampant plague, fear had started to spread among the ranks of the Soviets. The shooting finally came to a stop 5 minutes later. Some soldiers were still holding up their rifles, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The fear of dying at any moment began to fester in them. From the beginning till the end, they had not located the lone sniper. However, some stray bullets still landed at Simone's hideout. Zhang Heng was incredibly worried that she might have been shot. Thankfully, he soon saw Simone approaching him and was filled with relief. Nothing had changed on Simone, except for her rapid breathing. She then spat out some snow from her mouth and drew the number 12 in the air with her finger. In total, Simone used 30 bullets, and she managed to kill one with every 3 shots. The kill count might not be impressive, but if one considered the fact that she killed enemies that were 700 meters away from her, it was nothing less than a miraculous feat. Her main target were the ones on the heavy machine guns, killing almost 7 out of the 14 gunners. She even managed to kill an officer right before he threw a grenade at her. While the Soviets were blinded by chaos, Zhang Heng and Simone managed to increase the distance between them. And this was how Zhang Heng's shootout ended. Throughout the entire stint, he did not fire a single bullet. He was just an observer, witnessing his partner killing their enemies. Simone, on the other hand, did not look too excited about her recent achievement. There was still half an hour left before the sky turned dark. Simone had no plans to waste any second, so they quickly switched to another spot. She then carried on with the unfinished business, ticking off the rest of the enemies one after another. There was nothing the Soviets could do about her. They had the numbers, but if they deployed all 100 soldiers to search the forest, it would only be easier for Simone to pick them off one by one. Only a sniper could kill a sniper. A heavy machine gun was basically useless right now. This was the problem that the Soviet commanders could never solve throughout the duration of the Winter War. Unfortunately, they did not realize how valuable a sniper would be during that period. Thus, they paid the hefty price of hundreds of thousands of souls before they established their own sniper brigade. Many years later, though, the Soviet Union would eventually become the country with the most snipers. In the battle with the Nazis, they had snipers deployed at every single crevasse, rooftop, and ruin in the city. Chapter 73. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. Chapter 73. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. 15. The surprise attack threw the entire Soviet troops into a disorganized chaos. However, this was not the end of it. Their nightmare was officially set to begin that night. During the nighttime, visibility had significantly reduced, making it a lot harder for the troops to spot the guerrilla members hiding in the forest. Without a visible target, they would not know where to fire. After an entire day of traveling on foot, most of the soldiers were famished and fatigued. Usually, during this hour, they would start to prepare and cook their dinner. Nothing was usual about this time, as there was a sharpshooting reaper hiding in the dark, getting ready to harvest their souls, one bullet at a time. There were many dead bodies lying beside them, courtesy of the sniper, discouraging them from starting a fire to cook. Moments like these displayed the weakness of the young and inexperienced commanding officer. He did not know if he should fortify the place in anticipation of backup, or simply take off and never look back. Sadly for them, another force of guerrillas soon arrived, surrounding them. Then, with a merciless blow, launched the second wave of attacks on this unlucky Soviet brigade. The guerrillas with their submachine guns snowboarded their way in the dark forest right to the heart of the enemy base camp. The moment they saw the Soviets, they started to open fire. Though there were only 20 of them, their courage and blitz attack had caught the Soviets off guard. Besides, Simone had taken care of 2 teams of their machine gunners. It was soon apparent that the reaction of the rest of the soldiers was a lot slower. In their mess and confusion, the guerrillas had already finished shooting. By that time, the guerrillas had left with their snowboards and turned to other locations to strike other brigades. Still, 2 guerrillas got hit, where one of them was shot in the head, falling off from his snowboard. Another one was shot in the shoulder, but he managed to escape in the end. As for Simone, she had her rifle locked and loaded. Usually, she would start opening fire at single targets when the other guerrillas launched their attacks. Once the surprise attack was over, she had killed another 8 enemies. The combination of an invisible supershooter and the Baltic ferociousness of the Finnish had managed to completely devastate the morale among the Soviet ranks. Within 3 minutes, another 20 dead bodies piled up on the ground, and 30 soldiers were severely wounded. Amongst these, 7 were critical, choking, and bleeding out. It seemed they would not pull through the night. As for the rest, there was no way they would make their way to any battlefield without receiving medical attention. However, they would best forget their intentions, considering the agonized wails and screams of the decapitated conscripts. The Soviets were already in extreme distress when the guerrilla attacked earlier. In order to save ammo and avoid friendly fire, they retreated, for now, halting the attack and hiding out in the forest to wait for the perfect moment to strike again. They were like predators stalking their prey from Agar. Though the Soviets greatly outnumbered and had a lot more firepower than the guerrillas, it did little to affect them. To them, the Soviets were simply dead meat on the chopping board. Since Finland was located far up north near the Arctic, they had very long nights and only a few hours of daylight. They were accustomed to the dark, having honed their skills in the nights. This proved a great advantage to them when overpowering the uninitiated Slavs. Zhang Heng and Simone too retreated to a safe place. They even found a little time to have dinner. Of course, in order to stay hidden, there was no fire. Perhaps the food was undercooked, hence its rather unsavory nature. After a short while, they saw someone gliding towards them on a snowboard. The man passed, creating a cloud trail of snow and frost behind him. Zhang Heng recognized the man. He was the same one who had brought him back to base camp with a submachine gun pointed at him. After spending some time at the base camp, Zhang Heng got to know his name as well. He was called Weller and was the one most hostile towards Zhang Heng. He must have followed the signs Simone had left on the path when she moved here. Zhang Heng could roughly guess that he was here to discuss the time for the next round of attacks. The splash of snow and ice was an attempt to show off his skills to Zhang Heng, raising his eyebrows in intimidation, as if courting a challenge. He even cocked his machine gun, swung it around, and tauntingly glared at Zhang Heng. Just as Zhang Heng was about to react to that, Simone quickly stood up with her M28. She seemed akin to a lioness protecting her cub, which was Zhang Heng. Naturally, Zhang Heng was not pleased by her response. He muttered a few words and left with his snowboard. Zhang Heng felt that there was something terribly wrong about all this. The longer he stayed with Simone, the stronger this bad feeling got. Actually, it was not that hard to deal with a simple-minded brute like Weller. He was the same kind as Chung Chung, a man-child. Though Weller had a strong dislike towards Zhang Heng, he had not done anything overboard so far. At most, he would laugh at him with his friends when Zhang Heng passed him by. Sometimes, he would even wear Zhang Heng's undercoat and deliberately walk in front of him. He had repeatedly done this, hoping to encourage a response. From time to time, he would glare at Zhang Heng with hatred, even spitting on the ground as a sign of disgust. With Zhang Heng looking away, he would often chuckle in satisfaction. After that, Zhang Heng got to know that Weller was married with 2 kids. His affection for Simone was more of admiration and infatuation. He was green with jealousy when his crush hung out with Zhang Heng all the time. The best way to deal with these types was to do nothing at all about it. As time passed, he would have to accept that this was something that he could not change. The way Simone glared at him just now would definitely trigger his rebellious personality. Of course, Zhang Heng did not blame her for that. After all, nobody forced her, and she did it all out of good intentions. As long as she could remember, she had been staying with her great-grandfather. Undoubtedly, more straightforward than Weller. As for a woman like Maji, Zhang Heng could never know what went through her mind. She had a natural flair for stage plays. Sometimes, she even acted so well that Zhang Heng could not help but believe whatever she said. She was a true femme fatale, and that was why Zhang Heng still did not trust her wholeheartedly. 40 minutes later, the guerrillas launched their third wave of attacks. This time, they employed different tactics, not striking at them directly. Instead, they had 2 snipers picking them off from afar. This allowed them to draw fire away from the rest of the guerrillas. While the Soviets were busy shooting at the sniper, the other guerrilla members would appear out of nowhere and strike the distracted soldiers. Simone had her priority on the heavy machine gunners. At the same time, Zhang Heng had also let off a couple of shots as well. These targets were a lot further away than the ones in his training sessions. He did not know if he had made any kills before suddenly a notification: successfully killed an enemy. Game points, +5. For more information, please check your character panel. Was that a lucky shot, or did he really kill the one he aimed for? Chapter 74. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. Chapter 74. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. 16. After killing over 20 people and a commander, the Soviets had completely lost the will to fight. Some of them surrendered their weapons and begged for their lives, and some tried to run away. The guerrillas left a couple of fighters around to keep an eye on the deserters, while some others went into the forest to look for the runaways. Zhang Heng was not interested in these things that spilled blood. However, he knew that his first fight was the only time to prove his loyalty to the guerrilla force. The way he acted upon the Soviets today would determine how the Finnish would treat him tomorrow. So, Zhang Heng followed right behind them and shot those who were on the run. It looked like good target practice as well, trying to strike moving runners and all. A gunpowdery half an hour later, the fight was finally over. All in all, a total of 7 soldiers managed to escape. As for the rest of them, they were either captured or killed. This meant that an entire Soviet brigade had been eliminated. As for the guerrillas, there were a total of 2 dead. 1 suffered substantial injuries, and 4 had flesh wounds, but nothing too serious. As for the fallen Finnish, 1 got shot directly in the head during the first wave of attack, and the second was killed while in pursuit of the enemy. Though the guerrillas eventually killed their killers in revenge, it was impossible to bring their dead allies back to life. After that, Weller led a few of his people to scout the battlefield and make an inventory of the spoils that had looted from the Soviets. A few of the guerrilla even looked excited, as if kids on a demented treasure hunt, looking ever excited at their new possessions. To the captured Soviets, each second that passed was hell, growing more anxious and panic-stricken. They had no idea what was going to happen to them. The Geneva Convention saw a way to treat prisoners of war with humanity. Unsurprisingly, the Soviets wanted no part of it in World War II. With that being said, Zhang Heng had never seen prisoners of war back at the base camp. It was simply not economically viable for guerrillas to keep them alive, not to mention not having the numbers to control a riot if a huge fight broke out. This time, they captured a total of 40 prisoners, and at least 4 to 5 guerrillas would be needed to escort them back to the base. Considering that they needed to deal with those that were injured, the possibility of crossing paths with other Soviets, and the possibility of the prisoners escaping, it still seemed unwise to bring them home. In an attempt to exert superiority, some of the guerrillas had brought over 2 Maxim heavy machine guns and pointed them at the prisoners, leaving them writhing and trembling. Some even wet their pants and started to cry in fear. All their weapons had been confiscated, and it seemed all but too late for these unfortunate souls. Zhang Heng had no intention to witness all the killing, not forgetting to leave the confiscated guns and valuable items as well. All he did was pick up ammunition. After filling his backpack, he left the place with Simone. As they were leaving, the loud rattle of heavy machine guns filled the air. Horrible screams of men doomed to their fate echoed painfully, leaving the forests engulfed in a veil of death and blood. It didn't last too long, though. As before long, silence embraced the dark woods once again. Before meeting Simone, Zhang Heng had experienced 2 fights. Hence, this was not his first time seeing bodies and parts scattered all around the floor. His calm reaction had left many befuddled. Throughout the entire battle, Zhang Heng did not drag anyone's feet and made no mistakes as well. This had caused many guerrillas to change the way they looked at him, their impressions greatly improving. They no longer treated him like he was invisible. A lot of them remembered that they, too, performed poorly in their early days of battle. Except for Weller and gang of best friends, the rest of the guerrilla members had gradually accepted Zhang Heng as one of their own. With only 2 casualties, the guerrillas had managed to decimate an entire brigade of Soviets. It was to be considered a stunning victory. At the same time, the spoils of battle this time was a lot better than expected. In total, they had raked in a dozen light machine guns, 2 heavy machine guns, significant numbers of rifles, and together with them, the all too precious bullets. With all the new injection of weapons, O'Hayer's problem was partially solved. Morale in the base camp ran high. Weller was locked in a noisy arm wrestling battle with a few young men. No surprise there for the brutish Finn. There was a carnival atmosphere of sorts, with many drinking heartily and wagering bets on card games at the same time. When Zhang Heng entered the storeroom, he saw a new wooden bed, with a handsome pile of daily supplies beside it. "Aren't you going to join them?" Maji suddenly materialized at the door like a specter. She leaned her curvy hips on the wooden door as she lit up a cigarette. She had just stitched up a 5-inch gash in the leg of a wounded gorilla, leaving her collar with the cliché bloodstains of a war doctor. "No," answered Zhang Heng politely. "Do you think that they will all die on the battlefield soon?" she asked, looking at him with soulful but emotionless eyes. Zhang Heng did not know how to answer her. He knew he had to be cautious when she talked to the crafty Maji. She could read him like an open children's book. "What is it that you're afraid of? Doesn't the entire Europe think the same bloody way? Even an idiot will know who the winner of this war will be. But that's all in the future anyway. Right now, enjoy each day as if it's your last." Zhang Heng did not say anything else after that, probably because he was the only one that knew that ending of this war. Having the knowledge of how a movie ended was like a spoiler, and this one didn't have the best of endings. He knew how this one ended. After all, a man out of time like him didn't share those deep-set goas, which defined the cause of the guerrillas. He just wanted to survive in this cruel environment. "Anyway, Aji wants to tell you something. He said you did a good job. We treat our own well, and since you are part of us now, we will not allow you to suffer. Initially, we wanted to house you with the others, but it seems you prefer to be alone. This place is good enough. No need for any changes." For him, it was pointless staying with the others as he could not speak in Finnish. Silence would suit him better for now. Besides, as a rookie, he needed to wake up early to catch up with what the others knew. Shooting near a horde of sleeping Finns didn't sound like the brightest idea. Sighing, Maji nodded her head, encouraged him, and left after that. Zhang Heng placed his snowboard at the corner of the wall before opening up his backpack. The loot of bullets fell to the ground as he unzipped the bag. In total, he had received 513 rounds from the fight, enough for many sessions of shooting practice. After witnessing Simone's incredible aiming, Zhang Heng was filled with a strong desire to improve himself. To a sniper, distance meant safety. Chapter 75. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. Chapter 75. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. 17 Zhang Heng lay on the snow-covered ground for half an hour. He was holding his M28 and had its stock resting on his shoulder. The weather today was so cold that his fingers were frozen. Though he managed to stay calm throughout most of the bad days here, he started to doubt if he could complete today's training. This was his 79th day in this world. The mission's dateline had passed, but the extra 24 hours he had each day graciously extended his mission to a total of 140 days. The good news was that the war was about to end soon. Basically, the winter war between the Soviet Union and Finland had two different phases. The first phase began on the 30th of November, 1939. The Soviets were divided into 4 teams and attacked Finland from all 4 directions. Undeniably, the attack ended badly for the Soviet Union, for after a long and hard battle, they only managed to conquer the northern tip of Finland. As for the other 3 directions, they suffered high losses. In the end, they were forced to retreat, returning to their homeland to conscript new soldiers. It was during that time that Finland had managed to devastate the great Soviet Union. This was notably evident at the battle at Karelian Isthmus, where the Soviets failed to break through the Mannerheim Line that Finland had maintained for a couple of decades. No matter how hard they tried, the Soviets were unable to figure out the foxy defensive finish. After paying the terrible price of thousands of lives, they only managed to penetrate 20 kilometers into their defensive line. That January, things started to get a lot worse. The Red Army came up with the Northwestern Front, a Soviet military formation at Karelian Isthmus, assigning a marshal called Semyon Timoshenko as the commander. In total, there were field armies made up of the 21st Infantry Division and 6 tank brigades. The entire force was ordered to focus their fire on the Mannerheim Line. During that time, Finland's military was sorely lacking, having shortages of personnel, heavy weapons, and ammunition. Soon, these problems were exposed. Recently, the front line sent a large number of emergency reports to the guerrilla base camp. For now, they had nothing to do with Zhang Heng. He had been through around 20 battles throughout his time here. Every single day, he had to put his life on the line. The battles gradually got harder as compared to his first mission. There were a few times he almost got himself killed, even though trying his best to be extra cautious of his surroundings. The closest call he had was when a grenade landed right in front of him. One wouldn't doubt the luck a rabbit foot could grant, as, in the end, the grenade did not explode. and Zhang Heng got to live to see another day. Many surprises and unforeseen circumstances occurred on a battlefield. Being extra careful did not guarantee that you got to keep your life. The tremendous stress that he was put under recently had driven him to improve his snowboarding and shooting skills faster than he could have before this. This was especially true for the latter. Within a month, Zhang Heng's shooting skill had climbed, and he was now at LV1. If he kept going at this rate, he might just be able to scrape LV2 next month. Right now, he had an 80% chance to land a critical shot at a target 200 meters away from him. And shooting distance was not his only improvement. All the while, Simone had been trying to help Zhang Heng improve the quality of his snipership on the whole and a heightened war zone awareness that he had to have. Indeed, he was getting a lot better with each passing day, thanks to her dedication and perseverance. At the moment, Simone was attempting to sharpen Zhang Heng's observation skills. Earlier, she had deployed traps and managed to capture 5 weasels. After that, Simone made a mark on them before releasing them back to the wild. Zhang Heng was supposed to capture 3 out of 5 to complete the task. Sporting white fur, they were extremely difficult to spot on the snow-covered ground. To make things worse, the rodents were usually cautious of their surroundings. After searching for a continuous half an hour, Zhang Heng finally found one and put a bullet in it. There were still 4 to go, with Zhang Heng having a hunch that they had probably escaped by now. 10 minutes later, he spotted another weasel on a ridge. However, Zhang Heng was quite some distance away from his target, but he knew that if he waited any longer, he would surely lose the elusive animal. Immediately, he pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, the freezing cold had diminished his accuracy. Instead of hitting it, he simply scared it away. Zhang Heng shook his head and put away his rifle in frustration, feeling like giving up. He then saw Simone sitting beside the fire, deep in thought. For the entire week, the guerrillas were all on a sabbatical, having no war to fight. They had to wait until the Karelian Isthmus War ended before they resumed what they usually did. To be precise, Finland had to wait it out until other nations came to their rescue. England and France had promised that they would send their forces to help Finland defend against the Soviets. As for Switzerland and Norway, they had made it clear that they wouldn't be involved. Germany, too, mentioned that they had no intention to get involved in this war. Judging the current circumstances, they wouldn't be able to hold on until help arrived. At the same time, Finnish foreign affairs had been engaging with the Soviets. Unfortunately, Soviet demands were often unreasonable and outrageous, often making small ransoms for an even lower request. February soon arrived. The longer the war dragged, the worse the weather became. As Zhang Heng wasn't involved in the war, and as an outsider, he had no concern about the outcome. To Simone, however, her country was about to be conquered. He could feel how down she must have gotten, knowing that a foreign force was about to colonize the homeland she knew all her life. Things would never be the same again. Sadly, even if he became as good a sniper as Simone, there was no way Zhang Heng could change the results of the war. The only thing that he could do right now was to cheer her up, perhaps offer a shoulder or two. It was the best he could offer. Splat! A snowball suddenly landed on Simone's back. Immediately, she turned around to see what was going on. At the same time, the second snowball landed on her arm. Playfully, she rolled up her snowball in retaliation. A perfectly round snowball landed perfectly on Zhang Heng's chest. Such was the deadly accuracy of a masterful sniper. Zhang Heng then tossed 2 snowballs at Simone, who managed to dodge one with the other landing on her neck. She could not help but shiver as the snow fell under her clothes. This snowball fight had triggered the gods of rivalry within her. Snowballs flew everywhere, with hints of laughter, bringing Simone a much-needed reprieve from the bitter horrors of human war. Everyone, no matter who won or lost, was a casualty. It wasn't before the night that the 2 of them returned to base camp. As Zhang Heng was about to boil some water to shower, he saw Maji when he walked towards his cottage. "The 2 of you came back quite late today," she teased. "Is there something I can help you with? Things are getting really bad at Karelian Isthmus. The Soviets managed to break through the first line of defense. Rumor is that the higher authorities are about to fulfill the demands of the Soviet Union. The war will be coming to an end soon. Aji wants to talk to you about it. Are you available now?" Chapter 76. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. Chapter 76. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. 18 Zhang Heng put on his clothes and followed the doctor to where Aji's residence. When he opened the door, Aji was sitting on the table with a small knife while trimming the tip of a cigar. "Welcome, friend of Finland. Freedom fighter. My yellow-skinned friend," he exclaimed with his arms open. Zhang Heng was invited to sit in front of Aji. He had little contact with the guerrilla commander for the past 2 months. The last time he walked into this cottage was during his first arrival. He still remembered that the commander left after speaking a few sentences, and Maji was the one who talked to him after that. Zhang Heng had no idea why the commander would want to talk to him now. Aji put his cigar aside and produced a bottle of vodka under his table. It had been confiscated from one of the Soviet troops with only half a bottle left. Maji then took out 3 glasses and filled them up. "Actually, I want to thank you for what you have done for us. Thank you for everything that you have done for the past 2 months. During our darkest, most harrowing moments, you have graciously picked up arms and fought by our side. I want you to know that you have helped us protect our country. It's just too bad you're not Finnish, or our country would have decorated you with medals." Zhang Heng simply nodded as he bottomed up the cup of vodka, allowing the commander to finish. "You should know that the war is coming to an end soon. What do you plan to do when the war is over?" Zhang Heng calculated that he had about a month left before the war ended. Right until now, he had accumulated a total of 23 points. These were all the result of spotting a guerrilla base camp, killing an enemy, using a Molotov cocktail to destroy a tank, successfully killing a commander, and acquiring 10 bullet-shaped lighters. Indeed, some of these milestones were a bit on the weird side. Based on his primary mission, all he needed to do was to survive Finland for 20 days. Technically speaking, he wasn't required to stay here any longer. If possible, Zhang Heng wanted to travel to England or America. These 2 countries were considered some of the safest countries to be in during World War II. Although they did send throngs of troops to fight in other countries, their homelands were free from attacks. For Zhang Heng to be traveled to these 2 countries, the guerrilla commander had to first release him. Besides, the war was coming to an end. It was pointless keeping a foreigner here. Zhang Heng had been telling everyone how much he wanted to return to his hometown, but had never told anyone about his intentions of going to England or America. The commander and Maji looked at each other, placing down their glasses at the same time. "We pointed our guns at the same enemy. I'm going to be honest with you here. We will always believe in you no matter what happens since you are one of us. However, some of them do not think in the same way." "What do you mean by that?" "You were spotted by the soldier that provides our ammunition. They are worried you might leak out information about us to others. For example, the way we deal with our war prisoners. You know, we do what we have to do. However, when such matters spread, I'm afraid it might affect us in a bad way. Considering that foreign affairs are negotiating with the Soviet Union, this is a very sensitive time. Such information must be top secret, by hook or by crook," answered Maji while taking over the cigar handed by the commander. In a surprising turn of events, the commander then drew a pistol from his pocket and pointed at Zhang Heng. Immediately, the atmosphere in the room tensed. After a short while, the commander put down the gun on the table. "Good news is we know what kind of person you are. For me, I know in my heart that you will not leak such intel to others. What we are about to do next is going to be very simple. We just need to figure out a way to change the minds of those who distrust you." "What do you guys want me to do, huh?" "Assassinate Semyon Timoshenko." Zhang Heng's steady control of his emotions managed to impress Maji and Aji. Considering that a gun had just been pointed to him point-blank, they expected him to have an outburst by now. He had contributed a lot to the guerrilla base camp with Simone, undeniably presenting impeccable performance through the trenches of war. Right now, the commander had just turned on him, and Zhang Heng could still control his anger. His character was truly impressive. In actual fact, Zhang Heng wasn't as calm as he looked. He just realized that he had made a huge mistake. It was not as simple as a video game. The moment he chose to become part of the guerrilla force, he knew that no one would fully trust him, mainly because of his ethnicity and their inability to check his background. The guerrilla team had simply made use of him to deal with the Soviets. However, during that critical period, he was forced to join a side to survive the war. Technically speaking, both sides were taking advantage of each other. As the circumstances changed, the relationship between him and the guerrilla troops changed as well. At first, he was needed by the base camp to defeat their enemies. Now, they had turned around and made him a threat. Deep inside his heart, he knew that they would not let him off the hook so easily, even though helped in eliminating tons of enemies, also spending some good, quality time with them. It seemed like everything had reached a moot point. Don't worry. We are all reasonable folks. We will not send you to do a suicide mission. What I want you to do is fairly simple. Once you complete it, all debt between us will be no more. When that time comes, you are free to go wherever you want, said Aji. Maji blew out a smoke circle. Her eyes gave out a certain hesitation in her. After some time, Maji barged in. Did you know that the girl wasn't originally called Simone? Zhang Heng frowned, having no idea why she would bring out Simone all of a sudden. The country is not in a critical state, but we will need a hero to unite everyone. We can wait for the hero to appear, or we can create on. Maji's expression was slightly weird. She looked like she was taunting him, but with respect. The real Simone came from a small town called Rajarvi. No one cared about that place, and no one cares what he did there as well. All we know is that he's just a farmer, and he would hunt occasionally. He is the most ordinary bloke that you will ever meet. That means you can alter his past to your liking. Chapter 77. The Mannerheim line welcomes you 19. Chapter 77. The Mannerheim line welcomes you 19. I don't understand the idea behind it. There's one Simone right here. Why do we need to create another one? With her shooting skills, she is more than qualified enough to become a national hero. Why do you want to turn some random hunter into a national hero? Not one, replied the doctor, cigar in mouth. What? There is more than one Simone. In total, we have 4 Simones. All are professional fighters. 3 of them are snipers, and another one is a natural on the submachine gun. All 4 have their faces covered when they go on a mission, so their identities are secure. Together, they become the best sniper the entire human history has known, the legendary Simone. Basically, Simone is everywhere. He is a phantom on the battlefield, your most reliable ally, the White Death to the Soviet soldiers, and an undefeatable legend on the battlefield. The Simones have managed to boost morale for all Finnish countrymen and our soldiers greatly. To be more precise, there are only 3 Simones left. One was tragically killed when the Soviets started the war. We don't even have much information on him. How about the real Simone? Does he know about this? Zhang Heng asked, hoping for a straight answer for once that is not important. The real Simone joined the army last October, and during training, he protected one of his allies from an exploding grenade. If that incident did not happen, this project would not have even been born. But then again, the war is coming to an end soon, and there are 2 Simones left in this world, said Maji while spinning the lighter in her hand impatiently. The person that started this project did not expect this outcome, right? Yes. Initially, a fair chance was to be given to all Simones that survived the war. At least, they could use the gun in their hands to decide their final fate. Unfortunately, an unforeseen circumstance has emerged. What kind of unforeseen circumstances? The 2 Simones that survived was the female sniper and the man with the submachine gun. The latter one was hit by a stray bullet during one of the raids a few days ago. Miraculously, he survived after surgery. Then, someone must have leaked the news to the media. Reporters from different countries rushed to him, and it was during that time that he revealed his identity. Actually, I can understand why he would do something like this. That kid with the submachine gun is the strongest Simone when compared to the other 3. Considering he is now severely injured, there is no way he can defeat the sniper in a gunfight. What now? Are you guys planning to abandon her? Asked Zhang Heng as he stared into their eyes. We don't have many options left. We have to play his game, and we need to make up stories for him as well. Zhang Heng was unable to speak. He stared right into Maji's eyes for half a minute, not knowing what they were thinking. If you want me to believe you, you have to tell me how an English volunteer has her hands in so many top secrets, he continued. I lied. The truth is, I did grow up in England, but my father is from Finland, and he is a powerful man in the Finnish military. I'm the one who proposed the Simone plan and personally recruited all the Simones. I simply want my father to witness the birth of a legend. That is why I'm here right now. Aji was sent by the military to protect me. Maji looked very troubled. She stood in front of the window with both arms crossed in the exact same way when she and Zhang Heng first met. Suddenly, it dawned on him, as he knew what was troubling her. She realized that it was almost impossible for her to treat all 4 Simones fairly since she spent most of her time with the current Simone living in this base camp. Due to that, she could not maintain objectivity when it came to picking out the best of the lot. After all, we are all humans, and I care about the girl a lot. Before this, I had a thought amid the war to get an assassin to kill the rest of Simone's and let her live. I had no idea if she was tough enough to survive the war. With my position, I simply couldn't risk killing all the other Simones. So, the moment I heard that the second Simone was dead, I knew that the chances she would live after the war had just increased exponentially. What's happening right now came totally unexpected. So, now you found out that you can't beat her, and you want me to take care of your problem? Why don't you just let her go? You know her well enough. She doesn't mind not being a national hero whatsoever, snapped Zhang Heng while staring at the gun on the table. I'm the one who proposed the project, not the one in charge of executing it. I have some rights in this project, but not all of it. My job is technically over once all 4 Simones have been recruited. Whatever I did after that is all my own doing. The military and higher authorities have nothing to do with them. I can't change what had happened, and I can't change the mind of the top brass as well. That kid Simone trusts you fully, and that is why I'm telling you all this stuff. Asking you to send her to the end of the road is the kindest thing I can do. I heard that there is a beautiful lake northwest of here. Perhaps we can fish there when everything is over. Finally, Maji was done with everything she wanted to say. I don't get a choice either, right? Looking down, and without hesitation, Zhang Heng grabbed the gun on the table. Maji had her back facing him and did not say a single word. Zhang Heng left the wooden house as well since he had asked all that he wanted. He then walked towards Simone's cottage. For all it was worth, he made sure to thank Maji before he left. The guerrilla base camp was extra quiet tonight. Usually, O'Hare would lean at the door and gaze to the sky, looking for shooting stars. Not tonight, though. The entire base camp was flooded with light, with a kerosene lamp illuminating the doors of each cottage of the base camp. Zhang Heng did not turn around to look at the jungle. He put the gun into his pocket and used another hand to knock on the door. Since Maji did not like to bring her key around, Simone was unsurprised when someone knocked on her door at this hour. However, she was startled when she saw Zhang Heng standing outside the door. The moment he caught sight of her, he grabbed her collar and pushed her to the ground. Surprisingly, Simone did not retaliate. All she did was lie on the floor and stare at Zhang Heng. Her face was flushing. Just like what Maji told him, Simone trusted Zhang Heng with all her heart, no matter the situation. Zhang Heng sighed. All he needed to right now was to take out the gun from his pocket and end it all. Looking into her eyes, he saw that they were heartbroken, confused, but submissive. He hesitated. In the end, he couldn't make himself do it. Instead, he tried his best to look through the Finnish dictionary in his mind, saying, "Trust me." After that, Zhang Heng started to look around to check out the room. With Maji's wittiness, Zhang Heng was confident that she had made preparations well before she signaled him earlier. He then looked at Maji's bed. That and the cabinet were the only places where Maji could hide her stuff. Chapter 78. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you XX. Chapter 78. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you XX. Gunshots blasting at the wooden house broke the silence of the night. After a short while, a strange rustling sound came from the forest where few masked men with submachine guns charged at where Zhang Heng and Simone were. They wore plain winter camouflage with no insignia bearing their unit or identity. Little did they know that Zhang Heng was about to welcome them with a Maxim heavy machine gun. Good thing Maji was crazier than he expected, a trait that proved useful in time like this. With a bit of patience, Zhang Heng waited until all the unknown assailants were close to the cottage before opening fire at full force. Shells flew out from the chamber in a continuous stream like an angry, fire-spitting dragon. Clearly, those 5 men had prepared to deal with surprises like this. However, they had not accounted for Zhang Heng to use a Maxim heavy machine gun to go against them. The gun's destructive firepower had crushed any possibility of retaliation. Before they could do anything, their bodies were shredded into pieces, their flesh exploding into tiny bits as the bullets ravaged through without mercy. Though the gun was potent, it consumed ammo at an obscene speed as well. In that short skirmish, Zhang Heng had consumed all the ammunition prepared by Maji. Due to the gun's weight, it was not possible for him to carry it around. After killing the first wave of enemies, he abandoned the cumbersome machine and took out his handgun to shoot the kerosene lamp that was still alit. The moment the flames went out, the second wave of enemies arrived. In senseless insanity, thousands of bullets started spraying out of the forest toward the base camp. It was so powerful it shredded the thin wooden walls of the cottage. Luckily, Simone had pushed over the bed, serving as a barrier. Still, She could not figure out why enemies would appear in the base camp all of a sudden. Knowing that the two of them were in a life-threatening situation, she quickly picked up Zhang Heng's M28 and loaded the weapon. After 3 minutes of continuous shooting, the firing came to a stop. Bullets had wholly decimated the wooden house. Plates and bowls on the table had been shattered into pieces. They were only alive thanks to the bed. Otherwise, they would have been instantly killed by the merciless rain of fire. Zhang Heng could see that these masked men were determined to eliminate Simone. They had come well prepared. 3 people attempted to approach the cottage from the forest, but were greeted in kind by 3 bullets. Simone had managed to kill them. Zhang Heng did fire twice as well. Unfortunately, he was not used to using a handgun and missed. Then, the shooting started up again. Gunshots rang out from all directions, and shells began to flood the house like there was no tomorrow. Judging by the intensity of the ambush, they should be about 20 or 30 people shooting at the same time. Sooner or later, the bed would surely give in to the onslaught. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do right now. It seemed practically impossible to bring Simone out of the snare they were cornered into. In a crude manner of speech, Zhang Heng had indeed been fooled by Maji. Out of kindness, Maji wasn't completely honest about Simone with him. Surrounded by continuous fire, Maji knew that it was improbable they would survive. She believed that with Zhang Heng's cunning, he would surely figure out the consequences of knowing top secrets. Even if he chose to kill Simone, there was no way that she would let him leave the base camp alive. Zhang Heng had said earlier that he had no options when it came to this. It turned out he was right. Still, Zhang Heng was grateful for Maji because he knew that it would hard for him to stay away and out of it. He knew that he would never leave Simone and ran away alone. Besides, he still had his trump card with him. The wooden sculpture was lying there quietly inside his pocket. He could transform himself into a shadow and flee the demolished cottage in an instant. However, the night was moonless, meaning he was limited to only moving where the kerosene lamps were. This was a big problem, and it was going to be really difficult for him to enter the forest behind the line of heavily armed soldiers. If you like reading comics, please visit read.live. Unfortunately, he knew he had to do it if the situation got any worse. Just when Zhang Heng wanted to reach into his pocket to grab the wooden sculpture, he heard there were more gunshots. This time, however, the gunshots did not come from the forest, but from the base camp. Zhang Heng saw a single Weller shooting at the forest with his light machine gun. At the same time, the limping O'Hare kicked down a table, placed his rifle on top of it, and started to shoot at the forest like a madman. All hell had broken loose, and the other guerrillas quickly followed suit as well. Of course, Zhang Heng would not let this golden opportunity slip away from him. Immediately, he kicked down the tattered wall behind him and dragged Simone out of the wooden house. Suddenly, he heard someone whistling as they were running. From afar, a guerrilla tossed a submachine gun to him and signaled him to join the battle. From the beginning of the war until now, the guerrillas had decreased from over 40 members to only about a dozen left. More than half had been killed in action. This reduction in number made them more united than before, and although they were ordered not to leave their rooms tonight, all of them chose to go against the order when they saw Simone's cottage being shot at. Such unexpected results surprised those on both sides of the divide. The truth was, enemies greatly outnumbered them. However, the guerrillas' strong teamwork had managed to hold back the enemies. But soon, the enemies started to reorganize and started another retaliation. Until now, the enemies had been hiding out in the forest, giving the guerrillas the upper hand during the first wave of attack. On the second wave of attack, the enemies started to work together, and the guerrillas were beginning to sustain injuries during the shootout. Simone wanted to head back to help her friends, but Zhang Heng knew that they were targeting her. The longer she stayed there, the more dangerous it was going to be for the others. Zhang Heng tapped on her shoulder. Gunshots were everywhere around the base camp, and amid the confusion, nobody knew where to head to. However, this was not a problem for Zhang Heng. Maji had actually signaled Zhang Heng secretly when they were talking in the commander's cottage. Northwest was where they should head to if they wanted to live to see tomorrow. Chapter 79. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you XXI. Chapter 79. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you XXI. Zhang Heng and Simone worked together, swiftly blowing out all the kerosene lamps that were hanging around the base. With that, the entire camp was now pitch black. It was as dark as a cave, with only the stars to light the way. All they could see was a silhouette from far. Zhang Heng and Simone were about 70 meters away from the forest that was located northwest of them. However, they were only 40 meters away from the west, and there was a storeroom along their path. That made Zhang Heng was keener to first head west before running northwest to enter the forest. The only thing that he needed to do right now was to eliminate the gunner that was hiding west. Rifle in hand, Zhang Heng tossed away the handgun that he was holding earlier. Then, they both lay on the snow-covered ground on their left and right. Just as expected, the enemy that had remained hidden for some time could not bear the boredom anymore. He drew out his gun and started shooting at Weller. The moment he fired, he fatally exposed his current position. Instantly, Zhang Heng and Simone took the opportunity to land a critical shot on him. Along with the loud gunshots, one of the enemies fell to the ground lifelessly. Simone did not stop there, using her excellent photographic memory and sharp observation skills to fire at another. Unfortunately, Weller got shot. It seemed like the enemies in the forest had no intention to kill, only shooting him in the leg. Zhang Heng knew that he could not afford to wait any longer. Immediately, he dragged Simone into the storeroom. One of the enemies noticed them and quickly sprayed some bullets their way in an attempt to block them off. At that very moment, Simone signaled to Zhang Heng that she would draw away the enemies to let Zhang Heng flee from the trapped position. Without thinking twice, Zhang Heng shook his head, rejecting her proposal. He knew that all those people were actually here to kill Simone, and there was no way he was about to leave her here to the wolves and vultures. Rather than being sitting ducks, Zhang Heng decided to return fire. That was the last resort anyway. The chance of them winning seemed slim. Even if they could both eliminate all the enemies, most guerrillas would die in vain. Seeing that the two of them were trapped, Weller mustered up his strength and courage and stood up, battling the pain in his shot leg. He did not retreat to a safe spot, but instead, pulled one of the corpses on the ground and used the body to shield him from the incoming bullets. With one hand, he picked up the submachine gun and started to shoot at the enemies. Having the covering fire, Zhang Heng and Simone ran into the forest as fast as their legs could carry them. The enemies gave chase, opening fire at the same time. Those 3 seconds that they experienced were like 3 centuries to them, as they gouged out every last bit of strength and ran without looking back. Right before they entered the forest, something unexpected happened. They remembered there were only 3 people shooting at them from the west side of the forest. Nobody would have expected that the 4th enemy awaited them in the woods. A lot had happened out there, and his mates had all scattered, but he was determined to stay hidden to wait for Zhang Heng's and Simone's arrival. At such proximity, it was almost impossible for the enemy to miss his shot. The man in the mask lifted the submachine gun in his hand. Not to be outdone, Simone had her rifle held in her hands as well. She had no time to aim, adjust her breath, or stabilize her shooting position. All she could do was run and shoot at the same time. The shot was fired. Seconds later, the masked man's pupils contracted. He froze, then collapsed to the ground with a sickening thud. Simone had managed to kill him without aiming. Unfortunately, there was no time to catch a breath. Soon after that, more people started coming after them. Zhang Heng swiftly picked up the submachine gun and a few boxes of ammunition before he started to run again. If Maji was telling the truth, then Northwest should be the most vulnerable spot for the enemies. That did not mean that once they were there, they would be completely safe. There could be an ambush lurking for them in the dark. After what they experienced earlier, they were much more cautious this time. It was easy for one to hide in the forest, but at the same time, it was also easy to be ambushed. Until now, Simone had no idea what was going on. She was left stunned when she saw that the man who ambushed them was actually one of the guerrillas. Suddenly, Zhang Heng felt that it wasn't too bad a thing they had this language barrier. He was unable to tell Simone that her own country had betrayed her even if he wanted to do so. The two of them did not stay at the same place for too long, and after collecting some weapons and picked most of the ammunition, they continued to run towards the forest. While they were running, they encountered a few enemies. Fortunately, these were either alone or walked in pairs. Simone's had superior hearing ability and vision when compared to most of her counterparts. In most cases, she was able to spot enemies first before they spotted her. That was why most of her battles ended really fast. The deeper they went, the fewer enemies they encountered. It turned out Maji wasn't lying to them. Soon, they would be able to break through the defense line. As they walked on, they suddenly heard someone shouting in the forest. Zhang Heng couldn't understand what they were talking about, but sensed that Simone's emotions had drastically changed. She just stood there frozen and had stopped moving. Zhang Heng guessed that they were pulling some dirty tricks to draw her out. They must be telling her that their target was actually Zhang Heng and wanted her to help them to capture him. This situation was the double cross of crosses. Her country had already betrayed her, but here, they were still lying to her, taking advantage of her loyalty. If he could ever speak in Finnish, Zhang Heng would definitely tell her the whole truth. It seemed that the enemies knew that he could not converse in Finnish. All right, Zhang Heng did know how to speak in Finnish, if only a couple of words. He could try to squeeze out something to explain himself. However, knowing that his broken Finnish was going to make him seem more suspicious, he decided to stay mum. He had said everything that he needed to say back at the cottage. Right now, it was all up to Simone. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous the situation was going to be. Still, Zhang Heng did not rush her. Both of them just stood in the dark until someone approached them. Simone lifted up her head and looked at Zhang Heng, looking as serene as usual. Right now, Zhang Heng was at a massive disadvantage. If Simone started to fall for their lies, he would have to drag her away by force. To his surprise, she lifted up her rifle and pulled the trigger. A man standing beside the tree was hit. Simone had just used actions to say what she had to say. Rather than trusting the words of some strangers, she chose to put her faith in those who had genuinely spent time with her. Sometimes, women trusted their hunches more than theories. And this soon proved to be true. Chapter 80. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you XXI. Chapter 80. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you XXI. The sound of gunshots and shouting faded into the distance. 2 hours later, it was all but complete silence. Zhang Heng deduced that they must have successfully broken through the enemy's defensive lines. Both of them had now reached the lake that Maji mentioned earlier, finding a boat tied to its banks. With that tiny rowboat, they would be able to shake off all the enemies that were chasing them, no longer having to worry about their scent being tracked down by hounds. Just as Zhang Heng was about to get on the boat, Simone collapsed suddenly. A muzzle flash came from the darkness, followed by a speeding bullet whizzing by. The round lodged itself in her shoulder and was embedded deep in her flesh. There was an active shooter nearby. Simone didn't wait and reacted with lightning-fast reflexes. After going through several battles with Zhang Heng, both of them knew what to do by now. Instinctively, she rolled over to the side, quickly looking for a nearby tree nearby, and took cover behind it. The second shot whizzed by Zhang Heng's ear. This time, it was so close it left him paralyzed in shock. Without a doubt, they had encountered a pro this time. The earlier battles might have looked dangerous as the enemies had the upper hand since they outnumbered them. However, both of them had the advantage when it came to fighting with a small group. It seemed like these new enemies had pretty good teamwork and strict discipline. They were, however, vulnerable when they were alone. It was safe to say that although they were as skillful as the guerrillas, they could never be as good as Simone. However, the sniper that they just encountered was on a different level altogether. Judging by the accuracy of his shots, he must at least be as good as Simone. This guy would prove a painful headache to deal with. With such skills, he could easily be the poster boy of every task force that he joined. If this were to be a normal situation, of course, they would have figured out a solution. Unfortunately, the enemy managed to land a shot on the shoulder that she used to hold her gun. Though she trained to shoot with her left hand, its speed and accuracy could never compare to her right. Frankly, this seemed the moment the Grim Reaper had finally arrived. They could seriously lose their lives at any moment now. Zhang Heng realized that they were in a life-threatening situation. The visibility in the forest was so poor that he could not use his ace in the hole, shadow moment. The enemy might even call for backup if they continued to linger. To their greatest surprise, the enemy who hid in the dark did not do so. After the 2 gunshots, silence once again embraced the forest. It was as if nothing happened. The wind passed them by, and the wooden boat still bobbed gently on the lakeside. Zhang Heng then saw blood dripping from her fingertips. Simone frowned, but did not say a single word about it. She was unable to feel it, her arm becoming paralyzed in some way by the gunshot wound. Zhang Heng drew in a deep breath and used his hand to signal Simone to relax. Usually, she would be the one protecting him in a situation like this. This time, Zhang Heng knew he needed to be the one that protected Simone. He then took out the wooden sculpture from his pocket and extended his arm with it. Seconds later, the sniper fired squarely at it without doubts. Zhang Heng held on to it as tightly he could to avoid it from flying out of his hand. After that, he studied the wooden sculpture. By judging how deep the bullet had penetrated the wooden statue, Zhang Heng could calculate how far the sniper was. If Simone was not wounded, she could have surely returned fire. However, even without her assistance, Zhang Heng could still estimate where the sniper was. It would prove impossible for him to defeat the sniper if he charged out right now. The sniper's shooting skills clearly bettered Zhang Heng's. The only way for him to win this fight was to pinpoint the sniper's exact location. So, Zhang Heng took out the bullet-shaped lighter that he acquired earlier and used the same way to check out the sniper's position. He struck the flint, and just as expected, the sniper landed a shot on the lighter. This time, the lighter was sent flying away from Zhang Heng's hand. Calmly, he took out the third item. This time, the sniper was smart enough to know Zhang Heng's intention. No matter what Zhang Heng did, he stopped firing at the item that he saw. 2 minutes later, Zhang Heng took out his cell phone. Ever since he joined the guerrillas, he had stopped using it. Initially, its battery was at 50%. After putting it to sleep for 2 months, it was now left with a lethargic 10%. It was just enough to help him to gain the upper hand. No one in this era had seen a cell phone before. The 2 items that Zhang Heng sent out were just decoys. As the third item that he sent out was his cell, he used it to record his surroundings for 2 minutes. Lastly, he turned on his flash function to illuminate. He placed a total of 4 times. And that was how Zhang Heng located where the sniper was. The sniper was well prepared, wearing a ghillie suit of sorts. Not only was he equipped with camouflage, but he enhanced it with snow, mud, and branches. He was now one with his surroundings, almost invisible if one did not look hard enough. Unfortunately, he could not escape the sharpness of a modern 12-megapixel camera. The real danger had only begun. Zhang Heng's advantage was that he came in a pair. Therefore, it was impossible for the sniper to know who was going to attack first. In other words, he had to split his attention between 2 different persons, continually shifting from side to side. When Zhang Heng enlarged the photo that he took, he saw that the sniper expression, an excited, gleeful sneer across his face. He was beaming with some sort of glorious purpose in his eyes. Was he relishing the joys of hunting? Zhang Heng finally understood why the sniper didn't call for his allies. This was his hunting grounds and would never allow anyone to encroach his territory. Zhang Heng knew that ultimately, he wasn't the target. His target was the girl known as the White Death, Simone. It seemed like the reason why he fired the shot earlier was to eliminate Zhang Heng. With that, he would be able to have a head-to-head face-off with Simone. Zhang Heng signaled Simone to relax her injured shoulder and hold the rifle in her other hand. Though he could not see what was going on, he could guess that the sniper must be really nervous right now. The final showdown was nigh. Seconds later, a black shadow charged from the back of a tree. The sniper cowering behind the trees had an adrenaline rush the moment he saw something flashing in front of him. Prey. No, it couldn't be. It was a trap. The astute sniper took a swift 0.01 seconds to deduce that the black shadow was simply a jacket. Though he had his rifle aimed at it, he managed to stop himself from pulling the trigger. At the same time, he got even more excited. Simone must have been ready to return fire since she pulled a trick like this. Seconds later, his heart skipped a beat. That was because it wasn't Simone that had appeared from the tree, but instead, Zhang Heng was the one who had emerged from another direction. It was at that moment that the sniper realized he had made a fatal mistake. He expected that Simone would come out to take the shot. The jacket and Zhang Heng were just illusions and distractions. Hence, he did not shift his aim. Besides, he was initially confident enough that they were unable to pinpoint the exact spot he was hiding in such a short amount of time. That was why he hesitated. At the same time, Zhang Heng lifted up his rifle as fast as possible. Utilizing the shortest amount of time, he took aim and fixed his posture for the shot. Zhang Heng now knew exactly where he was hiding. He knelt on the ground and prepared to pull his trigger at the sniper. However, the enemy soon realized that someone was aiming at him from another direction and immediately changed his aim. Zhang Heng heard something, but in his deep concentration, he couldn't identify the sound. Both of them then pulled the trigger at the same time. One bullet grazed someone's face. The other had penetrated someone's skull. Chapter 81. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. End. Chapter 81. The Mannerheim Line welcomes you. End. 2 months later. At a random farm on the border of Finland and Switzerland, Zhang Heng wiped away the sweat from his forehead and put down the axe in his hand. He moved all the chopped wood back to the storeroom and arranged them neatly among the piles. A loaf of fresh bread and some fish soup was on the table when Zhang Heng entered the house. The owner of this farm was a 67-year-old lady called Greta. Her husband and only son were tragically killed on the battlefield. She had a daughter as well, but had since been married off to a man in the United States. A month ago, she took in Zhang Heng and Simone out of kindness, besides needing help with the farm work as well. Hence, the two of them decided they would put up here for some time. When anyone asked about the two newcomers, Greta would tell them they were the relatives of her daughter's husband. Zhang Heng's fluent English was enough proof. As for Simone, she was a quiet girl and disliked socializing. As time passed, people around started to accept who she was. For good measure, both tossed away their weapons on their way here. Simone's gunshot wound was treated by a doctor who lived in a small town. The sad truth was, Simone had no family left in this world, with her great-grandfather passing away 2 years ago. In other words, there was nothing to hold her back and tie her down in this world. Once the battle at the lake was over, Zhang Heng initially wanted to settle down in America with Simone, only to realize later on that his plan was less than ideal. First, America was located too far away from Finland. Traveling all the way there would take a long time. Secondly, Simone's English wasn't the best. She would have a hard time communicating with the locals if she stayed there. In the end, Zhang Heng thought it best to stay at the border between Finland and Switzerland. Finland was one of the dukedoms of Switzerland, which was why most Finnish could also speak Swedish. As for the people who stayed in the villages near the border, it was common that they would converse in 2 languages, Greta being one of them. At least Simone could freely communicate with the people here. Through the window, Zhang Heng could see that Simone was returning from hunting. She had her sniper slung at her back and had a rabbit and a fox with her. As she entered the house, she placed today's catch in the kitchen, stored her hunting rifle in the attic, and washed her hands before settling in the dining room to have her meal. Grandma Greta scooped a bowlful of fish soup for everyone, with Zhang Heng thanking her in Finnish. This was an ordinary night for them, peaceful and joyful. After dinner, they bid each other their good nights before retreating to their respective rooms. Greta was already up in the early hours of the morning, preparing Zhang Heng and Simone's breakfast. She then put it in a basket today. Simone wasn't wearing the hunting outfit that she'd put on each morning. Instead, she had put on a dress with a floral design. Since this was a dress that had been made initially for Greta's daughter, it seemed a little too small for Simone, looking slightly uncomfortable and squirmy. "Have fun today," said Greta while passing the food basket to them. "Bye, Greta," Zhang Heng replied as he gave Greta a hug. "Goodbye, children." Greta waved at them from afar. They sure looked very much like a couple going for an outing. Zhang Heng hopped on a bicycle, and Simone sat on the back. They soon passed the paddy field, and then a square in a small town, where their tiny hospital was plastered with blood donation posters. They enjoyed the serenity of the atmosphere as they passed all of it. The war in Finland had ended, but the war in Europe had only just begun. Switzerland was considered a neutral nation. Hence, they did not need to suffer the pains that came along with war, making it a paradise during the era of the Second World War. Shortly after that, Zhang Heng parked his bicycle on a grass field located on the outskirts of the hamlet. As they alighted the bike, they both carried the food basket down, seeing a field of flowers around them. Zhang Heng had no idea what species they were, but he heard that the national flower of Finland was called Lily of the Valley. Unfortunately, this was not the right time to watch them fully bloom. This was his last day of the quest. Earlier, Zhang Heng had told Simone that this day would arrive, to which she had said nothing. All she wanted was to spend time and have fun with him during his last day in Finland. After taking a pleasant walk along the streets of the town, they fished at a pond and even managed to play some poker. In the end, they settled on a small hill to enjoy the fish sandwiches prepared by Greta. Still, they spoke little to each other. Their silence did not mean they were awkward, but rather, this was simply their way of spending time with each other. Simone's hair and dress fluttered in the wind. At last, she lay her head on Zhang Heng's lap, and she closed her eyes. Zhang Heng then took a look at his watch, took off his jacket, and covered Simone with it. Her eyebrows twitched while she was asleep. Seconds later, he heard a familiar voice. "Time to return. Quest completed. You have completed the Mannerheim line welcomes you quest. The game's 3rd round has been completed. You will now be sent back to the real world." Zhang Heng opened his eyes, finding himself sitting on a chair. It was unreal. Amongst the 3 quests that he'd completed, this was the shortest. However, he was always on edge throughout the entire mission, having to face the possibility of being killed by enemies every single day. Thrown all the way from World War II back into the current world, Zhang Heng felt that he had just traveled through time. The one single thing that he could rely on was no longer there. This time, Zhang Heng sat dazed for half an hour before he finally stood up. Something fell out of his pocket, and when he saw it, he was shocked. It was a necklace with a pendant made of an animal bone, the necklace that Simone had worn all the while. The bone used here was smaller than the ones given by the old man in Chinese attire. This one was as tiny as a fingernail. What seemed to be a tall red pine with thick branches and a complicated root system was engraved on it. Zhang Heng hadn't the slightest of when Simone slipped it into his pocket. Since he could carry it back, that meant it was a game item. After spending 140 days, Zhang Heng thought that he would not acquire a game item in this round. To his surprise, the necklace had actually been with him for a long time. He did not look for the bartender lady to identify the item, knowing that it shouldn't carry any side effects as Simone had been wearing it for a long time. Right now, another item needed to be identified urgently. It was the Moresby bone. Zhang Heng had taken the old man's advice, trying his best to not let others know about their relationship. So, he had to wait until the quest ended before allowing the bartender to identify the item. I know that you possess a lucky rabbit foot. Another game item, 3 rounds of quests, and you acquired 3 game items? Are you the son of the lucky goddess? Asked the bartender while staring at him with gaping eyes. Chapter 82, PTSD. Chapter 82, PTSD. This time, the game ended in the early hours of the morning. Only a few people were still partying in the bar downstairs when Zhang Heng stepped out of the lounge. Instead of summarizing his experience right away as he did in the past, he returned to the university, showered, and went straight to bed. Right now, all he wanted was to clear his mind of any thoughts. He genuinely did not want to think about anything. In the middle of his slumber, the door suddenly creaked open, rousing him from his sleep. Zhang Heng instantly rolled off his bed and reached for a gun, but obviously, there was nothing for him to grab. Wei Zhongyang, who had just walked into the room, was startled at his friend's reaction. He stood at the door, too stunned to react for a moment before muttering, Brother, are you all right? Zhang Heng cringed at the slightly awkward situation. Even though his body was physically the same, that 2-month war experience had scarred him in a whole different way. Compared to before, he was a much lighter sleeper. Even the slightest of movements would wake him. This was his body's self-defense mechanism kicking into high gear, in response to the complex and harsh environment he had been put into. Now and then, whenever he was walking down the street, he would subconsciously look around, keeping an eye out for bunkers. Zhang Heng knew very well about a mental condition called PTSD, which stood for post-traumatic stress disorder. It was common among veterans who had fought in wars. Mostly, symptoms varied from a complete reenaction of the battle experience, reclusiveness, and hypervigilance. Currently, Zhang Heng was more prone to the third symptom. Although able to recover from most of the war's trauma in his final month in Sweden, it was going to be really difficult for him to return to the mental state he was in prior to the war. Since he was already awake, Zhang Heng decided to not continue sleeping. He found himself something to eat in the cafeteria, then proceeded to the library with his laptop. After spending an entire afternoon completing the game's summary, Zhang Heng found himself thinking about the necklace in his pocket. So he looked up Finnish folklores on the internet. Finnish and Ugrian folklore were around even before the 10th century and were very similar to those of the Samoyedic people and the Altai tribe. As time passed, the neighboring tribes had slowly influenced their lore. Iranian myths, Turkic myths, and Baltic myths had, in their own way, been incorporated into Finnish folklore. Later on, influence of Islamic and Christian cultures was apparent as well. It was a very complicated subject, involving numerous deities. Considering these tales were not the most popular, only few records were left of them. Zhang Heng had no choice but to breach the Great Firewall of China to access Google for the information he wanted. He had been combing through the web until 10 p.m. that night, when he finally found a picture of a necklace that looked identical to the one he had. Zhang Heng's drowsiness suddenly vanished. He clicked onto the web page and found the deity in the picture, Tapio, the god of the forest. He was an ancient Finnish god, depicted as a fir tree. It was said that he could help in making hunts more fruitful for those who worshipped him. Religious reformist leader Michael Agricola had preserved precious genealogical materials in a list of gods which he had written in 1551. This included Tapio. Simone was born into a family of hunters and had grown up in the mountains with her grandfather. So, it was no surprise that she too worshipped Tapio. Except for the wood carving he obtained from Tokyo Drift, which he still found no information about, the lucky rabbit's foot, Moresby, and the necklace from this round all had their connections to folklore. This was especially true for Moresby's appearance in the real world. Zhang Heng realized that things might not be as simple as they seemed. Unfortunately, the old man in the Tang suit had already left for Europe, and Zhang Heng had no one else he could ask about these things. Apparently, it was because of some old covenant that he could not reveal too much information to him. At least that was what the old man said before he left. Zhang Heng closed his laptop and remained seated for a while as he tried to piece the puzzle in his mind. However, not long after that, he heard the sounds of people giggling. 3 girls had occupied the table to his left. 2 hours ago, Zhang Heng noticed that one of them, a lanky girl with glasses, had been stealing glances at him. He thought that there was something on his face. Now, there were another 2 girls giggling too as they peeked at him in secrecy. When they saw that Zhang Heng was looking over to them, the 2 girls nudged the lanky girl. The latter got up from her seat and walked towards Zhang Heng, eyes on the ground. She stuttered, "Friday. Friend, can I ask you a question?" Zhang Heng was a little surprised, but he knew why she had approached him. Even then, he still took the advanced mathematics workbook from her. Then, he very patiently wrote down a derivation process in great detail. After that, he looked at his mobile phone and told her, "I'm sorry. My girlfriend is looking for me." A flash of disappointment flickered in the girl's eyes. She forced a smile, fumbled a thank you, before plodding back to her seat, crestfallen. Now that he had sown the seed, he had to see this lie he fabricated out of kindness to the end. Zhang Heng packed up his things and left. To his greatest surprise, however, it turned out that he really did receive a message on his phone. It was the bartender lady. Zhang Heng opened the PDF file she sent him as he walked towards the elevator with his bag. It turned out to be the long-overdue Game Points service form that he had asked her ages ago. He briefly scanned the document. In addition to an identification service, there was also a list of items for sale. These were not game items, but a collection of bizarre things. When compared to these items, the Tollwood box that contained them would easily be considered as ordinary. These peculiar objects included blood from a cow's first birth and the 45th feather of a crow, a bunch of things that made no sense. Amongst these were other normal items, but seemed unusual because of their inclusion in the list. Zhang Heng texted the bartender lady, just to be sure. "Penguin." She replied after a moment. "Why? Are you trying to hit on me?" Zhang Heng continued. "No, I'm not talking about QQ. I just saw that Penguin is on the list of things for sale." Business must have been slow because the bartender lady replied to him almost instantly. "Oh, why? Do you plan on buying one? They're relatively cheap. 1 game point for 2. You'll even get a freezer for free. No need for that." "Thanks." Zhang Heng just wanted confirmation. There was no point in keeping 2 penguins in the dorm, having no knowledge whatsoever about the creatures. Besides, the school had refused to install air conditioners for the dorms even after everyone had repeatedly demanded for them. The dorms were like furnaces during the summer. Not everyone could take the stifling heat, let alone the poor penguins. He continued to scroll down the list before something caught his eye. What does extra game mean? It means precisely what it says it is, but you'll need to have 500 game points, and you can only choose from the previous game script. Its duration is also fixed at 60 days. Chapter 83, Wall. Chapter 83, Wall. The extra game was actually very straightforward. Unlike Zhang Heng, not everyone would spend a year and a half in the game. Most would simply use that time to pick up new skills as their ranks were still not that high. So, the extra game was a good opportunity for them to continue improving their skills. But then again, 500 game points were simply too costly. Zhang Heng had gone through 3 rounds of games, yet he had only just broken through the 100-point ceiling. That meant that it would take him at least 10 rounds to gather that many. If there was no other way to acquire those game points, very few people would be able to afford this product. However, that wasn't even the most expensive thing on the list. Zhang Heng kept scrolling and spotted an item that cost 800 game points, a mission failure exemption card. As its name suggested, this little card allowed its holder to escape punishment if they failed a mission. Presently, Zhang Heng had successfully passed all 3 games. The first and third game's main mission was survival. If he failed, he would die. A mission failure exemption card would be useless in such a situation. But for games like Tokyo Drift, Zhang Heng had no clue as to what kind of punishment the players would receive if they did not complete the mission. If he had enough points, getting one of those cards sounded like a good idea. Zhang Heng also saw something called the number 137 permanent game point membership card at the bottom of the page. This one was priced at an eye-watering 999 game points, an item that seemed particularly suspicious. According to the bartender lady, players with the membership card could enjoy a 20% discount when they spent their game points at checkpoints. Whether this was a good bargain or not was all up to the players themselves to determine. Zhang Heng did not see a single game item in this long list. Other than the extra game and mission failure exemption card, the items on the list were real tangible things that existed in the physical world. The penguins, for example, were hard to acquire for most people living on Earth. It required only one game point and even included free shipping, which was frankly a fantastic bargain. Of course, whether anyone would actually buy them in the first place was another question altogether. A week passed in a blink of an eye, and the end of the term was drawing near. The whole school was filled with students who only studied at the last minute. Hence, the library had recently become a hive of activity, brimming with students every day. The queue to the library had now extended to the entrance of the canteen, and this forced Zhang Heng to alter his routine. He would go to the gym and the archery range during the day, then wait it out until midnight. When the world had come to a halt, only would he make himself a cup of coffee and study in the empty library. Zhang Heng rarely skipped classes. Except for that time when he missed roll call for English class, he was mostly a diligent student, putting him out of danger of failing his subjects. However, since he had spent such a long time in the game, he had forgotten many things, and it was necessary for him to review them. In the eyes of others, however, his behavior seemed a bit odd. Everyone was bustling around, trying to cram as much as possible in what little time they had to prepare for the term's final examination. Zhang Heng was the only one wandering around indifferently. Even his roommate, Chen Huadong, had managed to drag himself out of bed early every morning to study. With his head buried in books, Chen Huadong could not help but roll his eyes whenever Zhang Heng left the room with his bow. Worse still, Zhang Heng would always return very late in the night, almost always just before lights out. Chen Huadong wondered how his friend would be able to find any time to prepare for the exam. Zhang Heng felt great today, successfully hitting a moving target 50 meters away. All 10 arrows hit the bullseye. He ignored the coach's resentful looks and took a drink of water. Since he had just completed the third game, there was still plenty of time before the fourth and did not pack his schedule with all the training. After his practice, he headed to the park to feed the pigeons there instead of going to the gym. When night fell, he spectated a game of football in the stadium. It was 10 by the time the match ended. Rather than taking the train, Zhang Heng opted to jog back to school. As he jogged, he passed by an alley and quickly noticed two drifters searching for food in a dumpster. They appeared to be a bedraggled grandparent and her grandchild, both wearing tattered and soiled clothing. The older one fished out a piece of half-eaten fried chicken and 2 packets of takeaways. She called her grandson to her, and they crouched by the wall to eat. When she looked up, she saw Zhang Heng suddenly racing toward them. The pair had probably been bullied by other homeless for the moment they saw Zhang Heng coming towards them. They looked extremely terrified. The old lady dropped the plastic bag in her hand and reached to pull her grandchild closer. Suddenly, something fell on her shoulder. From his angle, Zhang Heng was able to see everything. The brick wall behind the old lady melted like hot cheese, and some sort of black liquid crawled onto her shoulder. When her grandson, about 7 years old, saw this happening, he froze in his tracks. Zhang Heng ran quickly towards the elderly lady and grabbed her hand. But the black liquid was a hell lot stronger than he thought. That thing seemed to be able to shift between a liquid and solid form. Zhang Heng's pulling did nothing to free the old lady of its shackles. Although he was conservative on strength, it would have been useless even if he used all of it. If he exerted too much force, the old lady's body might be unable to take it. As Zhang Heng was racking his brain for a solution, the black liquid had already engulfed half of the elderly woman's body. Then if having a mind of its own, it crawled onto the old lady's arm towards Zhang Heng, as if not satisfied with the prey that it already had. Zhang Heng reacted quickly, withdrawing his hand at the very last second. Then, he grabbed the motionless child. The sudden movement shook him from his daze, and in panic, he started struggling. He wanted to save his grandmother, but the black liquid moved so quickly that, in less than a minute, it had completely engulfed the woman. It then slowly pulled her into the back. Half a minute later, Zhang Heng and the little vagrant were the only ones left in the alley. A sharp pain shot up Zhang Heng's right arm. The kid had bitten him and struggled himself free. He rushed to the wall and fell, knees to the ground. No matter how hard he thumped and punched the wall, the bricks remained unchanged, as if everything that had just happened was a bad dream. Chapter 84. An Encounter. Chapter 84. An Encounter. Name: Zhang Heng. Qualification: currently studying at a university. Place of birth and ID, please. A person had just disappeared right in front of Zhang Heng. He had to report it to the police no matter what. Soon, police officers arrived at the crime scene. However, it was too late. As there was no one else witnessed the incident except Zhang Heng, and no CCTV cameras around them as well, they had to check the pharmacy's CCTV that was located beside the alley. Still, the footage explained nothing about what just happened. The police had to escort the two of them to the station first. Upon reaching, Zhang Heng was seated down before someone summoned him to take his statement. Before him, the police officers were dealing with a domestic problem involving a married couple that was having a heated argument. Once Zhang Heng faced the police officer, she started to ask him about his personal information. When the questions headed in the direction of how the person disappeared, Zhang Heng decided that he would give honest answers. It was quite dark over there, and I didn't manage to see the whole thing clearly. I think she was devoured by the wall. What? Is that a metaphor? Did the wall collapse and buried her alive? No, literally. I mean, she was literally devoured by the wall. Being a university student, you should know that it's illegal to lie to the police, right? Do you want me to contact your university's chancellor? The female police officer angrily shouted while slamming her pen on the table. Zhang Heng was speechless, though he did not blame the police officer for getting pissed. She might have just pulled an all-nighter at the station. Obviously, no one spending a night at the station would be too joyous after listening to Zhang Heng's ludicrous statement. However, being a matter of life and death, Zhang Heng had no reason to make up a story and mislead the police officer. Maybe I saw it wrongly, as it was a really dark place. From my angle, all I saw was the woman disappearing into the wall. The officer frowned once again, albeit, this time, she managed to control her anger a little better. When she stared at Zhang Heng, she noticed that he did not flinch, with him gazing at her calmly. Judging from the way he behaved, she concluded that he wasn't fooling around. Zhang Heng had also mentioned that the place was too dark, and he failed to see anything clearly. So, she decided that she would not dwell on this question. Instead, she turned to asking questions about the relationship between him and the woman that disappeared. The police officer took a total of 20 minutes to record Zhang Heng's statement. Throughout the entire process, he was very cooperative. After the small commotion, the female police officer turned out to be very polite as well. So, there is no sign of infringement. You didn't exactly provide us with reliable evidence, and that kid refuses to talk as well. I can't form a basis for a case from what you told me. Anyway, I would like to offer my thanks for reporting a homeless kid to us. We will try to identify him as soon as possible and contact his parents to come and pick him up. For now, Zhang Heng had done everything he could do. This ended precisely as he'd expected. He was sad, but that matter was out of his control, knowing that it was impossible to save the woman. There were many people like her in a busy city. Usually, the busy pedestrians that walked the streets would simply pass them by. Whatever that slimy thing was, Zhang Heng knew that it was extremely cunning. It knew that such a target would not draw any attention even if it were brazen enough to devour her on the street. If Zhang Heng did not pass by the alley, no one would have noticed the disappearance of two homeless people in this city. Zhang Heng stood up and shook hands with the police officer. He then stole a glance at the kid that sat on the bench. He was still holding the fried chicken that he picked up from the bin, and seemed to be in great shock. Taking pity on the child, Zhang Heng took out 300 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the police officer. Can you buy some food for him? He hasn't had dinner. You are actually quite nice. All right, don't worry about it. Now that he is at our station, we will buy him some food later. Zhang Heng was still rather upset after leaving the police station. The creature that he encountered this evening was definitely supernatural, and he had no idea who would do something like this. It could have been a monster like Moresby, or even other players who possess game items like him. Whatever the answer was, this was definitely not a good thing. According to the old man, things like that had existed in this world for hundreds of thousands of years, peacefully coexisting alongside the humans. Clearly, the mysterious game had destroyed the balance. Suddenly, Zhang Heng realized that Moresby would appear at Hangzhou International Airport. The old man told Zhang Heng that it had chosen the two Chinese tourists randomly. Zhang Heng, however, did not agree. There must be a better reason why it had appeared on this foreign soil. The most troublesome part was the existence of other players. If those they survived the game, they must have acquired game items as well. Zhang Heng could not figure out the system that the game's creator used to select players. Not everyone had the intention to lay low like him. When someone came into possession of such great power, they would start to think of how to utilize their newfound abilities fully. Death in the game was the one factor that pushed everyone to take extreme measures. However, Zhang Heng had no intention to become a hero, nor did he want others to make a mess of where he lived. It was almost 12 when Zhang Heng arrived back at the university. He did not go through the main entrance, choosing instead to enter from the side door located west. This door was further away from the MRT station, and few elected to use this entrance. At times, some teachers would still use it because it was nearer to their residence. As Zhang Heng came up upon the entrance, he saw a shiny black Mercedes-Benz parked on his right-hand side. Shen Sisi quickly shuffled off the car. An awkward situation emerged between them when she laid her eyes on Zhang Heng. Suddenly, Zhang Heng remembered a rumor that he had heard earlier. Unfortunately, the black Mercedes had already left, and he was unable to take a good look at the driver. Shen Sisi quickly put the black pouch into her bag as she attempted to make herself look as calm as possible. "It seems like we always meet at the wrong time," lamented Shen Sisi with a bitter smile. "You don't have to explain anything to me," Zhang Heng replied. Both of them were nothing more than friends. No matter what Shen Sisi did, she had no obligation to tell him about it. Besides, Zhang Heng did not believe in the rumors he heard. He knew she was smart enough to stop the Mercedes away from the front entrance, lest the things said about her would become truth. The only question he had was why Shen Sisi did not defend herself when the allegations were thrown at her. "We'll talk soon. My dorm will be locked in a bit. I have to hurry," said Shen Sisi after glancing at the time. The female dorm was further away from the western entrance, and the dormitories would be locked in 5 minutes. Both of them waved each other a swift farewell before retreating to their respective rooms. Chapter 85. Christmas Eve. Chapter 85. Christmas Eve. It had been 2 days since Zhang Heng reported the supernatural case to the police. After that, he did not come across any cases involving the unknown. Earlier, he was surprised when he received a message from Hayes Asuka. She wanted to invite him to an amusement park on Christmas Eve, where a few of her friends would tag along as well. This was not the first time she asked Zhang Heng out. She was the kind of that could not stay indoors for too long, heading out whenever the opportunity presented itself. The one thing that surprised Zhang Heng the most was her academic results. Although she always hung out, she still managed to pass her exams with flying colors, never having failed any subjects before. He even saw her fooling around on the eve of the finals. The way she behaved was actually very similar to someone Zhang Heng knew, someone he had previously rejected a few times. He had never expected Hayes Asuka to be the persistent kind of girl. This time, he felt terrible that he had always dismissed her invitations, and so went ahead and asked his friends to join him if they had nothing better to do. Ma Wei was passionate about doing well in his studies. As for Wei Jianyang and Chun Huadong, they had been attempting to memorize everything that they studied so far. Both of them were dying for some entertainment outside the confines of the dorm room. "Are you talking about the Japanese girl that you saved at Food Street? The thing is, we don't speak Japanese." She'll be there with a few of her friends. It seems they are from China, Japan, and one of them is actually from Ukraine," replied Zhang Heng while reading Hayes Asuka's text. "Never mind. I don't think I will join you." Though Wei Jianyang was interested in being friends with girls from different countries, he still thought that his life was his priority. He was not bold enough to abandon his girlfriend and instead have fun with others. As for Chun Huadong, he was devastated that his latest attempt in wooing Su Jing had once again failed miserably. It would be a nice change for him to go out and distract himself from all the sorrow. Hence, he volunteered to go with Zhang Heng. Lastly, Ma Wei, the genius, was done with studying. He, too, decided to tag along with Zhang Heng. After that, Zhang Heng told Hayes Asuka that he would bring a couple of friends with him. It was all in good faith, and she was totally fine with it. Both sides had agreed that they would meet at the entrance of the amusement park. Seeing that there was still some time left before they headed there, Zhang Heng played a few rounds of basketball with Chun Huadong on his computer. After the game, they proceeded to the cafeteria for some food before departing. As the three of them had arrived 10 minutes early, they purchased the entrance tickets first. When they came out, they spotted Haze Asuk and her group of friends walking towards them. On her head was a beanie with 2 fur balls hanging from it. They swung around as she ran towards them. She quickly waved her hands at Zhang Heng the moment she saw him. 2 boys and 5 girls were here with her. The handsome blonde bloke should be the exchange student from Ukraine. He might have looked all imposing and cool from the outside, but once they had gotten to know him, he turned out to be actually somewhat timid. All of them did a simple introduction about themselves. Haze Asuka even spelled out her name in Chinese. They got to know how good the exchange student's Mandarin was the moment they started the introductions. Amongst them, the guy from Ukraine had the highest proficiency in Mandarin, his great-grandmother being from China. So he named himself Zhang Wei. As for the rest of the Japanese girls, only one of them could speak good Mandarin. That being said, they could all communicate with each other without problems. The only thing was that they had to say the words slowly, considering it wasn't their native language. The last Japanese girl had already started using some of the more complex Chinese phrases. Amongst them, Haze Asuka had the lowest proficiency in Mandarin. Right after she introduced herself, she instantly reverted to Japanese again when she talked with the 2 girls. Apart from those 2, the other 2 who could understand her were Zhang Heng and another boy that was currently taking Japanese classes. Seeing that everyone was here, Zhang Heng distributed the entrance tickets to each of them. The amusement park was packed with crowds of thousands because it was Christmas Eve, with most of the visitors being couples. There were even a few Santa Clauses standing at the entrance to give presents to those that were about to enter the amusement park, giving out gifts to the entering visitors. The group got their presents too, and when they opened theirs, they found out that they had all received different items. Zhang Heng got a nail clipper, and Ma Wei found a keychain. However, Chun Huadong was the luckiest amongst them, receiving a complimentary pass from the amusement park's management. The moment Haze Asuk opened her present, her face immediately turned red. She quickly hid it in her bag before anyone saw it. One of the guys persuaded her to show everyone what she got, though Zhang Heng could roughly guess the item that she received. Immediately, he looked for a topic to distract everyone. At his quick thinking, Haze Asuka looked at Zhang Heng gratefully. To be honest, the amusement park wasn't as entertaining during the night. For safety reasons, rides like roller coasters and other thrills were shut down. Fortunately, the park made up for it with spectacular live performances. Zhang Heng and his friends queued up to try some of the games offered at the booths nearby. Seeing that the live show was about to start, some of the girls suggested that they should watch it first. "You guys go ahead. I will keep her company," said Zhang Heng when he saw that Haze Asuka was more interested in the game she was playing. "I will keep her company as well," said the other guy that spoke Japanese. Zhang Heng did not brush him off, noticing that was trying to woo Haze Asuka. In the direction of giving them more alone time, Zhang Heng volunteered to help hold on to their personal belongings. Haze Asuka was so excited that she did not suspect anything was amiss. Secretly, though, the guy was extremely grateful for what Zhang Heng did. While Haze and the guy visited the haunted house, Zhang Heng settled on a bench to answer a call. The call came from Ireland and was his parents. They both wished him a happy Christmas. At the same time, they kept teasing him and asking him to take a picture of the girl that was close to him. Zhang Heng then took a picture of the couple on his left. That's pathetic. Now, his parents were nagging him, lamenting about their life in university. Judging from the background noise, Zhang Heng deduced that his parents were probably standing in front of a theater or stadium of some sort. As they were running out of time because the event they were about to attend was about to start, they had to come back to a more serious topic. They informed Zhang Heng that they would return to celebrate the new year with him. They even prepared a surprise for him as well. Zhang Heng did not entirely trust everything they said. It had been 2 years that his parents had not celebrated the new year with him. Last year, they were both on holiday, but had chosen to travel to Africa instead of celebrating Chinese New Year with their son. Initially, Zhang Heng wanted to ask them about Moresby, Tapio, and the crows that appeared in his mind when he used the wooden sculpture. Though they most probably wouldn't qualify as parents of the year, they were still experts in all these mystical stuff. Considering they were coming back in about a month, Zhang Heng decided that he would only ask when they came home. Talking about matters like these on the phone might just turn out to be more confusing. After hanging up the call, Zhang Heng sat on the bench for a little longer. Suddenly, he saw someone familiar in the crowd. He frowned. When he looked again, the person had disappeared. Chapter 86. Arcade Center. Chapter 86. Arcade Center. Zhang Heng didn't know if he had been mistaken. Just when he stood up from the bench and wanted to investigate, Hayes Asuka and the guy had come out from the haunted house. I was so scared. A face appeared out of nowhere when I was walking around just now. The creature even stuck out its tongue to scare me. My only thought after that was to get out of this haunted house as fast as possible. I should have just listened to you about not getting in. You are the smartest one here. Zhang Heng then glanced at the guy beside her. He simply shrugged, looking somewhat disappointed. Visiting the haunted house was actually a good idea for a guy where usually a girl would typically stay closer to him when she got scared. Hayes Asuka, however, was no ordinary girl, running as fast as her legs could take her when she was spooked. In the end, the guy had to go after her, and there was nothing very romantic about it. Zhang Heng gave up the idea of going after the mysterious person after the two of them interrupted him. The good thing was, he did not dwell on it. There were a lot of people that looked similar to each other in this world. After getting only a quick glance, the person he saw could have been anyone. What are we going to play next? Asked Zhang Heng. Do I get to pick? Asked Hayes Asuka while pointing at the big teddy bear not far away from her. Can I have that teddy bear? Offering various types of games, these were a bunch of arcade booths managed by the amusement park itself. Soon, the three approached one of the staff in a Santa suit. The employee told them that the teddy bear was the prize for the mini-games. Let me give it a try then, said the guy. Since he was interested in Hayes Asuka, he aspired to prove himself in front of her. He then turned around and took a look at his options. In the end, he landed his attention on a shooting game. It was common for most guys to play FPS games. Shooting was a subject that they were definitely familiar with. After observing others play and reading the rules, he decided to give it a go. The guy tossed a token into the machine and picked up the laser gun. He then took a deep breath before pushing the start button. The game itself was pretty simple, where all he needed to do was to hit as many balloons on the screen as possible. Different colors carried different scores. The player was given 2 minutes to collect as many points as possible. In the beginning, it was relatively simple, where the guy landed all his shots on the balloons that carried the most points. He even had the time to shoot the red and yellow balloons that carried lesser points. Soon, his score accumulated really fast. At the rate he was going, he would be able to claim the teddy bear in less than 2 minutes. As time passed, the balloons fell faster and faster, and black balloons started to pop up as well. The scores would be deducted if the player shot black balloons. The game was getting harder by the second. When the time was almost over, he started to panic and inadvertently hit another black balloon right before the time ended. In the end, his only reward was a sticker saying Merry Christmas. This pathetic result had deeply embarrassed him. So, he decided to go for another round. Perhaps it was due to his nervousness or his desperation for better results. He fared worse in this second round. This time, he accidentally hit a total of 4 black balloons. The people behind him were literally laughing at him. Judging by their buff physique and attire, they were most likely students from a university nearby here. Though the guy was very unhappy that they were laughing at him, there was nothing he could do about it. A fight almost broke out when one of them called him a weak ass. Though the person simply muttered it out, it was clear enough for the people around him to hear everything. In the end, they laughed at him even harder. Hayes Asuka could not understand the conversation, but she could sense that something was not right. So, she quickly told the guy that she did not want the teddy bear anymore. It was better for them to look for fun elsewhere. Zhang Heng was fine with that. When the guy saw that the group of boys who laughed at him were strong and muscular, and that there were only 3 of them, he knew that things could take a worse turn for them if he decided to confront them. None the wiser, he decided to swallow all the frustration that was burning within him. The 3 of them ignored the rowdy gang and proceeded to the dart-throwing booth next door. On the other hand, the group of guys that laughed at him tried the shooting game. Hayes Asuka was overloaded with luck tonight. Although she had never undergone professional training, she still managed to hit the bullseye thrice. Though her last dart missed the target, she still managed to get the 4th prize. The attendee then handed her a mug, which instantly lightened up her mood. Her admirer standing beside her was clearly distracted. He still had his attention focused on the group of guys that laughed at him earlier. After playing 2 rounds, they only managed to win a consolation prize. "I thought you guys are supposed to be really good." The guy jeered at the group sarcastically. One of the boys that looked like a basketball player overheard what he said. He turned around and looked at him with a smile. "Hey, it's you guys again. Why are you still here? Come play 1 round with me then." He did not expect his soft whisper to be heard by them. Nevertheless, Tho was forced to accept the challenge, knowing that this was the worst time for him to act like a coward. "What do you want to play? Let's all play a round of the shooting game, then, since we all look down on each other. I'm not going to make your life difficult, don't worry. All you need to do is call yourself a weak ass if you lose." The guy was furious when he heard the degrading slur again. As he looked at their score, he felt that he should be able to beat his opponent if he played carefully this time. "Fine, let's do it then." The group guys were clearly excited when he accepted their challenge. All of them started to look at him, as if he was a clown that was ready to perform in front of them. "Wang Bin, you are so mean. Why are you bullying a retard?" asked one of the group members while blowing a whistle. "I have to do it. He is calling us weak. He wants to teach us a lesson and brag in front of his girlfriend," said Wang Bin with both hands wide open. "You first or us first?" asked the guy who spoke Japanese. Suddenly, he felt that something was not right. Their shooting was not as good, but they acted really confident in front of him. Was that simply mind games? Although he knew in his heart that it probably was, he still couldn't muster up enough courage to face them confidently. He even started to regret accepting the challenge. Truth be told, Hayes Asuka did not actually understand the word weak ass, and he was the one who was feeling embarrassed. In one way or another, Wang Bin was right about him. Without a doubt, he did have the intention to show off in front of Hayes Asuka. Chapter 87. Can I borrow 2 tokens? Chapter 87. Can I borrow 2 tokens? Going first had its good and bad sides. If he performed well, he could exert tremendous pressure on his opponent, putting him under a lot of stress. At the same time, that would also mean his trump card would be revealed. The guy speaking fluent Japanese hesitated for a while before choosing to go after his opponent, suspecting that his nemesis was playing tricks on him. After they made their choices, everyone from the opposing team had their eyes on a plump guy standing amongst them. When compared to others of the same age, he looked like an ordinary, unassuming guy that no one would notice. The outdated bosseting-down jacket that he wore would surely pass unperceived. Earlier, when his friends were playing the shooting game, he just stood there silently without saying a word. "Why did you guys bring me trouble again?" he asked, then smiled when he realized that everyone was looking at him. "We are all just hanging out since it's Christmas Eve. I will buy everyone supper when this is over," Wang Bin proclaimed while handing the laser gun to the plump guy. "This will be the last time I'll be doing something like this. Teacher Guo advised us to stay out of trouble while we are here." The moment he picked up the gun, his temperament switched entirely, as if transforming into another person. One could instantly tell that he was no amateur from the way he held the laser gun. Immediately, the guy fluent in Japanese could feel that something was not right. Still, he was left with a tiny bit of hope that he could beat the plump guy. The moment the game started, the plump guy's performance completely annihilated whatever little hope he had. He might have looked ordinary, but his shooting skills were definitely something out of this world. At the early stages of the game, his superb skills weren't apparent as the game was still easy. When the balloons started appearing faster and faster on the screen, he could still land his shots on the balloons that carried the most points. His scores were rising steadily. Left in shock, the guy who spoke fluent Japanese realized that his opponent had surpassed his best score, and he still had half a minute left to complete the game. Right until the end, the balloons appearing on the screen became so fast that it almost faded into a blur. It was at that moment that the plump guy started to miss. It was no longer relevant, however, as his score was high enough for the top prize. Upon seeing the win, the attendant of the arcade carried the giant teddy bear and approached him. "I don't need this giant teddy bear," said the plump guy while putting down the laser gun. "What now? Do you still want to compete with us?" asked Wang Bin while tapping on the shoulder of the guy who spoke fluent Japanese. At that very moment, he realized that he had walked into a trap. The plump guy was no ordinary man. There was a reason why he was in the same school as Wang Bin. His forte was clearly not physical sports. From the way he performed just now, everyone realized that he must be a professional esports competitor. You should honor the bet you made since you've lost the game. Wang Bin then took out his cell phone from his pocket and turned on the camera, switching it to record. The guy speaking fluent Japanese was deeply embarrassed in front of everyone. He knew that Wang Bin had intended all the while to make him look like a fool in public. What he did not expect was his opponent recording anything on video. His reputation would be eternally tainted if the clip were uploaded to the internet. The worst thing here was that his impulsive decision had also dragged Hayes Asuka and Zhang Hing in with him. Despite all that, however, he did not hear Wang Bin saying anything about the loser having to do whatever he was asked to do. He was so distracted that he did not realize the two persons beside him were gone. The plump guy harumphed and saw that a crowd had started to gather around the arcade machine. He pinned the Eastern Tree leaf drink he was holding under his armpit and picked up the laser gun. "Can I borrow 2 tokens from you?" Suddenly, Zhang Heng voiced out, asking Wang Bin for the coins. "Not about to give up, huh? Fine." Wang Bin then took 2 tokens from his pocket and tossed it to Zhang Heng, who inserted one of them into the machine and placed the other under the screen. "This token is for you to challenge my score later," Zhang Heng told the plump guy. Immediately, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. Even the guy fluent in Japanese thought that Zhang Heng had gone insane. Everyone saw that the plump guy dominated the shooting game. According to the arcade's employee, the giant teddy bear had been sitting there for 2 months, with nobody managing to claim it as their own. This was the first time that someone had won it fair and square. The plump guy was surprised that Zhang Heng wanted to challenge him. The crowd had started booing, but Zhang Heng chose to ignore them, starting the game instead. Somehow, he held the gun in a rather amateurish way. There was nothing particularly skillful about that. Then, the tables started turning. The moment he started firing a few shots, the plump guy quickly suspected that Zhang Heng might actually be better than him. Outsiders were just there to watch them compete, but a real pro like the plump guy could instantly tell that Zhang Heng was a truly skilled marksman. In the game's early stages, most players gained points at a predictable rate. Although the balloons had gradually appeared faster and faster on the screen, the plump guy observed that Zhang Heng still maintained his calm, and his performance had remained steady. Zhang Heng played the game differently from the plump guy. Zhang Heng's score increased bits by bits. After all the in-game battle-hardened training he got, his observational skills had grown better than most. Unlike the others, he did not impulsively focus only on the highest-scoring balloons while missing out on the rest. After observing for a while, the plump guy noticed that Zhang Heng would arrange the balloons on the screen based on their value in the shortest time possible. He would not necessarily always shoot the ones with the highest value. Instead, he made sure to take out the rest of the valuable balloons before they left the screen as well. That meant Zhang Heng had to continually change his shooting sequence. The plump guy had no idea how Zhang Heng managed such an incredible, striking great fear in him. 2 minutes soon passed. When Zhang Heng finally put down the laser gun, he realized that half of the crowd from the arcade center was watching him. Finally, his points on the screen stopped increasing. His final score was 2,765, 636 points higher than the plump guy's. Hayes Asuka was filled with excitement when she compared the scores. This time, the group that bullied them was left speechless. Wang Bin quickly turned around and looked at the plump guy hoping that he would start another challenge. The plump guy, however, could only gaze at the coin on the machine with a bitter smile. "I don't think I can surpass his final score." Wang Bin and the rest of them became deeply embarrassed. Never in their minds did they imagine that he would lose to Zhang Heng. They were at a loss, not knowing what they should do now. Chapter 88, Auction. Chapter 88. Auction. The employee was left in a dilemma. Although it was true that Zhang Heng surpassed the score required for the first prize, no one would have expected that 2 players would be good enough to claim first prize. It was definitely a rare situation. The arcade's management, too, had no idea what to do next. As the victors were already present, going to get a second giant teddy bear now was out of the question. In an attempt to ease the predicament, the employee suggested that they could choose other prizes in exchange for the bear. Zhang Heng turned around to look at the group that bullied them earlier. It seemed this Wang Bin guy was the leader of the group. He appeared somewhat happy with the outcome and chose to stick to the bet. "We have lost, and we will call ourselves weakasses." Zhang Heng was taken aback hearing that they would stick to their promise. Since they came in bigger numbers, they could actually leave the place without honoring the deal. It would be embarrassing if they did so, but still, it was better than calling themselves weakasses. As for Asuka's admirer, Zhang Heng was truly disappointed in him. Although having knowledge that he lost the bet and had even dragged both of his friends into his trouble, he didn't even have the courtesy to tell his opponent that he would bear all responsibility. You don't have to call yourself that in public. I know you guys don't really want the giant teddy bear. Why not just give it to us? Then, we can put this matter to rest, Zhang Heng offered. Wang Bin was taken aback by the methods Zhang Heng had used to deal with this matter. A few seconds ago, he saw the guy who spoke fluent Japanese taking out his cell phone and was prepared to put them on the record. They thought that they would surely be humiliated to death by the three of them. Now, they were pleasantly surprised when they heard Zhang Heng's suggestion to call this off peacefully. Everyone initially thought that he was extremely arrogant when he left the coin under the screen if the plump guy asked for a rematch. His prior actions contrasted greatly with the merciful decision that he just made. Zhang Heng and Wang Bin were no enemies, having simply undergone a small conflict. Earlier, Wang Bin was bullying the guy that spoke fluent Japanese because he knew that he had the plump guy behind him, which was why Zhang Heng used the same method to let him taste his own medicine. The token just sat there under the screen, but none of them dared to touch it. This tiny gesture trumped over whatever word that would come out from one's mouth. Since they had learned their lesson, Zhang Heng had no intention to humiliate them in front of everyone. Immediately, the plump guy handed the giant teddy bear to Hayes Asuka. This is great. True men like us should not play with teddy bears anyway. It's a good thing you guys want it from us. The other members of the group laughed and smiled, seeking to make the whole affair a little less awkward. Before this incident, they had always go around and mess with other people solely in the name of proving that they would be the winner. This was their first time tasting the bitterness of what it was like to lose. Seeing that Zhang Heng was willing to let them off the hook, they were all relieved. Having no intention of lingering around any longer, they left the arcade the moment everything was settled. Wang Bin was the last to leave. Zhang Heng frowned when he saw him walking towards them. He believed that he was a sore loser and wanted to come back for revenge. I owe you a favor this time. Save my number on your cell phone. You can call me anytime you need my help. Let me be frank. We are not going to get ourselves in any sort of fights. Our school is really strict about these things. Zhang Heng was astonished that Wang Bin did not throw a tantrum in front of them. In return, he nodded and took down his number. Hayes Asuka hugged the teddy bear tightly as they walked away. She felt as if she was living in a dream. Whoa, I didn't know you're such a good shooter. Were you a secret agent or something? Hayes Asuka was so happy that she jumped around and pretended to shoot with her finger. Zhang Heng could only think of the first excuse that came to his mind. I play a lot of shooting games, he said. Since Hayes Asuka had never played an FPS game before, she did not suspect anything wrong with Zhang Heng's statement. All she knew was that he was really good at video games. On the other hand, the guy who spoke fluent Japanese was now embarrassed by what he did earlier. He knew that he would never be able to get Hayes Asuka to like him. Besides, Zhang Heng had overshot him by miles after successfully handling the matter. In the end, he made up an excuse for himself before hurriedly retreating to his dorm. Zhang Heng wanted to convince him to stay, but he was determined to leave. That meant only two of them were left. After that, they both decided to try out the bumper cars while waiting for the live performance to be over. Soon, they met up with the rest of them at the Ferris wheel. It was late, and the exam was at hand. So, they eventually decided it was time to head back to the hostel. Of course, if someone could win an award for the most fruitful trip, it had to be Hayes Asuka. She hugged the giant teddy bear with one hand, and her other held the mug, becoming the envy of many girls. While chatting with the other two Japanese girls on the MRT, she told them she had single-handedly won those two items by herself. Of course, Zhang Heng had no intention to expose her. To be honest, if Wang Bin and his group of friends did not bully them in the first place, Zhang Heng would have never showcased his marksmanship. If Chun Huadong and Ma Wei were there with him, they would never believe that he improved his shooting skills all by playing FPS games. A month ago, Zhang Heng played CS, Go with Chun Huadong and Jiang Weiyang. Zhang Heng's shooting skills only slightly bettered Chun Huadong. He would never accept Zhang Heng's reason. All the skills he possessed right now were better than most of his counterparts. Considering that he was still really young, few people got to experience what he went through in the game. As his skills would only improve the longer he spent playing the game, it would surely be harder for him to explain the things that he could do when the time came. Simply put, Hayes Asuka had actually saved him a lot of trouble by claiming all the credit. It was Christmas today and the last day to join the auction as well. 2 days ago, Zhang Heng received an invitation from the gaming committee. He had been invited to join an auction for game items. Zhang Heng took a look at the auction's date and time written at the bottom left of the invitation and saw that it was to be held tomorrow night. He was always curious about how other players looked like, so naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. Of course, the main attraction was obtaining items that could assist him in-game. Shadow Moment had played a significant role in Zhang Heng completing the third round of the game. Without it, Simone would have definitely killed him in the game's early stage. Though he could not see it, the lucky rabbit's foot helped him a lot as well. The chance of discovering these miraculous items were the reason why Zhang Heng looked forward to the auction. Chapter 89, Fu Lu and Professor. Chapter 89, Fu Lu and Professor. Verifying player. Verified. Player 07958 has the invitation card. Connecting player to the quest. Quest connected successfully. Current quest is auction, special. Current quest has no story background and is not considered a round of the game. Quest goal, none. Mode, multiplayer. Time flow rate, 2. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 4 hours in the game. Players would be sent back to the real world after an hour. Friendly reminder. The game will begin in 5 seconds. Players, please get ready. When Zhang Heng opened his eyes, he found himself standing on the deck of a cruise ship. He was wearing a black tuxedo perfectly tailored to his body, and there was a tag hanging in front of his chest. His player ID and place of registration were printed on it. Zhang Heng then glanced at his watch and realized that it was 10 at night. That would mean the auction would end at 11. This time, he did not need to worry about the bug created by the extra time he had. This round of the game was different from all the other quests that Zhang Heng completed. It was safe to say that he would not encounter any danger in this one, finally being able to relax. After checking out his surroundings, he discovered that this place was similar to checkpoints that he had to go through before entering any game. He could see other players around him, but their faces had been blurred out. One could not deny that the game's developers did an excellent job of protecting everyone's privacy. However, that did not mean that the players were always at peace with each other. Is this your first time attending an auction? Suddenly, Zhang Heng heard a voice from behind. Turning around, he saw a rather short man who immediately handed him his business card. His name was Ding Si, but Zhang Heng knew that it was fake. The world is not as safe as we thought it is. Some lunatics don't know how to stick to the rules. We all have to be careful, blurted the short man while shrugging. What is that supposed to mean? You should be a new player, right? Before this, every player knew how to treat others with respect. Everyone was willing to help each other out whenever the going got tough. Unfortunately, some of the psychotic players came across the identities of others. They then hunted them down in cold blood. Most players are now in fear after the incident. That's why everyone cares so much about their privacy nowadays. According to what I know, the number of people attending this auction is way lesser than last year. Hunted. Zhang Heng looked at the card again and saw the words North China Fu Lu Chamber of Commerce, along with the person's contact number. Yes, a large number of players are being hunted down. One of them found out that killing other players would allow them to rob them of their game items and game points. After that, this whole killing business went out of hand, turning into a full-blown catastrophe to all other players. Are the developers going to do something about it? As long as the players don't reveal any information about the game to other players, they would not stick their noses in the business of other players. It seems like they have something more important to deal with. Ding Si had no intention to complete his sentence. Clearly, he did not want to dwell on it. You attended this auction to purchase some game items for yourself, right? Let me know if you don't have enough game points. Perhaps you can consider accepting our assistance. What do you mean? Your Chamber of Commerce is selling game points. You sure are a newbie, just as I expected. Not only the Fu Lu, many other chambers of commerce provide similar services as well. You can always purchase game points from us, though I wouldn't recommend it. The exchange rate is really high right now. You will need 4.2 million yuan to exchange for 1 game point. Usually, you would only need 3.7 million. The best thing for you to do right now is to pawn your game items to us. Once we have appraised it, we will instantly transfer the game points to you. Thank you so much. I will think about it. Ding Si was a professional salesperson. He knew the secrets of successfully closing a deal, patiently holding back, and not pushing Zhang Heng into taking it. The auction only begins in an hour and a half. You can go explore, walk around the place a little. There are some interesting spots on this cruise. The first deck has a casino, cinema, and a game room. The second deck houses a theater for live performances and a place for you to relax. The third deck is a public space for people to socialize. I'd advise you to check out the first deck before you proceed, if you want to. Zhang Heng thanked Ding Si. This was his first time entering a social circle that was filled with players. In order to prevent more killings, Ding Si had told Zhang Heng that most of the players' real identities were strictly protected. This was the only time Zhang Heng could see so many players all at once in the same place. Other than bidding for game items, they would also seize the opportunity to enjoy the pleasantly entertaining facilities offered here. A good example was the Fu Lu Chamber of Commerce, where they provided the players with different services. Among these included bartering items for game points and providing loans. Otherwise, they would also help with the sale of game items and customize certain items according to the player's wishes. Custom-made items were usually cheaper than the regular by 20% to 30%. It was apparent that they were taking advantage of the auction to promote their services. Amongst the three, Zhang Heng was most interested in the third deck. However, he did not go there right away. Instead, he took Ding Si's advice and visited the lower deck first, managing to collect a few more business cards from different chambers of commerce. The services they provided slightly differed from each other, but they mostly charged similar prices. The one thing that they shared in common was that their game points were cheap. Of course, a particular risk presented itself when trading with them. Compared to all the other chambers, Fu Lu had the best reputation as it had been around since the very beginning. After that, Zhang Heng tucked all the business cards away into his pocket and rode the elevator to the third deck. This was the most crowded place on the entire ship. Someone was giving a briefing on a podium about the most effective way to accumulate game points. Zhang Heng then looked for a seat and listened to what he had to say. Soon, though, he felt that the person would always change topics the moment he reached the key point of his speech. He is telling us useless stuff. The formula for acquiring game points is the top secret of the chambers. No one would simply let it out. He's just trying to recruit others to join him. The middle-aged man extended his hand while talking to Zhang Heng. You can call me Professor. I hope you don't misunderstand. This is just my nickname. I think it's rude to address someone by a number. You either get a fake name or a nickname for others to address you. You can call me Simone. Zhang Heng shook his hand. Welcome to the game, Simone. Where are your teammates? Teammates? I think you should be a newbie, huh? The invitation said that every quest has its specific challenges. It is recommended for the players to form a team first before entering the quest. Chapter 90. Dreamland of Death. Chapter 90. Dreamland of Death. Everyone has their strengths limited in some way. We all come from different circumstances, and we have different forte as well. Some people love using their fists to solve their problems. Some prefer to use their brains to overcome their difficulties. Forming a team with others would allow you to overcome your weaknesses. After all, we are not superhumans. Your character panel should remind you of this as well. The previous quests that you have completed were probably designed to be completed alone. However, you will be in deep trouble if you come across a quest that cannot be completed alone. Of course, solo quests have their benefits. The yield for each quest is fixed, and you get everything that you earned. Being in a team, however, would mean that you'll have to distribute your loot equally. Usually, people would only go solo after they have become stronger. Still, the risk of failure is very high. You can make all kinds of mistakes when you go solo on a quest. Zhang Heng was dumbfounded. The old man with the Chinese attire was the one who had invited him to join this quest. It seemed that the other players entered the game differently. He did not receive the invitation that the professor mentioned earlier. Until now, he had also not met other players at the GameStop. It was no wonder that he was still playing the game alone. Technically speaking, the old man did not actually put his life in danger. The extra 24 hours that he had was for him to solo the quest. This bonus time, he had substantially lowered the risks of all the quests that he played. Unfortunately, my team is full now. Otherwise, I would have given you a test before allowing you to join my team. My advice is to go to the city that you live in and look for a team to join. This is going to be a long game. Your mental and physical state will undergo great stress, and you will eventually need someone to share it with. After all, we can never share these things with our friends and family. Your team members will be your pillar of support. Zhang Heng knew that the professor was right about everything. Unfortunately, He also knew that he was meant to keep those secrets to himself and not share it with others. Considering that he spent 2 years alone marooned on a desolated island, he had no problems with staying and playing alone. I heard someone mentioning something about a guild. What is that? Guilds and chambers of commerce are formed by players, with both providing different services. Though you are still a newbie, I'm pretty sure that you've heard that the real world is actually not as safe as we thought it is. That is why certain players band together and form a guild to look after each other's backs. Some of them even volunteered to deal with the supernatural stuff that happens around them. Sounds good to me. Why are you so against the idea of joining a guild? Earlier, the professor had criticized the guild member that's speaking on the stage. Zhang Heng could sense hostility between his words. Guilds are supposed to exist to serve the greater good. As time passed, the definition of guild changed. In a guild, everyone was supposed to take care of each other. Sadly, when certain members become more and more powerful, they wanted more than just taking care of each other. Due to this, some guilds have become unstable, the contributors to the chaos right now. We all have different opinions about guilds. Right now, I'm happy with my own team, and I have no interest in joining any other guilds. After chatting for a while, the professor descended to the first deck for a round of cards, and Zhang Heng stayed on the third to listen to speeches from different guilds. An hour and a half later, everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered at the ballroom. Zhang Heng came up with a rough estimate that there were around 400 to 500 people here. There were more than 500 items to be auctioned off today. Among these were 12 valuable items that required the bidder to raise their number if they wanted to bid for the item. As for the rest of the 488 items, players could only bid for them online. The system would then determine the highest bidder. While walking around, Zhang Heng crossed paths with Ding Si once again. It seemed like he had just closed in on a deal as he was smiling from ear to ear. He even greeted Zhang Heng first. He whispered, "According to a rumor I heard just now, I was told that a B-grade game item would on auction later. And there are a few unique C-grade game items as well. Are B-grade game items rare?" Of course. There are less than 200 B-grade game items within the entire circle of players right now. Most of the players I know would never sell these off. If I'm not mistaken, it was a B-grade item that left everyone in shock last year. Ding Si was really excited as he described the game item. As a businessman, he was always infatuated by objects that carried extreme value. Dreamland of Death. It's an item that can be used to curse others, Ding Si exclaimed. Everyone was afraid of this thing a few months ago. It can kill someone in their sleep when they are dreaming. The way to trigger this item is unknown. How the curse is lifted is unknown as well. A few elites in the player base have been cursed. The guild leader of Silver Wing was the owner of an A-grade game item and managed to survive the curse. In the end, a few guilds had to work together to eliminate the previous owner of the item. Since there's only one, it has been decided that they would auction it off. It's basically impossible for anybody to bid for it. Leaders of these powerful guilds would never allow such a powerful item to land in the hands of an unknown stranger. I'm pretty sure that one of the guilds would eventually get it, and the rest would take the game points instead. Anyway, their financial strength is unparalleled amongst all guilds and players, he continued. While they were talking, the auction finally began. The auctioneer was a 60-year-old man who looked really serious. The wrinkles on his face resembled the bark of an old tree. He had no intention to hide his face. Just like the bartender lady, he should be one of the employees of the committee as well. He waited until everyone was seated before presenting his 5-minute-long welcome speech. Then, he introduced the first item to be auctioned. Escape Dagger. Grade C. It can be used to teleport within a small area. Remaining uses, 3. You can check out its description after you bid for the item. The starting bid is 1,200 game points. Every additional bid costs 50 game points. The bidding ends when the hammer drops 3 times. Let's begin. Damn, that's a good item, said Ding Si. Are you going to bid for it? It is a good item. Items that can be used to improve in-game survival are usually extremely costly. I'm here to looking for treasure for Fu Lu. It's not for myself. Items that are undervalued are my target tonight, answered an excited Ding Si while switching on his tablet. Chapter 91. Silent Bidding. Chapter 91. Silent bidding. While everyone else started bidding for the escape dagger, Zhang Heng and Ding Si unlocked the tablets that were placed in front of them. This was his first time seeing so many game items all at once. There was a total of 80 pages, where a photo of each game item was displayed followed by its name, grade, and a short description. By showing all the items on tabs, the buyers would at least have some knowledge about what they were about to pay for. Of course, the auction house would not reveal every single detail. The value of Dreamland of Death, for example, would significantly drop if anyone knew the way to trigger it and killing someone with it. It was a risky business after all when one bid for items in an auction. When it came to risks, the escape dagger, for instance, was an item that came to scrutiny. Its description mentioned everything except for the distance it could teleport. The buyers had to make an educated guess by themselves and would have to accept that it was all fair game if eventually the escape dagger did not live up to their expectations. Zhang Heng noticed that Ding Si did not look at the merchandise that was listed on the first few pages of the catalog. Instead, he went all the way to the last page. Ding Si put on a smile when he realized Zhang Heng peeking at his tab. There are around 200 unidentified game items in this auction. Astute observation is required when checking out the stuff listed at the end of the catalog. Take a look if you're interested. These items are all set at a minimum reserve of 100 game points. However, most of them are F grade, where only a small portion of them are of E grade. And if you are extremely lucky, you might be able to spot a C or even B grade item or two. 2 years ago, a guy bought an unidentified game item. To his shock, it was a B grade item when he identified it. That is what I call by a 1 in a million exception. Usually, players would make a loss when purchasing unidentified items. It's all a gamble, you know? The players who have listed their items here in this category have done a lot of research themselves. They have to be very sure that the items that they sell here actually cost less than 100 game points each. Zhang Heng then flipped to the last page, coming to a list of items with serial numbers written beside them. Players had put down their bidding prices beside some, but most were still available, having nobody bidding on them yet. For some people, they have a real hard time deciding on which item to bid on. So, they would usually bid for items that others had bid for. To be honest, this is definitely an unwise move. The bidder wouldn't know when to stop since they have no prior knowledge whatsoever about the item. Say you managed to find the item you really wanted, there is still the option to wait up until the last second and bid on it right before the system closes. Zhang Heng then thanked Ding Si for sharing all these tips with him. Though information like this was hardly a trade secret, it showed that Ding Si had lots of experience in maximizing profit during an auction. It was kind of him to share all those pointers with Zhang Heng, although it wasn't necessary for him to do so. Don't sweat it. Consider it as my long-term investment in you. Next time, if you wish to purchase a game item, you won't have to wait until the end of the year to do so. You can always come to Fulu and look for us. Our prices are always reasonable. Zhang Heng did not impulsively scan through the unidentified items, instead, checking out the game items that were already identified first. He wanted to know how they priced all those items. Basically, an E-grade item would cost around 80 to 100 game points. D-grade items were around 300 to 600 game points. The gap grew wider when it came to C-grade items, usually costing thousands. Of course, prices of C-grade items varied depending on function. If it was an extremely useful item, the prices could go way beyond thousands. In the end, the escape dagger was sold at 2,050 game points. That's overpriced. No doubt, the item is useful, but it definitely does not cost 2,050 game points. I think 1,500 is a more reasonable price. I suppose items that could save lives are usually in high demand. Maybe the person bidding for it needs it urgently. After that, the auctioneer presented the second item. He opened up a box made out of tule wood and displayed the piece of bone inside for everyone to see. Moresby bone. Grade C. It can be used to cycle time. Remaining use 2. You can get more information about it after you receive the item. The starting price is at 1,900 game points. Every bid increases the item's price by 50. The deal will be sealed when the hammer knocks 3 times. Let the bidding begin. There was total silence, where not a single soul placed a bid for at least half a minute. The Moresby bone was different from the escape dagger. Judging by the provided description, it was hard figuring out what it could be used for, and besides, a 1,900 starting price was undoubtedly a princely one. However, the starting prices of all these items sent to auction house tonight were actually determined by professional appraisers from the committee. That was why no one doubted its value. Their only concern, however, was that they would be unable to fully utilize the item after purchase. After all, these items all cost billions after a yuan conversion. To make matters worse, it was only left with 2 remaining uses. Even the wealthiest person here would think twice before purchasing it. This item is actually quite interesting, muttered Ding Si while rubbing his chin. You mean? Asked Zhang Heng. Amongst all present here tonight, Zhang Heng was the only one who knew how to fully utilize the bone because he was the one who had asked the bartender lady to identify it. He was also the one who entrusted her to auction it off. Although sifting through the entire catalog, he didn't see the item listed anywhere. So, he suspected that this must be of the 12 valuable items which required other players to bid on it with their paddles. Time series items are extremely rare, though their starting prices can still be reasonable. However, the phrase cycling time does not carry too much information. Are you trying to say that there might be no bids? No. That is impossible. The rarity of this item itself ensures that someone will eventually bid for it. Right now, nobody is raising their number paddles because they are trying to estimate its value. Right after Ding Si finished talking, someone raised their paddle. Soon, there was a second and then a third person bid for it. However, the atmosphere this time was different from the escape dagger bid. Only a few people placed their wagers, dragging on until a few moments before the hammer came down for the third time before bidding on it. The situation gradually turned awkward as the bidding went on, seeming to be a never-ending process. 10 minutes later, the auctioneer frowned and made a new announcement. From now on, every bid costs 100 game points. All the bidders had to think twice now. As time went on, fewer and fewer people placed their bids, though the bidding speed had increased. Notably, there were only 3 people bidding for it right now. It appeared that the 3 were determined to get their hands on this item, come what may. When the price had reached a staggering 2,600 game points, one of them decided to quit. Then, when it reached the 2,900 game point mark, another hesitated for a moment before he threw in the towel. In the end, the hammer price for the Moresby bone was 2,900 game points. This sure is an excellent price for a C-grade item, Ding Si exclaimed. This time, he did not give an estimated price for the Moresby bone. Even a professional like him could not determine its value without looking at its full report. However, Zhang Heng knew that whoever bought the Moresby bone made no losses. This item was actually an extremely handy one, being able to create a continuous 60-second time loop. Within this 60 seconds, no matter what the user did, this 60-second time frame could be rolled back. Technically, its user could stay in a 60-second time loop forever until somebody deliberately broke it. Chapter 92, Paris Arrow. Chapter 92. Paris Arrow. Zhang Heng was really interested in the effect of Moresby bone. The bartender lady identified it for him, and he'd also tested it out for himself. Unlike his other game items, it was actually extremely difficult to trigger the Moresby bone's effect. In fact, a very particular ritual needed to be performed before one could utilize it. Thankfully, it was not that hard to get the materials for this ritual. Around 9 hours was needed for the entire ritual to be completed. If performed successfully, the user would enter the time loop. The realm within this loop was a world of nothingness. Not even death would happen in the realm of the time loop. This was actually the perfect place for one to master their skills. Archery would be a good example. In this realm, the user would not feel hungry, thirsty, or tired. With determination, one could actually train until their archery skills maxed out. However, no one would be able to withstand such a boring routine for too long. Zhang Heng estimated that even a person with a strong mental fortitude would not be able to stay within the time loop's realm for more than half a month. That was a place void of anything. Zhang Heng wondered how the monster called Moresby stayed inside for tens of thousands of years. Just like entering the realm of the time loop, if the user wished to exit the realm, someone would need to prepare the ritual again. This was why the Alkais were stuck inside the realm after they exterminated Moresby. If the old man in the Chinese attire did not break the balance of time, that monster would have probably been stuck inside the time loop for eternity. Despite this, the item kept its value. The premise of being able to live forever inside the time loop itself was attractive enough for someone to bid for it. Zhang Heng let this item go because he had an extra 24 hours every day. Besides, he was new to the game, and he had just completed 3 quests. Sure, he could earn game points pretty quickly, but the reward was simply not good enough. After deducting the 5% processing fee, Zhang Heng received a total of 2,755 game points. With this amount, he was now officially a bidder at the auction house. As he flipped through the catalog again, something captured his attention on page 4. Paris Arrow. Grade D. Description: once the arrow is launched, it would automatically land on the target's weak point. Current price: 410. The name of this arrow reminded Zhang Heng about a story he heard when he was still a kid. It went like this. During the Trojan War, Achilles was the strongest hero from Greece. Legend said that he was the son of one of the heroes from the Argonauts, namely Peleus, and the ocean queen, Thetis. There were many versions of his story. One of them was that his mother, Thetis, was told by the Queen of Fate that she would be killed on the battlefield. So, she soaked her son, Achilles, in the river Styx to turn him into an indestructible hero. As she was holding his heel as she dipped him, his heel later became his only weakness. When he grew up, he turned into a war hero, killing countless enemies during the Trojan War. He was the one who had eliminated Hector, the most powerful warrior from Troy. After that, he was involved in a fight between Apollo, the god of the sun. According to Gustav Schwab, the author of Gods and Heroes of Ancient Greece, Achilles was killed when Apollo shot an arrow at his heel. The name and description of this game item matched the arrow that was mentioned in the Greek epic poem, Odyssey. After knowing that players would face unknown danger in the real world, Zhang Heng wanted to arm himself, to make sure that he could protect him and others. The Paris arrow matched perfectly with his LV2 archery skill. As long as he could aim and launch the arrow at his target, it would automatically aim for the target's weak spots. This was actually a niche game item, where only players with an archery skill would be attracted by it. That would mean only a few players would fight for it. So, half an hour later, the price of the Paris arrow had increased by only 65 game points. As compared to other game items, the Paris arrow was evidently not as popular. Amid the auction, Ding Xi's cell phone rang non-stop, seeming as if he was getting more business by the minute. Zhang Heng was not surprised, as those participating in the auction were here to look for items that could help them in the game. If what they wanted to buy was in high demand, and they lacked game points, they would frequently look toward the Chamber of Commerce for help. Some would even sell off game items that they possessed in exchange for more game points. In that 1 hour, Ding Xi's fingers never left his cell phone, closing one deal after another. However, after leaving the auction house for a short while, he seemed to receive fewer messages when he returned. I just closed a big deal. I'm left with very few game points. That would mean my job for today is done. Ding Xi sighed in euphoria. Congrats. The auction was about to end soon, and Zhang Heng checked on the Paris arrow again only to find out that the price had increased to 445. So he subsequently bid another 20 game points on it. In the end, he managed to obtain the Paris arrow for a total of 465 game points. Other than that, a pair of earrings captured Zhang Heng's attention as well. It allowed the user to gain 100% fire resistance. However, its price had started climbing higher and higher, and in the end, he had to give the item up. As he looked at all the unidentified items in the catalog again, he noticed all kinds of items. A Samsung cell phone and Gucci handbag were listed as well. With only pictures to guide him, it was hard to determine their function. It was not necessary, though, for him to try his luck on all these items. However, just as he was about to close the catalog, a picture captured his attention. It was a key. The engraving on its end was extremely familiar to him. Suddenly, Zhang Heng remembered where he had seen the pattern. Earlier, when he activated the shadow moment, he stared right into the crow's eyes, and though the picture was a little blurry, he still managed to recognize the crow engraved on it. Amongst all the game items he possessed, Shadow Moment was the only item with an unknown origin. Who knows, he might just find more information about his Shadow Moment through this key. The Shadow Moment was a D-grade item. That would mean this key was probably a D-grade item as well. Right now, no one had placed bids for it. That would mean Zhang Heng would be able to acquire this item with only 100 game points. As luck would have it, he managed to obtain the key at its base price. After the final purchase, he was now left with 2,292 game points. He then closed the catalog, having no further intention to purchase any more game items. The auction was coming to an end, and the auctioneer announced the last valuable item. Chapter 93, Showstopper. Chapter 93, Showstopper. Many of the guests already knew what the last item for auction was, But when the auctioneer took it out from the Thule box and presented it before the guests, it caused quite the stir. Dreamland of Death. Grade B. Causes the target to enter a lethal dreamland. Its remaining number of uses is a secret. More details will only be revealed after the auction. The starting bid is 60,000 game points, where additional bids will cost 500 points. After 3 last calls, the hammer will fall, and the sale is concluded. Get ready to place your bids. The elderly auctioneer conducted the auction professionally, maintaining a serious expression on his bony face as he made the introduction in a calm and composed manner. Right after he had spoken, a voice called out, "Let's not waste time and just start from 70,000. The auditorium broke into an uproar. That was merely the first bid, and the price had already been raised by 10,000 points. This opening was borderline farcical. Considering Ding Si had already completed his work for the day, he turned himself into a spectator for this bid. Currently, there are 3 most powerful guilds with more than 2,000 players between them. After years of massive expansion and having made a large fortune, they are the only ones who can afford to make such an exorbitant bid. They are probably the ones performing at tonight's final round of auction. Ding Si paused for a moment and then continued. No one would feel safe knowing that this deadly weapon is in someone else's hand. The 3 guild leaders of Silver Wing is the prime example of this case. So this is going to be a very fierce bid. The way the events unfolded did not surprise Ding Si at all. The 70,000 point starting price did not seem to scare away the potential competitors. In less than 10 seconds, someone swiftly followed up with a bid, and then another one from the other side. Among the many bidders tonight, no more than 3 were qualified to raise their paddles. Needless to say, these were the representatives of their respective guilds. On their own, Grade B game items were already very rare. On top of that, Dreamland of Death's usage outshone those of the same grade. During such times, the 3 major guilds would not show courtesy to each other. In a matter of 10 minutes, the price had shot up to a whopping 87,500 points. At this point, all 3 guilds began to show a little more caution, and the rate of the bidding gradually slowed. When it reached 89,000, one of the guilds backed out, notifying that they were unable to compete. The 2 bidders who were left, apparently rejuvenated by their competitor's exit, were in full spirits to soldier on. Very quickly, the price of the Dreamland of Death escalated, breaking through the 90,000 point barrier. The party with the lower bid suddenly grew silent. There were many ways to kill that cost far less than 90,000 points, and even if taken from a purely defensive perspective, that price was still too expensive. Just as the winner of this chess game was about to be revealed, someone sitting in a corner at the back of the auditorium suddenly raised their paddle and said, 100,000 points. A furor broke out in the hall. Many were interested in the Dreamland of Death. Still, everybody knew that it would eventually fall into the hands of one of the major guilds because it required not just desire, but also bottomless pockets to be able to win the bid. Despite the odds, right before the high-stakes show came to a close, a 4th person entered the picture out of thin air, raising the bid price by another 10,000 points. At this point, coughing up 100,000 points for a B-grade game item was pure madness. All eyes immediately turned to the showstopper. Due to the stipulated rules, no one was able to see the face of the person. One could only make out that it was a tall woman in black sunglasses. After calling out her bid, she kept quiet and went back to chewing her gum. Hushed waves of whispers began echoing throughout the auditorium. The players were all discussing the girl, wondering who she was and where she came from. In the end, it was apparent that nobody knew her identity. None of the 3 major guilds were prepared for this unprecedented turn of events, leaving their representatives stumped. Zhang Heng noticed the strange expression on Ding Si's face and asked, "What is it? Do you know her?" Ding Si shook his head. "No, I don't. But 40 minutes ago, she came to me and exchanged 3 C-grade game items for a loan of 4,500 game points. That's basically all the credits I have." Zhang Heng raised his brow. He remembered seeing how Ding Si was in a good mood, saying that he had completed his work in advance. Could it be possible that she has also loaned from other chambers of commerce before she could gather a total of 100,000 game points? Theoretically speaking, it's possible. Quite a few chambers of commerce roam the ship, all ready to do business. They probably carry around quite a few points on them. If she made contact with them, she could have gathered this amount. But in practice, it's unplausible. There's no way a person could have so many game items for collateral in the first place. Ding Si frowned. This is going to be a big problem for the three major guilds. They wouldn't have come for this auction with more than 100,000 points on them. Dreamland of Death may be great and all, but it's not worth the price. The only problem is that if this thing falls into the hands of someone with ill intentions, all the effort they went through to get here would have been for nothing. As he was speaking, Ding Si's phone vibrated, and he picked it up. When the call ended, he looked up, astonished. This is impossible. All the chambers of commerce have run out of game points. Is she really going to win the bid on her own? This woman is incredible. On the other side, the three representatives of the guilds were in panic mode. For them, having the Dreamland of Death in their possession was the most secure and ideal situation. Anything less than that, and they would definitely be unable to accept the outcome. Although they were not on good terms with each other, they would still act per the rules. The worst-case scenario would be for the game item to fall into the hands of some psycho. The tragic incident involving the guild leader of Silver Wing could very well repeat itself. The only way to solve this is for one of them to borrow from the other. Then they could defeat that woman. 100,000 points is a steep price. No one wants to be seen as an imprudent idiot, Ding Si explained. He appeared to be somewhat distracted, stroking the black briefcase on his knees as his eyes stared blankly. This was the first time Zhang Hong had ever seen him so nervous. The auctioneer had dropped the hammer for the second time and was about to proceed to the countdown. The three guilds were still negotiating and had not come to an agreement, attempting to request for the auction to be suspended, only to be ignored by the old auctioneer. The girl in the shades was chewing her gum more rapidly. 3 seconds later, the hammer dropped, and the auctioneer announced the results of the auction's final round. Shortly, the steward standing at the side carried the Thule box to the woman. She had just spent 100,000 points on a game item she did not even bother to inspect. She simply took the thing and tossed it into her little handbag. After that, she disappeared from her seat into the darkness. Just as she was about to leave, Ding Si jumped up from his seat and yelled, "Hurry! Hurry! Catch her!" Chapter 94, Storm. Chapter 94, Storm. Ding Si was a step too late. In fact, even he had shouted a little earlier, it would have still been pointless. In this exclusive auction transcript, players were not restricted and could leave at any time they wanted. Ding Si knew that it was useless to do that, merely reacting instinctively out of desperation. The moment the woman in sunglasses disappeared before his eyes, Ding Si grabbed his hair in frustration. He was not the only one regretting. Someone else on the other side yelled as well, and a young man fainted on his seat. Many disgruntled groans and boos from the crowd quickly ensued. As Zhang Heng was sitting right next to Ding Si, he too saw very clearly when the woman was about to leave. The high-strung Ding Si opened his black briefcase and pulled out the 3 Thule wood boxes. To his dismay, all the game items inside were gone. Instead, in their place were 3 smiley faces made out of clay, mockingly grinning away as if laughing at his gullibility. After the outburst, Ding Si deflated, drained of all energy, eventually slumping onto his seat. Tonight, Fu Lu wasn't the only one deceived, for nearly all chambers of commerce who carried points with them had been swindled by that woman. One by one, Thule boxes were opened, and within them, the mocking smiling piece of clay, a sight that stung the eyes of its bearer. Zhang Heng's stomach sank, and he was flummoxed. Logically, Ding Si's keen eyes and years of experience should prevented him from falling for such a cheap trick. Moreover, since they were all in the transcript, the players should have been able to access the information of the game items on their personal screens. Nonetheless, that woman managed to fool everyone's eyes with a few pieces of cheap clay. When all was said and done, she had managed to plunder the coveted Dreamland of Death from the 3 major guilds without having to pay a single point. Surely, all this sounded as coming from a myth of legends, but here, it happened right before his eyes. In the entire hall, the only person unaffected by the event was probably the auctioneer on the stage. After he had sold the last item, his job was done. He gave a simple closing speech, before taking off his gloves and leaving, completely ignoring the commotion brewing among the guests. By the time they realized what had just happened, the representatives of the chambers of commerce had already left. The losses they had suffered this time had to be reported back to their respective handlers. At the same time, they would also launch a hunt for the woman back in the real world. Ding Si disappeared without even saying goodbye. The other players, on the other hand, were either having heated discussion amongst themselves or had left with their companions. Zhang Heng collected the Paris arrow and the unidentified key from the committee. When he saw that there was not much time left, he decided to leave. And so, he returned to the lounge. The light music had been replaced by classy jazz, and the bartender seemed to be a pretty good mood, humming along with the melody as she fussed over her new project, stirring durian pulp into rum. This is a night worth celebrating. You should have a drink. A small self-appreciation for entering the ranks of the rich. She was the one who sent the Moresby bones to the auction. She knew all too well of its value, of course. Zhang Heng looked at the durian-flavored rum and was disheartened, politely refusing her offer of the pungent brew, and handed her the unidentified key and necklace from Simone instead. "Please help me identify these items," he asked of her, then paused. "Also, hand me another membership card and a mission failure exemption card." He had always wanted to buy the mission failure exemption card since a while ago, but was a little hesitant about the membership card. But after considering the fact that he would be here for a while, and the possibility of anything going wrong at any moment, he decided it was best to purchase it as soon as possible. "I admire guys who know how to splurge," the bartender commended him as she took out a calculator. "The total for this item is 1,407 points. With the deal sealed, Zhang Heng's game points were reduced from 2,292 to 785. After he had made the payment, he thought of a question and decided to ask while she was still in a good mood. "Did you know that the screen displays wrong information sometimes?" The bartender raised her brows, clearly taken aback by the question. Quickly, she blurted out something in response. "That's impossible. The information displayed on the panels is more accurate than your nightly news." However, having said that, she seemed to be hesitant and added, "But there's a catch. If you have a special game prop, the possibility of that happening can't be completely ruled out. That said, I'm afraid only A-grade game props can pull off such a thing." "Why? Did you encounter it or something?" The incident at the auction tonight was no secret, where Zhang Heng believed that the news of the heist would have swiftly spread like wildfire within the circle of players. Having no need to hide anything, Zhang Heng directly told her. "Someone used clay to fool all the chambers of commerce present on the ship, then used that money to buy the final auction item, in turn snatching it away from the three major guilds. This method sounds very much like that guy's modus operandi. TSK. He finally showed his face. Guess he couldn't stand the loneliness anymore," the bartender lady muttered, evidently not intending to provide any further explanation. "From now onwards, you have to be very careful when dealing with other players. There have been more and more problems surfacing recently. It looks like another storm is brewing, and I'm sure it's coming soon." This time, Zhang Heng left Desire City much earlier than before. It was only 23:16 when he walked out of the gate. There was still some time left before time stopped, so he decided to take a look at Paris Arrow. Although he had an arrow, he had been keeping his SF recurve bow in school lately, and so, he had to go back to retrieve it. Zhang Heng hired a yellow bicycle and rode to the nearest station. At this hour, especially here in the industrial area, the bus stops were practically empty and deserted. He parked the bicycle by the road, lowering his head and discreetly locking his ride. At that very moment, he heard a loud rustling coming from the green zone by the street. Zhang Heng immediately went into high alert. Quickly, he turned around, clutching the Paris arrow in his hand as he took 2 steps backward. Both Ding Si and the professor repeatedly warned him that it was never safe being in the circle of players. That shocking scam at the end of the auction was like a vivid lesson to him. As a result, he now became a lot more cautious of his surroundings. "Who is it?" The rustling stopped the moment he spoke. Whoever was behind the green zone must have been startled. After 5 seconds, a shadow emerged from the bush. It was a black stray cat, fleeing into the darkness with its tail tucked between its legs. Was it all a false alarm? Before he could investigate, the bus arrived at the station. Zhang Heng put away his Paris arrow and glanced at the bush one last time before boarding. Chapter 95. Exam Week and the Gathering. Chapter 95. Exam Week and the Gathering. The problem could have all been in his position. Anyhow, Zhang Heng attempted to shoot his Paris arrow a few times, only to find that this arrow that cost him 465 game points was no different from any conventional arrow. Perhaps it was something to do with his chosen target. Theoretically, boards, apples, and cups had no weak points, all being inanimate objects. Zhang Heng deduced that the Paris arrow might only work on living organisms. Right now, however, no suitable target was available for him to test his theory. 3 days later, the necklace and key were identified. Zhang Heng received an express delivery from the bartender, immediately opening it up and taking out one of the cards from it. Name: Hunter's Blessing. Grade: F. Effect: increases the chance of encountering certain types of prey. This item was similar to the necklace that Simone gave him and the lucky rabbit foot that he owned. It was hard to determine if increasing the chances of encountering prey was a good or bad thing. To a hunter, this item would allow them to improve their yield. However, if hunting weren't in the books, bringing this around would cause unnecessary trouble. After that, Zhang Heng placed the necklace inside the Tullywood box that he bought from the bartender. Then, he looked at the identification report of the key. Name: Shadow Key. Grade: E. Effect: can be used to transform your target into shadow form. Lasts 3 minutes. Remaining uses: 3. The price of an E-grade item usually range between 80 to 100 points. Earlier, Zhang Heng had spent a total of 100 game points to purchase this item. Albeit a little bit overpriced, this was all very normal. Typically, unidentified items belonged in the F-grade category. E-grade were uncommon. D and C grades were even rarer. As for B-grade items, it had only happened once so far. What Zhang Heng was interested in the most was the connection between the Shadow Key and Shadow Moment. Each time Zhang Heng activated his Shadow Moment, he could sense that the crow was trying to tell him something. He had a hunch that if he managed to check out the background of the crow, he would gain a better understanding of this supernatural item. Right now, though, he had a more pressing matter to deal with. The issue in question was his final exam. The exam week would officially begin right after the new year. From the 3rd to the 7th, he was to attend the public course exam. When that ended, it was then a professional course exam next. It was definitely an intense period where every night, there would be a power cut at Zhang Heng's hostel. Anticipating the time it would happen, he had to finish studying everything before it happened. Otherwise, he would just ring it out in the corridor and study there for the rest of the night. Even before the new year, the corridors were packed with zealous students. When Zhang Heng went out at 12 a.m., he could always see a group of students cramming hard on their books. Amongst these were Wei Jianyang and Chen Huadong, where they stole a little time in between their busy schedule to read some manga. In this challenging time, they seemed to have found happiness amid suffering. Zhang Heng met Shen Sisi twice while he was studying in the study room, but after crossing paths with each other that night, they did not talk much after that. All they did was nod to each other when they met again. On the other hand, Su Jing, the lowly, had always considered Zhang Heng her best friend. Ever since he used a bow and arrow to scare away bad guys from harassing her, she started to call Zhang Heng her Iron Man, and she was not afraid to tell everyone about it. There was this once when Zhang Heng met her at the canteen. He was around 5 meters away from her when all of a sudden, she started to shout Iron Man at him ever so passionately. Immediately, half of the students in the canteen turned around to stare at her. After some days, Zhang Heng finally finished his last paper for this term. Alas, his second year in the university was coming to an end. Chen Huadong went as far as taking out his entire pile of photocopied study material and tore them into pieces before throwing them away in the water house. While returning to them, Chen Huadong realized that he left his cup there. Naturally, he turned back to go and get it. On the other hand, Jiang Weiyang was just as happy. He spent the entire night attempting to memorize notes that were written down with Chen Huadong. Coffee was the pillar they relied on to stay awake throughout the exam. When the exam was over, though, all the sleepiness miraculously disappeared. They both suggested that everyone should go to Food Street to grab some good food and have fun. Since everyone was cool with the idea, Jiang Weiyang proceeded to call his girlfriend to join along. It seemed like Han Xiaoxiao's dorm wanted to celebrate the end of the exams too. So, Wei Jianyang had to inform them about the rendezvous point. However, the atmosphere quickly really awkward when all of them gathered at the same spot. Ma Wei was not the kind of guy that had a smooth mouth with the ladies, nor did he spend much time with them. Basically, he was here simply to eat his food and drink his beer, not intending on sharing a single word to the others. As for Chen Huadong and Su Jing, they were usually the stimulus of the group. With the chattery duo present, they should be able to get everyone to mingle. Unfortunately, tonight had to be the night where they were both quiet. During Christmas Eve, Zhang Heng sensed something wrong between Chun Huadong and Su Jing when he agreed to go to the amusement park with him. After the camping trip, both were always seen together as if connected by glue. Then, all of a sudden, they stopped talking. Right now, they behaved like strangers who had never met. When it came to the love matters of others, it was inappropriate for an outsider to comment about it. Amongst them, Shin Sisi had the highest EQ. She was typically the go-to girl when it came to matters like this. However, it seemed that she was terribly distracted, popping out her cell phone from time to time and checking for messages. And that marked the end of the first term of the second year in university. The most awkward incident of the night happened right after the meal. When everyone walked out of the restaurant, they saw a black Mercedes parked at the entrance. This time Zhang Heng took a good look at the driver. Unlike the rumor about her hanging out with a bald old man, the driver was a young stallion. Judging by his demeanor, he should still be studying as well. Having a somewhat fit physique, it seemed that he spent a reasonable amount of time working out every day. Seeing the whole bunch walking out of the restaurant, the young man stepped down from the car and graciously opened the car door for Shinsisi. "There's something I need to do. I'll take my leave first," said Shinsisi. She entered the car after the Han Xiao wanted to say something, but she stopped midway, only sighing as the car silently rolled away. "I have asked her in private before. She told me that she has no intention of getting a boyfriend. She told me that she wanted to do something meaningful. I have never seen her defending herself against all those horrible rumors. Initially, I wanted to believe her. Right now, I'm not sure if I should. I will always support her no matter what," Su Jing interrupted. "That is because you are just like her," said Chun Huadong with a smile. Seeing that the two of them had their horns locked, they quickly stopped them from doing so. "Both of you, the winter holidays are coming soon. We won't be seeing each other for a month. Can we just end this gathering peacefully, right?" "Zhang Heng," said Wei Jianyang. He wanted Zhang Heng to support his notion, but he looked distracted by the fact that Shin Sisi left them. Wei Jiang's heart dropped immediately. The matter between Chun Huadong and Su Jing was still unresolved, and he saw that something unpleasant was playing in Zhang Heng's mind. Rumor had it that Shin Sisi and Zhang Heng used to flirt with each other. But then again, that was just a rumor. He wanted to know what Zhang Heng really thought about it. When Zhang Heng realized that Wei Jianyang was staring at him, he quickly turned around and gave everyone a quick nod. "See you guys next year." Chapter 96. Black Sail I. Chapter 96. Black Sail I. After the exams, the winter holidays were finally here. From today until the 4th of March, the entire university would go on break. Most of the students left their hostels the very next day the exams were over. Wei Jianyang was the first to leave from Zhang Heng's dorm. He had planned for a vacation to Qingdao with Han Xiao, his girlfriend, before heading back to his hometown. After that, Chun Huadong was the second to leave. He brought almost nothing with him except for 2 hard drives that had tons of anime in them. As for Ma Wei, he wanted to earn some money first before heading back to his hometown and planned to work till the eve of Chinese New Year. As of today, he had taken up a job as a home tutor for 4 families. He rested for one night before quickly reading up some high school physics and chemistry. Zhang Heng, Chun Huadong, and Wei Jianyang had always respected Ma Wei a lot. From the first day he enrolled in this university, he had never hidden his family's conditions from them. Though they weren't doing well, he never used it as an excuse to exploit anyone. All the while, he worked part-time while studying to help out his family. If placed in the same situation, Zhang Heng knew that he would never be able to do better. He then gave Ma Wei an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Zhang Heng bought a train ticket and was supposed to head back to his hometown next week. There was, however, something essential for him to do before he left the place. At 2337, Zhang Heng opened up the doors that led to the bar's lounge on the 2nd floor. After greeting the bartender, he looked for an empty seat and set the alarm that was under it to 2355. As he closed his eyes, a new journey began. Verifying player's identity. Verification complete. Randomly drawing the 4th quest for player 07958. Draw completed. Your new quest is Black Sail. Pirates from New Providence have threatened all trades that are carried out in this area. Every civilized country in this world considers pirates as a public enemy. Quest goal: you are on a ship. Set anchor at Nassau and build your own force. Quest mode: solo. Time flow rate: 3,600. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 150 days in the game. The player will be sent back to the real world after 300 in-game days. Friendly reminder. The game will begin in 5 seconds. Please get ready. Just as Zhang Heng was cracking his brain to figure out where in the world this new providence was, he heard a deafening boom right beside him. The wall of his cabin had been penetrated by a flying cannonball, crushing the table inside it as well. This was the very first time Zhang Heng experienced such an intense opening. During his last quest in Finland, he was provided with a short grace period of safety right after entering the quest. It allowed him to familiarize himself with his surroundings. As for this round of the game, he was greeted in kind by a cannonball. The worst part was, this was just the beginning of his quest. After that, he could hear multiple cannons being fired and people running around frantically along the corridor outside the cabin. Immediately, he took a good look at his surroundings. Earlier, he guessed that this quest wouldn't be set in the modern world the moment he heard the word pirate. The cabin's furnishing and the clothes he wore looked ancient. From all that, Zhang Heng could deduce that he was on a vessel in old Europe. However, he was oblivious as to what the exact date was. The rise of pirates could be traced back to the Lucan from 14th century BC. The ancient Egyptians recorded a fight between them in Cyprus. After that, Viking pirates who ruled the sea from the 8th to the 11th century became extremely famous as well. Although numbering only a few, their ruthlessness at sea made the pirates an infamous menace. They were definitely not afraid of death. Back in the modern world, a gaming company even designed a class called the Berserker, inspired by the Viking pirates. In the 17th century, Fujian and Guangdong of China were invaded by pirates as well. The golden age of piracy took place during the last stages of the Renaissance. More sea routes had been added, and colonies were constantly expanding. This had made it possible for trading at sea to get better. Merchants and traders regularly encountered pirates when they sailed the high seas. Some powerful pirates would even go up against the navy and attack colonies. After that, the navies gradually became stronger, and piracy slowly died down. In the modern world, some small-time pirates still loitered around the waters of Somalia. After reminding himself of the grim history involving pirates, Zhang Heng did not continue staying in the cabin. Judging by the direction of where the cannonball was from, he deduced he was still in the heat of a battle. Right now, the first thing he had to do was to leave this place. Who knew? A second cannonball might come crashing down on him, and he wouldn't be so lucky this time. Zhang Heng quickly opened the door, only to bump into a sailor that was holding a box of ammunition. The Navy sailor was still relatively young, looking to be in his teens. Fear and anxiety were written all over his face. Immediately, he got up and ran to the deck with the box in hand, not saying a single word to Zhang Heng as he sprinted along. Then, there was a whistle from afar. Another cannonball had been launched, landing right on the sailor's chest. Zhang Heng quickly ran over to check on him. Unfortunately, his lungs had collapsed. There was no way he would survive his severe injuries. Before he took in his last breath, he held on to Zhang Heng's hand, eyes filled with a strong reluctance to leave this world. After going through the war in Finland, Zhang Heng knew precisely how to deal with a situation like this. All he could do right now was repeatedly tell the man that he was going to be fine. Half a minute later, the young Navy sailor passed away, his eyes still wide open. Zhang Heng used his hand and closed them gently, then quickly ran to the deck with a box of ammunition. He needed to know what was going on right now. Right at that moment, a man from the upper deck looked down and saw Zhang Heng. The man was around 40 to 50 years old. His skin appeared tanned, and he seemed to have spent many years out at sea. I have told you guys repeatedly not to leave your cabins. This ship doesn't have enough firepower. It's impossible for us to assign personnel to protect each and every one of you, yelled the middle-aged man who appeared furious. Zhang Heng was relieved when he heard the man speaking English. He was worried that he might be on a Spanish or Portuguese vessel, and in times like these, things could get messy if he couldn't communicate with them. Turning around, he showed the middle-aged man the box of ammunition he had. The dead boy's body was not too far away from him. Your man was hit by a cannonball. I'm here to help. The old sailor was surprised by Zhang Heng's actions. However, this was not the right time for a chat. Ammunition was running out fast. Quick, hand me the box. Immediately, Zhang Heng climbed to the upper deck. It was then that he saw how bad the situation was. The entire place had been severely damaged by enemy fire, and bodies were strewn all around as well. He looked to his left and saw the mast of the enemy ship. Right at its top flew the flag of the Black Sail. Chapter 97. Black Sail 2. Chapter 97. Black Sail 2. Sporting a tricorn above of his head, the plump man should be the captain of the ship. He stood on the bridge, observing the enemies with a pair of bronze binoculars. Knowing that his ship was on the losing side, he could not help but feel nervous. "Father, I think we should surrender. Our ships simply can't go as fast as them. We don't even have a third of their cannons, and we have only 15 guns on board. There's no way we can win this fight. We should surrender while we," muttered the young man that stood beside the captain. The captain then glared at his son and shouted at the sailor behind him. "Where is the ammunition? I need it right now." "We are awaiting your orders, Captain," replied one of the old sailors. "Cannoneers, light your fuses." The moment he gave the order, the enemy opened fire, and a cannonball landed directly on a cannon that was currently being reloaded. The heavy barrel fell off its base and crushed the two cannoneers behind it. Everyone could hear their agonizing screams. Then, the whole ship fell silent. It seemed that they did not survive. At the same time, the bark flying the Black Sail flag was coming full speed ahead. "Everyone, hang in there. All we need to do right now is to damage them. We need to wreak fear into the hearts of those bastards. Let's hope that they would give up attacking us and look for somebody weaker instead. I will reward every single man here with £6 each when we arrive in Boston later." The sailors' low morale was once again ignited with renewed flames of passion. When the enemies entered their shooting range, all 15 guns were fired at them at the same time. Zhang Heng could clearly see that the sailors lacked shooting practice. Most of their lead landed on the enemy vessel's gunwale. With an attack like that, it would surely be impossible to put fear into their enemies, let alone damage them. Instead, they were hammered with a vengeance following a more powerful retaliation. Soon, another 9 sailors were killed, and the rest of the shipmates lost their will to fight. No amount of reward money could compel them to further risk their lives in fighting off their enemies. Just as expected, every single sailor on the ship started to drop their weapons. Thus, the captain knew that the battle was lost. There was nothing he could do now except to stare at his nemesis in despair. As he turned around to check on his people, he realized that his son was lying on the deck as well. The boy was clutching his chest, frantically trying to plug a deep gash, of which blood gushed out like a swollen river. The captain then took off his tricorn, knelt on the ground, and held his dying son to his chest. At the same time, Zhang Heng quickly ran to the captain's room. The moment he spotted the bark flying the Black Sail flag, he knew they were going to lose the battle. There was nothing he could do even if he decided to join the battle right now. The ship that he was on right now was just an ordinary merchant vessel from England. In order to make sure that they could haul as much cargo as possible, the vessel was scantily equipped with 8 9-pounder light cannons. A lack of ammunition plagued them as well. As for the enemies, they had at least 30 cannons on their ship. If their goal wasn't capturing the ship and its cargo on board, they would have destroyed them a long time ago. Instead of making the pointless move of defending the ship, Zhang Heng ran to the captain's quarters the moment chaos hit the boat. Usually, this was the most heavily guarded part on a ship. Right now, there wasn't a single soul in the room. There were some valuable decorations around, but Zhang Heng did not bother taking them. He wasn't sure if he would get to keep anything when the pirates boarded them. He then saw a wooden table on his right and quickly opened all the drawers. Then, he found what he was looking for. It was the ship's logbook, a compulsory record for every vessel to have. It was used to record dates, the direction of the wind, weather, and major incidents. The only thing that mattered to him right now, though, was to find out the era he was in and some basic information of this ship. Opening up the logbook, he started to read through its records. 3 minutes later, he heard a loud boom, followed by the ship violently shaking. It was so intense that it almost caused him to fall to the ground. When it had finally calmed down, he opened the curtains and took a peek outside. The first thing he saw was a giant cannon. Immediately, he shut the curtains. He knew that he did not have much time here. With both ships getting closer to each other, that would mean a close standoff between two was about to happen soon. Judging by the merchant ship's lethargic firepower, the battle would surely end faster than expected. Luckily, Zhang Heng had scanned through most of the important information recorded in the logbook. It was the year 1712. If he remembered correctly, the 1701 War of Succession in Spain had caused the entire country to fall apart. Through a series of treaties, England managed to claim several colonies that had originally belonged to the Spanish. And with that, England became the new king of the sea as time went on. At the same time, piracy saw its most active period as well. This merchant ship carrying an entire shipload of woolen goods was supposed to travel to Boston. After unloading the goods for sale, they were scheduled to ferry a shipment of tobacco back home. As bad luck would have it, they crossed paths with a band of pirates just as they were about to arrive in Boston. Knowing that they had a slim chance of escaping, the captain decided to fight and protect his ship. After all, he was an ex-Navy officer. Zhang Heng could hear the sailors screaming in agony from the captain's cabin. It seemed like the captain's plan had failed miserably. Zhang Heng soon managed to locate the location of New Providence from the map on the table. It was located in the central north of the Bahamas. Nassau, one of its small towns, was located in the north of New Providence. Zhang Heng wanted to study the map in better detail, but there was no time left. The pirates could enter the captain's room any time now. Quickly, he returned the logbook back into the drawer and left. Initially, he wanted to return to where he came from. However, he changed his mind halfway and went to the galley instead. He then took out his lucky rabbit foot, hunter's blessing, and Paris arrow and hid them under a plank. As he was leaving, he bumped into two men. One of them was running away from the other. The one running for his life crashed into Zhang Heng, and both of them fell on the ground. The person giving chase was clearly not a crew of the ship. He wielded a bloody axe and glared at the plump guy that was crying and crawling on the ground. He was ready to execute him. The moment he saw Zhang Heng, he became even more excited. Having no room for hesitation, Zhang Heng rushed toward him and disarmed the pirate with a hard sidekick. Immediately, the pirate extended his arm, and a fist landed on Zhang Heng. In that split second, he instinctively extended his arms to protect himself. The blow was so powerful that it temporarily paralyzed his arm. As for the pirate, he suffered no injuries. Seeing that he was unscathed, he grinned and drew his dagger from his waist. Zhang Heng instantly realized that he was in big trouble. Close-quarters combat was never his forte. Judging from the pirate's attack, Zhang Heng knew that it was impossible for him to defeat him from such a close distance. Chapter 98. Black Sail 3. Chapter 98. Black Sail 3. Zhang Heng was forced to retreat back to the galley. As he attempted to dodge the attack, the dagger inadvertently slashed his left arm. Though it was just a flesh wound, Zhang Heng knew that he had to do something quickly before the pirate killed him. Another 3 steps back, and he would come up to a wall. As for the plump guy, he sat where he was, absolutely overcome by fear. It seemed as if he had lost his mind. In a life-and-death situation such as this, a gushing river of thoughts raced through Zhang Heng's mind. However, he soon regained his calm. After all, he had just gone through a vicious war in Finland. Right now, he had the shadow moment in his pocket, but it only had one usage left. Zhang Heng did not use it at the beginning of his quest. There was still a long journey ahead of him. Suddenly, Zhang Heng remembered the time when he went bear hunting with Simone in Sweden. He then spotted a chopping board with a small knife that was used to peel potatoes. Unfortunately, the pirate noticed Zhang Heng eyeballing the weapon. The very second Zhang Heng was about to move over to grab the knife, the pirate quickly charged at him with his dagger, causing him to move in the opposite direction where he managed to dodge the attack. Immediately, the pirate reacted and changed his course as well. He aimed his dagger directly at Zhang Heng's chest, but to his surprise, Zhang Heng managed to evade him once again. Instead of hitting its target, the dagger landed on a piece of smoked meat that hung behind him. This time, the pirate ran out of patience. An extreme frustration boiled within him as Zhang Heng avoided his attack over and over again. He had enough of it. With rage clouding his mind, he pushed aside the smoked meat in an attempt to go for Zhang Heng again. However, he was greeted with a harpoon this time. Zhang Heng had long awaited this golden opportunity. Though the both of them had only gotten on the ship recently, Zhang Heng had taken time to explore the galley and look for a good spot to hide his items. Hence, he knew the place better than the pirate. When he was forced to retreat to the galley, the thought of using the harpoon to attack the pirate already lingered in his mind. He simply needed to figure out how to lure the pirate to where the spear was. Simone once told him that a smarter way to hunt bigger prey was to make them believe that they were the hunters in this hunting game. When the time was right, Zhang Heng would not hesitate to use his weapon to kill his prey. In that split second, the harpoon penetrated the pirate's neck. The strike was so blindingly fast that the pirate had no time to respond to it. He was killed on the spot instantly. The bear had finally been skewered by the hunter's snare. With a grunt, Zhang Heng retrieved the harpoon. The pirate took a few steps backward as he staggered and fell. Then he stopped breathing. Zhang Heng slumped to the ground after he killed the pirate. At the same time, the plump guy who was paralyzed with fear snapped out of his stunned state by the loud noise from the galley. It was then that he found out that the situation turned out very differently than what he'd expected. You won. You do realize that you are still sitting there asking me useless questions, right? The answer is yes. I killed him. The plump guy realized that he had just behaved like a coward. When Zhang Heng desperately needed his assistance, he was no better than a petrified dummy. I'm really sorry. I was terrified just now. Earlier, I wanted to open the door to see what the racket was outside, but I didn't expect some pirate to come charging at me. I thought today would be the day I die. Oh right, my name is Marvin. I'm the son of a farm owner in a colony. I'm planning to go back to help my dad in the fields. I think I met you on the ship earlier. You are the Asian traveler, right? Your name is Zhang. Zhang. Marvin, I don't think this is a good time for a chat. Pirates have now overrun this ship. We will be in deep shit if they find their dead brother here. Inevitably, this had turned out far from the desired scenario. Being all alone, Zhang Heng was hardly powerful enough to turn the situation around. Initially, he only wanted to hide his stuff and prepare to surrender. He did not expect that he would encounter a pirate the moment he stepped out the door. To make matters worse, he was left with no other option but to eliminate a pirate. Leaving the pirate to kill the plump man in cold blood would only encourage the pirate to go after him in a worse way. However, killing the pirate had just stuck a giant bullseye on Zhang Heng's back. Now, he was in grave danger. Huh? What? What should I do now? I did not kill him. I did nothing to him. I just sat there and kept still. Zhang Heng was clearly unhappy with what he just heard. He had not expected that the first thing Marvin would do was to exclude himself from the incident. Though Zhang Heng's primary intention was not to rescue him, it was still a fact that Marvin got to live to see tomorrow thanks to him. Before Zhang Heng could say anything, however, he heard the sound of footsteps from afar. Half a minute later, two men appeared in the galley. One of them clutched a gun while the other held a British cutlass. Judging from their ragged looks, they were definitely not the ship's crew. I found another two alive. Be good, y'all. Your captain is dead. Everything on this ship belongs to us now. Ain't no point playing the hero in front of us, barked one of the pirates while brandishing his weapon. Immediately, Marvin nodded his head like a madman. The extras on his body jiggled nonstop as he bobbed around nervously. Sweat dripped off his face like a leaky tap. What the hell is going on? Asked the pirate with the cutlass. At that, he quickly made a round of the galley and found nothing suspicious. Suddenly, he spotted a giant barrel behind them. The pirate shoved Marvin away and opened the barrel. All they found was a pile of smoked fish. Are you done yet? We are going to miss the celebration if you stay here any longer. Speaking of which, where is Victor? I saw him come this way earlier, asked the other pirate. Honestly, I don't wish to see him at all. He's a raving lunatic. Whenever we board a ship, he'll turn the whole place into his killing field for sure. If it was not for his bravery, he would have been kicked off the ship a bloody long time ago. Let's go? Time to go gather on the deck, replied the pirate while sliding his cutlass back into its sheath. As Zhang Heng and Marvin were escorted to the deck, they saw the other survivors. Amongst the group were the last 7 sailors. All of them were shell-shocked, dreading the unknown that fate would bestow upon them. Chapter 99. Black Sail Fort. Chapter 99. Black Sail for both pirates walked towards Zhang Heng and Marvin and proceeded to search them from top to bottom. That included their pockets and shoes. They wanted to make sure that they would not miss out on a single valuable item. After that, Zhang Heng and Marvin were being pushed into the crowd. Marvin fell into a state of panic when he saw the dead sailors beside him. Out of fear, his body shook uncontrollably once again. At that, the pirates started laughing at him hysterically. Zhang Heng's wallet and snuff bottle were confiscated by the pirates. However, his shadow key and shadow moment were still with him. These 2 items were his trump cards to protect him from life-threatening circumstances. In order to make sure that the pirates wouldn't get to them, he had to trigger the shadow keys effect to turn both items into shadow form. His current situation right now was different from the other quests he had completed. At the moment, he was somewhere out at sea. That meant there were only so many places he could run to even if he triggered the shadow moment's effects. An option was to move his shadow on the sea, but he would surely drown once its effects expire. There was a slim chance that he would be saved by passing boats. However, getting devoured by sharks or drying out in dehydration seemed like a stronger possibility. The passengers on the ship were merely ordinary folk looking forward to a new life in the colonies that they headed to. Instead of a fresh start, they had now become prisoners of the pirates. Most of them did not behave as pathetically as Marvin, though Zhang Heng could sense that woe and despair were slowly festering amongst the crowd like a deadly virus. Then, around a minute later, loud sounds of people brawling and gunshots were heard coming from the lower deck. When the commotion died down, a man slowly strolled towards the crowd. "I must apologize. Some idiots failed to do what they should have done. I needed some time to convince them. Well, the problem is solved now. Let me introduce myself. I'm the helmsman of the Sea Lion. You can call me Mr. Orf." Mr. Orf appeared to be about 40 to 50 years old. Apart from a slight bald, he looked to be in remarkably good health. Unlike all the merciless pirates, he seemed to be a more reasonable man. For that matter, the helmsman was a position that required excellent communication skills. It was the second most important position on a pirate vessel. He had to continuously maintain a good relationship with the entire crew, where, for the most part, he would act as the representative of the pirates' interests, serving as an essential link to bridge the gap between crew and captain. Through the helmsman, the crew felt like they had been given a voice to question the captain if they thought they had been mistreated. Due to that, many saw a glimmer of hope when they saw the helmsman. "Please, sir, please let us live. We are just rankless civilians. My wife and kids are still waiting for me to get home," begged one of the passengers. At that, Orf nodded his head in empathy and drew the gun from his waist. Aiming at a sailor who had given up his arms, he pulled the trigger. The lead ball penetrated the sailor's head, and he instantly collapsed. Blood splattered all over the helmsman's linen shirt. After witnessing this raw display of brutality, the prisoners were left panicked and distraught. Suddenly, they remembered that pirates would never show empathy to those they captured. These were a group of bloodthirsty monsters that would not hesitate to kill anyone they saw as unfit to live. That would mean they were capable of killing off every soul aboard this merchant vessel just because they were pissed off by someone. The gunshot was definitely not a good omen. Marvin was so terrified that he started to pee himself. "I'm really sorry. I had to do it. This guy killed 2 of my brothers when we boarded your ship just now. I will never let a person like him off the hook. I might be old, but I don't forget. My creed in life is blood for blood. This is how we work," said an emotionless Orf while putting away his gun. Every single pirate roared into a loud cheer after he finished talking. At the same time, the captured prisoners were a little less worried. No doubt the killing was carried out so brutally. It was in one way or another acceptable if he did it out of vengeance. The passengers had forgotten, though, that the sailors were the ones who had protected them from the pirates in the first place. The remaining 6 sailors surrendered to the pirates earlier than most of the people. Now, to stay alive in this scenario, everyone chose to stay completely silent. Many thoughts ran through their minds. They were ashamed of their cowardice, but also glad that they did not participate in the fight earlier. Now that the debt is paid, it's time to talk about what matters the most to all of you. As it stands, this ship now officially belongs to us. This includes every single item on the vessel, your wallets, and all your valuables. Now, folks, we are a reasonable bunch. We will prepare a small boat for you, and you'll head back to land. Other than that, you can have 2 buckets of drinking water, some biscuits, and some smoked meat to keep you alive on your journey. Consider yourself lucky, as we are within a trade route right now. I heard the weather should be fine for the next 2 days. If the gods find favor in you, some vessel might just pass along and come to your rescue." Orf's little speech did little to extend the calm. Instead, new chaos arose. 1 small boat, 2 buckets of drinking water, some biscuits, and smoked meat were definitely not enough for 30 passengers. A brief storm would definitely blow everyone to meet their maker. The chances of them dying out at sea were exponentially higher than being rescued by some random passing ship. Some passengers even started to beg the pirates for mercy. Unfortunately, Orf had made up his mind and was not about to change his decision. "I know this is a huge risk for you to take, but you have to remember that we are pirates, not philanthropists. If you want to live, figure that out yourself. Once Orf was done talking, the pirate beside him launched the small boat on the water. However, the lifeboat was literally a raft of sorts, only able to fit a maximum of 20 souls with zero extra space for food and water. Suddenly, a muscular pirate walked towards them and made an announcement. "Are there any cooks or carpenters here? We need 2 carpenters and 1 cook. Join our ranks if you are interested in the positions." Instead of getting on the small boat, people figured they would have a better chance of surviving if they joined the pirates. "Me? I'm the ship's carpenter. I'm willing to join you," said one of the captured sailors. "It's my first time out at sea before, but I have made furniture for the people in town. Do you think I can join you guys?" asked another passenger. "Sure. For now, you will have to become his assistant first." Seeing the incident before them, the passengers fell into a cloud of jealousy. Many were professionals, and even the most ruthless of pirates would have respected them if they were given a chance to. "One more spot left. Don't miss out on the opportunity. Anyone else willing to come with us?" "I am." To everyone's surprise, Marvin was the one who spoke up. Chapter 100, Black Sail V. Chapter 100, Black Sail V. "You are the cook?" asked the pirate while looking at Marvin. It was no wonder the pirate was suspicious. Marvin's attire was far from what a cook would wear. The son of a farm owner could actually be quite fashionable. The plump man had put on a wig, and his collar and sleeves had floral stitching on them as well. On top of it, he had also adorned a custom-made jacket. As for his feet, only a pair of socks could be seen as his beautiful boots had been confiscated by the pirates earlier. My mother has a motel in Canterbury. I help up with the cooking whenever there are not enough people in the kitchen." Still, the muscular pirate was in doubt. Ash looked at the pants that Marvin just wet. Immediately, he realized that he had just screwed up the pirate's first impression of him. "I make delicious food. Sometimes the cook on this ship would even ask for my opinions and help. You can ask your friend if you don't believe me. I was in the kitchen when they found me." "That is correct," confirmed both of the pirates who had found Marvin and Zhang Hong. Marvin then turned around, grinning at the muscular pirate with sensitive and sheepish eyes. "Give it a try then. But here's a fair warning. If your food tastes bad or our stomach acts funny after we try it, the rest of my brothers will not forgive you even if I'm willing to do so," warned the muscular pirate while pointing at his fellow crew. At that, Marvin quickly thanked the pirate for taking him in. "All right, everyone. All positions have been filled. The recruitment is done. I wish you all a pleasant journey later," the muscular pirate continued. Then, a voice came from his back. "Hold on." Immediately, the muscular pirate halted in his steps. He did not notice that Marvin had become extremely nervous after hearing the voice. Zhang Heng ignored Marvin's signal and proceeded to speak his mind. "I wish to join the crew too. It was too high a risk to get on the small boat and wait for a rescue that might never come. He would have chosen to get on it if he was the only one, though. That said, he knew that things would become complicated with that many people on the same boat. Besides, his game items were still on the ship. He would not be able to retrieve them if he left with the rest of the passengers now. I admire your passion. Like I said earlier, all we need is 3 people, and all positions have been filled," the muscular pirate shrugged. "Hand me the gun," said Zhang Heng calmly. Perhaps it was Zhang Heng's confidence that had compelled him or the encouragement from his friends to hand him the gun. Anyhow, the muscular pirate picked up the weapon and handed it to Zhang Heng, who immediately did a quick check the moment he got his hands it. After going through the war in Finland, he had become quite knowledgeable about guns. What he was holding right now was a gun with a flintlock mechanism. As compared to a matchlock, its shooting process was much more straightforward. For this gun, the user would use flint to light up the gunpowder, featuring better range and a smaller recoil. That meant that it was more accurate overall. The gun with the flintlock mechanism was invented during the 16th century. In the 17th century, it was widely distributed amongst armies in Europe. After that, it played an essential role in the American War of Independence. However, this weapon was severely outdated for its time and could never compare to the M28 that he used during the Finnish War. Gunpowder and bullets had to be loaded separately, requiring a long time for the user to reload after ammunition had depleted. To make matters worse, it could only shoot up to 80 meters. Zhang Heng took a good minute to study the gun. Every single pirate, including the muscular one, was starting to get impatient. It was at that moment that Zhang Heng raised the weapon, and without any warning, he pointed it at Marvin. Left in a shock, Marvin thought Zhang Heng was about to kill him. Bang! The gun was fired, and the bullet whizzed by Marvin, landing on an apple that a pirate was holding at the end of the ship. At the unbelievable shot, the pirates were all awestruck by Zhang Heng's excellent marksmanship. After a while, everyone began cheering for him. Zhang Heng and the apple were more than 40 meters apart, not to mention the ship steadily bobbing up and down in the rough sea. Considering his less-than-ideal circumstances, it should have been almost impossible to hit any target accurately. Zhang Heng had learned how to operate the gun from Simone, and his movements were so fluid that it seemed as if he did not take any aim before firing the shot. Most of the pirates here were just ordinary people with no particular set of skills. Armed with the sole concept of the strong preying on the weak, they would always respect those who were better than them. Suddenly, one of them shouted out aloud, "Take him in! Take him in!" Soon after that, everyone else followed suit. The muscular pirate frowned, knowing that he couldn't disappoint everyone just like that. "Fine. You are a great shooter. No one will be able to say no to you. I don't mind adding one more to our crew. Come with me." The four of them then followed the pirate to the lower deck. "They call me Owen, leader of the pirates on the Sea Lion. I don't care what you have done before, or where you come from. You are now part of the Sea Lion. Of course, we can't trust all of you yet, but it's okay. Time will tell. There are some things you need to know before you come aboard. There will be no gambling, no stealing, and no random brawls. That is unless you have somebody to witness your fight. And most importantly, fleeing a battle is punishable by death." Owen paused for a moment and took a look at Marvin, who wiped away his sweat as he tried to crack a smile. "When we plunder other vessels, keeping any loot you found is a big no-no. Unless you have personally killed an enemy, you will get to choose one item from your kill. Otherwise, everything we rob will be pooled up and distributed equally to everyone aboard. The captain and our helmsman will get double the loot. After that, the doctor, carpenter, cannoneer, and pirate leader will get 1.5 times the booty a regular crewman gets. Those who perform well during battles will be rewarded afterward. And if you are injured during a battle, you will also receive a certain amount of compensation. The amount you get will depend on how long you have been on the ship. Oh, one more important thing. Every single matter on this ship, including the appointment and removal of the captain and helmsman, is to be decided by everyone. Everyone on this ship has the right to say something and vote. That'll be all for now. Any questions?" Owen asked as he looked around. "I have a question. I'm not trying to avoid responsibility, but does the cook need to join battles as well?" "Typically, no. However, if things do go south, every crewman has to pick up a weapon and defend the ship. Speaking of which, I need you to look for Dufresne later. He will hand you a gun. I will inform him about your talents," said the pirate to Zhang Heng. "The rest of you, you all can go and get your weapons from Dufresne as well. Consider this our welcoming gift. In the future, you will have to pay up if you damage the weapon. We will deduct its cost from your loot during our next raid."